Hello and welcome to Recently Watched, the show where two jackasses talk about movies and TV shows they recently watched. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me is...
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. What's the joke? What is it this time?
I didn't even
What is it this time?
chance.
What? Let's hear it.
All right. And joining me is recovering drug addict Kevin Lackner.
There it is.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I like how you knew I was going to do something.
I sort of beat you to the punch there.
Yeah. See, I'm just going to edit that part out, so it's just going to go right to me and have the recovering drug addict part.
Yeah. I mean, you're the one editing this, so you can edit this any way you want. I'm at the mercy of how he edits me.
In here, I'm God. We're back once again to talk some Simpsons.
Yes.
We finished our marathon first episode. Holy fuck, that took forever. Yeah. We did our top 10 favorite Simpsons episodes of all time. And again, to reiterate, we were only counting what we consider the golden era. You did seasons...
I did 1 to 8.
You did 1 to 8.
Yep.
I did seasons 2 to 10. So that's where my ranking came in. We are now here to do the exact opposite.
Yes.
Which is we are going to do our 10 least favorite Simpsons episodes of all time.
Of the
golden era.
The golden era. Yeah. It would be very easy to do our 10 least favorite Simpsons
whatever
episodes.
The last 10 that they just put out.
Just pick any from the last,
You didn't really want to do this at first.
No, I find it such a challenge to narrow down 10 episodes that I don't like that much, because if I'm constraining myself to seasons 1 and 8, like
there's so much gold.
There's so much gold. So it's like sifting through a bunch of like great episodes and then kind of nitpicking things here and there.
And that's really what it is. This is extremely subjective. However, see, I have an advantage because I went to season 10.
Yes.
So I have season 9 and 10 to pull from. You don't.
And I want to say the caveat for me is I am not going to punch down on season 1 either.
So we actually had a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
So season 1 and is off the table.
Because it would be easy to be like, well, the animation's stilted in this episode. It's got rougher animation, or they're still figuring out the characters at this point. That's too easy to just sort of be like, otherwise I would pick a bunch of season 1 episodes as being like, well, it's inferior animation and the characters don't feel like they're developed yet or whatever.
The show wasn't even what it was. The season 1 is just so rough.
So that leaves me with seasons 2 to 8.
And I have seasons 2 to 10. So I have those extra 2 years when it really started to dip in quality to pull from.
Yeah.
And I actually am going to talk about season 9 and 10 because this was a big debate between us, which you stop your Simpsons watching and collection at season 8. Whereas I go to season 10. I stop there. So that's going to come up. We're going to discuss 9 and 10 because I told you that I had a little bit of a breakdown on season 9 and 10. So I'll wait till the end to bring that up again because I want to talk a little bit about where it starts to dip.
And I also, not so that I don't surprise anybody, I've got a secret with my list.
Oh.
I'm seasons 2 to 8, except for one episode.
I wonder what episode that could be.
One episode that may or may not be from season 9.
I wonder what episode that could be.
Yes. So
I don't have that episode on my list.
Wow.
It's too easy.
Wow.
It's too easy. It's too
Okay.
easy.
Okay.
I figured it would be on yours, so I was like, I'll just let Kevin put it on his list.
Okay. It's on. I think we know what we're talking about here. But
I'll help you. I'll talk about it with you.
Yeah. So that's another caveat. It's
to
like,
me, it was too easy of a pick.
Okay.
So I genuinely went for ones that I just don't really like watching. That I don't really care for.
There's a few of those
I
on
kind
mine,
of skip. I kind of skip. I don't have on my list. I don't have any clip episodes.
Oh, okay. See, I have those on mine. So
okay, so you have some of the clip episodes?
My list is going to be shorter, I think, in terms of how much I have to say. I have a couple controversial opinions that we'll get into for sure. Yeah,
That's interesting.
I think we'll get into some debates.
And
but I did, I'm constrained to like 2 to 8, whereas you have 2 more seasons than me,
and 2 seasons that were starting to get rough.
Yeah.
There's some picks here from 9 and 10.
I'm very, very curious to hear. Like, we don't know our lists too. To reiterate once again,
I don't know what he's got written down. He doesn't know what I've gotten written down. We did not discuss this ahead of time. We both just said, what are your 10 least favorite episodes that you don't enjoy watching?
Yep.
In any particular order you want.
We didn't watch the show together either for the rewatch.
Nope.
So I have no idea what you're going to pick.
No,
and I'm
I don't
very
know.
curious.
And again, we pulled from different seasons.
And our best of lists were very different. We only had three crossovers.
Yeah, there was some omissions that I was really surprised you didn't have. And it was, and vice versa.
I thought going into...
You were shocked I didn't have Homer's Enemy.
Yeah.
But I tried to be a little bit more out there.
I didn't have Deep Space Homer.
That was shocked to me. That really shocked me because we quote that one a lot.
Going into our favorite episodes, episode that we recorded, I was like, okay, I think I got a handle on his list, but after that, I have no idea what's going to be on.
There's some interesting picks in here.
Yeah.
I'm also we have a bonus question that we're going to discuss. Now, without getting too into the weeds on this, we can both collectively agree the golden era of The Simpsons ended decades ago.
Yes.
Yeah, decades ago.
Decades ago. Yeah.
Decades. They're up to season 35, I think, right now.
Yeah.
You younger people, I pity you. Because you grew up in an era with a zombied version of what this show was, and you think what you're watching is quality, and it is not.
I don't think young people even watch Simpsons anymore.
Well, then who the fuck's watching it?
I don't know.
Do you think it's just on and just goes into the abyss?
I think so.
I was reading something that was like...
What is the demo for like a modern Simpsons
That's a very
episode?
good question. I
genuinely don't think young people care about like modern Simpsons.
Yeah, so like we're in our 30s, just to put that out there again. So we are 90s kids, like legit 90s kids. So we grew up when a lot of these episodes were new. We were watching them as they were coming out. But I like... The what the show became is obviously sad. It's just a perfect example of a zombie show. And I know there's jackasses out there that are like, no, The Simpsons is getting good again. And you hear that every couple years, like, it's getting good again. No, it's not. Most of the main cast are too old to be able to do the performances anymore.
In their 60s, in their 70s.
Everybody's voice sounds off. The writing is garbage. A lot of some of the actors are dead now at this point. Like, no, it isn't. So slow your roll. Like, just because you have one or two okay quality jokes, you are never coming close to the quality that is resides in this era of Simpsons. It's just not going to happen. I don't care how much of an elitist douchebag that makes me sound like. Them's just the facts. It's not happening. But the question that I have posed for us is so obviously it breaks our hearts that the show's just on life support, and it's been on life support for decades. And anyone who's from this era, we all are just like, can you please just end it? Like, put it out of its misery.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the corpse is just been dragged, and it just continues to be dragged. I don't want to watch it anymore. Like, I just don't even want to hear, oh yeah, Simpsons just got renewed for another 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Renewed on what? What are you filming at this point? Like, it's just so... It's a shell of what it was. It's beyond a shell of what it was. So my question is, let's say we own Disney all of a sudden, and now we own The Simpsons, what is your ideal way to end the series?
Interesting. Yeah.
What is if in a perfect world, you get to do anything you want, you have carte blanche, how do you end the show?
So that'll be at the end of
that'll be our bonus question. We're gonna answer that question.
We'll answer that question
at the end of the program. Without further ado, no more further waffling.
Yep.
Let's get right into it. I will kick it off.
Sounds good.
My number 10 on my 10 least favorite episodes. So I guess the 10 episodes I like the least. It's weird to say.
Yeah.
I guess I'll say...
So 10-1.
Yeah. My 10 worst Simpsons episodes. That's what I'll say. My
least favorite, I guess.
10...
Works.
No, worst.
Oh, okay.
I'm going more negative.
Okay, more negative.
My 10 worst Simpsons episodes. My number 10, 2 cars from season 2, episode 4. 2 cars in every garage and 3 eyes on every fish.
And what's your name, son?
Well, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Dave Shutton. I'm an investigative reporter who's on the road a lot, and I must say that in my day, we didn't talk that way to our elders.
Well, this is my day, and we do, sir. All right, we eat tonight.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, Read.
This is the Blinky episode.
Fuck this episode. Yeah,
Really?
This is the Blinky episode.
Yeah.
This is the nothing happens episode. It's just, I know it feels cheap. Now, I'm going to calm you for a second. I'm going to calm you for a second because I know you are a big defender of season 2.
I like season 2.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I don't really like season 2 as much. I think it's still pretty rough. And it is a little, believe me, it felt a little cheap punching. It almost feels like punching down a bit going after season 2. But I really don't like this episode. And to calm you down a bit, it's the only season 2 episode I got.
Okay.
Everything
I'm
else
just
is in
pull
the
up
other ones.
the episode quickly just so I can...
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll go through the basic plot real quick. So it starts off with Bart and Lisa, and they're like fishing, and they catch a 3-eyed fish, which later gets termed Blinky, which any older Simpsons fan, not younger Simpsons fan, Blinky is kind of a recurring gag in the show. The idea being that the power plant pollutes the local water system, so it's mutating the fish. So a lot of the fish in Springfield have like 3 eyes, and it's like, okay, that's kind of I get it. It's kind of an iconic thing. That's kind of neat. You know, it became part of Simpsons lore. But after going back to the plot, after the 3-eyed fish is discovered, it makes headlines and it prompts Governor Bailey to launch a full inspection of the nuclear power plant owned by Mr. Burns. The inspectors, of course, find multiple violations, which I think this is the first episode that starts the trope of the power plant always just like is in disrepair.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is the episode where you get to see, oh, the power plant is like in shoddy condition and Mr. Burns is just a cheap fuck that cuts corners like crazy and he's a terrible owner of a facility like that.
Well, this is the whole point of this episode is
they're establishing
political and
that.
environmental. Yeah,
Right.
that there's problems in the
Yeah,
town.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So distraught, Mr. Burns is like in his car and he's like in the parking lot and he's like sobbing, and then Homer walks up to try to like see if he's okay.
Yeah.
And Homer says a line like, "Oh, if you were governor, you could stop all these inspections." And then light bulb goes off in Mr. Burns' head, and he hires this team of political experts and starts a full-scale campaign to become governor.
Your muckrakers?
Yes. Yeah.
That's a great scene.
I really don't like this episode. I don't find it very funny, and I'll go through my points here.
Go through it, yeah.
Too much of the episode just follows Mr. Burns. And I know you said Mr. Burns is like your runner-up for favorite side character of all time.
Yeah.
Mr. Burns as a central character in an episode doesn't work because the guy has no depth. They never give him any dimension. So he's an evil bad guy in the beginning of the episode. He's an evil bad guy at the end of the episode. So he works better as a side subplot or a scene attached to a bigger episode. He doesn't work well when he's the main character. Most of the episode follows him. I think he's in the show in the episode more than the Simpsons family. Like you're just following Mr. Burns around. I'm like, why are we following Mr. Burns? Like he's not an interesting character. Like there's not many funny moments that are coming out of this. It's just like you're watching him talk to like his campaign advisors, and I'm like, this is like a drama. Like this isn't funny. There's no jokes here.
We want you to have dinner at the home of one of your workers.
Oh, I get your angle. Every Joe Meatball and Sally Housecoat in this godforsaken state will see me hunkering down for chow with Eddie Punchclock. The media will have a field day.
The only question is, can we find someone common enough?
Yeah.
The tone, I wrote down. The tone feels more like a drama than a comedy. It's just not funny. It's like a political episode, but it's not like the jokes are very sparse in this episode. They don't come very frequently. Like, do you remember this episode much?
I do.
All?
I remember this episode. Yeah. Burns campaigning for governor, and then Marge serves him the fish, the blinky fish.
Yeah, that's the big
the big reveal.
So like the big punch in the episode is like Marge. So Burns in his campaign is like he gets some expert to testify that like, oh, the fish isn't mutated because of pollution from the power plant. It's because of natural selection. So it's actually, Blinky is a beautiful creature that has now grown a third eye. Like that's impressive. So Marge, trying to call out Mr. Burns' hypocrisy, they're trying to do this PR stunt where like Burns comes to their house. And Marge serves him the three-eyed fish, to which Mr. Burns puts it in his mouth and he can't eat it. It disgusts him and he spits it out.
Yeah.
And then it ruins his whole campaign.
Yes.
Where's the humor?
Yeah.
It's a drama.
But early
Like,
Simpsons was taking, stabs at these kind of things, like, stabbing at raising environmental awareness and like American politics and things like that.
Right. But
it was a big risk to take to
it's very preachy though. Like I get it's just not funny. So I'm glad you bring up politics. It's a missed opportunity to get political because it's an episode about politics, and yet it doesn't really get super political. It's more about a very specific campaign race. So a better example is the Sideshow Bob Roberts episode where he runs for mayor.
Oh yeah,
where they take stabs at the Republican Party.
Or Miss Lisa Goes to Washington.
Way better episodes that actually tackle politics in the States. Now we're Canadians, so again we're take a grain of salt from whatever we're saying, but they're better
episodes about cynical, corrupt political stuff. Yeah,
they're
would
way
say
better.
Lisa Goes to Washington.
They're
for me
way
is
better written. And I love the Sideshow Bob Roberts. To me is like that is a, and by the way, that's a campaign episode.
Yeah.
And it's a way more interesting and better written campaign episode.
And this is, like you said, this is a swing for the show writers to try to be like, what if we did an episode with Burns? Like, so it's taking like a secondary character and being like, what if he was the focus of an episode?
But you took a character that's just not interesting. He's too one-dimensional. And
I don't disagree.
Speaking to that, the ending is terrible. There's like no resolution. So it ends.
It ruins his campaign, but doesn't solve the problem.
Well, that's actually not the full ending. So it ends with Mr. Burns, he spits out the three-eyed fish, and everyone's like, oh my God. And the media's like freaking out. His campaign's over. His team even says, they're like, he was finished before it even hit the floor, or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Right? Distraught, Mr. Burns, because he was relying on Homer's family to help him pull off this PR stunt. Mr. Burns, now enraged, storms out of the Simpsons house, and he's on the lawn with Smithers.
Yep.
And he threatens Homer, and he's like, I will spend the rest of my days ruining you, like Homer, or something like that. And he like threatens him.
Simpson, I shall make it the focus of my remaining years that your dreams will go unfulfilled.
Uh-oh, you're busted, Dad.
And that's the resolution. That's how it ends.
Yeah.
It ends with him being like, I'm going to make your life miserable.
So that's hilarious because he just never remembers who Homer is.
Right.
So they start the gag.
Well, but it doesn't actually start that gag. I don't think because you're right. Later on, he doesn't remember him anyways.
He never remembers Homer or the family.
But that doesn't get paid off until way later. It's not like it's the next episode.
Because in Last Exit, is a Simpson, eh? Who's that? And it's like,
right.
Oh, he spoiled your campaign for governor.
I still don't like that ending where he's just like, it ends with Mr. Burns has, also, Mr. Burns didn't win. So the power plant didn't close?
Yeah, I guess.
You know what I mean?
Early Simpsons was highlighting that, like, in a static sitcom, these problems don't change. They just, we reset.
So again, Burns is rich, so maybe he was able to just pay off all the fines and fix up but it's also kind of cheap to be like, wow, just forget about it. That was last episode.
Yeah. Often I do agree.
Know.
Often
I don't like that.
Oftentimes weaker episodes for me run out of steam and they're just like, it ends kind of thing. Obviously we know that the status quo is going to return the second we flip to the next episode,
right?
Because that's how sitcoms
work.
Of
course,
and that's part of the comedy.
Because now they go back, and then so I guess now it's like, well, the power plant's still in disrepair, but I guess Mr. Burns paid the fines, but he didn't fix up the plant.
Well, no, why would he?
But because
he's evil.
Because because they would have shut it down because Governor Bailey won being governor.
Yeah.
So Governor Bailey, why would she stop her campaign to go against? Like it's Again, I know it's like. It's a fucking cartoon. You can't take that seriously.
Why would Quimby stop being corrupt? He's just corrupt in like every single episode.
Yeah, but
he's
they don't
always the mayor.
Right,
he's the mayor.
Right,
it's a sitcom. It's a cartoon.
Right,
and it's
but
like,
you kind of need. But the difference is you can't make it a drama and put up stakes for an episode if those stakes have no value. They're not real stakes then at that point, right? And what you're talking about is like, well, Wiggum's always an idiot. How come he doesn't get fired, right? I can't think of an episode where that really becomes a thing, except for the Bear Baron episode where he does get fired, but he gets his job back.
He gets his job
See,
back.
that has resolution. See, you kind of need that extra little bit. That's what I'm saying. They don't have that where it's just like, no, we're going to lazily rely on the next episode as a clean break.
The return to status
right.
quo.
I'm saying you need that
thing.
extra little bit that reestablishes it, you know?
Yeah.
Like Quimby in the episode with Sideshow Bob running for mayor. He loses, but then they find out that Sideshow Bob rigged the election, so he gets reinstated. Again, that's a better wrap-up.
Yeah.
I don't like this episode. Yeah, it's a weak one.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think it's a risk to take in the early season to be like, we're going to make a whole episode around a secondary character, and then it's going to be. I think they're making environmental and political statements and stuff through the show and through the medium of a sitcom. But I agree. Like oftentimes, season 2 is lighter on raw jokes and more focused on drama at times.
Yeah.
So
that's my number 10. What do you got? What's your number 10?
So
this is going to be fascinating.
well, no, I'm going to basically cheat here. So what I did, I just want to read my statement here. Most of my lists, these are nitpicks. I'm avoiding season 1, obviously, like we said.
He prepared a fucking statement.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
When it comes to finding things to dislike about season 3 to 8, it's very hard to find truly bad episodes.
But there's ones that you might not like.
There are ones that I may not like. I'm left to cherry pick parts of episodes or plots here and there that I didn't care for much or found to be underwhelming compared to stronger episodes.
So you're nicer than I am on these
Yeah.
because I have ones I genuinely just really skip.
The statement I wanted to say is like, ultimately, what we're even doing here is a testament to how good classic Simpsons is. It truly is one of the greatest TV shows of all time. That being said, I'm going to kind of cheat. My 10, 9, and 8 are the clip show episodes.
Is a coma painful?
Oh, heck no! You relive long lost summers, kiss girls from high school. It's like one of those TV shows where they show a bunch of clips from old episodes.
Yeah, well, anyway, I wonder what he's thinking now.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You picked that many?
Yeah.
That's
it's come to this, a clip show episode.
That's definitely cheating.
Another clip show episode, and The Simpsons
Rewrite your list
130th.
but put actual
No.
episodes.
No.
That is definitely. I could accept 1, but 3. You got to pick 3.
There are 3 clip show episodes in classic Simpsons.
Right? Yeah.
Fuck the clip show episodes. They
you know
served
what?
a focus.
Go ahead and go on your rant about the clip show episodes.
They served a point, I guess, in the 90s. We grew up with them. And
right.
like,
There was no YouTube that you could watch compilation videos. That didn't exist.
I'd go to school and I'd come home after a long day and be like, oh, Simpsons are going to be on tonight. And you'd tune in to Channel Fox or whatever. And then you'd be like, oh, it's a clip show episode. Like, it's just like clips of, okay. This is pre-internet broadcast TV. But ultimately, in the internet age, even with like minuscule little bits of animation, like having Troy McClure show up as like a gag and stuff.
So wait, name the clip shows you shout on? Because one of those I think is not a bad one. There's a Simpsons clip show, another Simpsons clip show, and what's the third one?
138th episode Spectacular.
Oh, that shouldn't be on there. That has
I
fun
don't care.
moments.
I don't care.
That has a lot of original shit, and they showed a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
I don't care.
I think you're wrong on that one. I like
right.
that also has the funny stupid trivia. It's like,
Yes,
what does the
I know.
barcode say when Maggie gets scanned?
In the opening credits, what does the cash register say when Maggie is scanned? The cash register says NRA forever. Just one of the hundreds of radical right-wing messages inserted into every show by creator Matt Groening.
Yeah.
That was a great episode. I still think it's fun. Which popular Simpsons characters were killed after their season or whatever? It's like, if you guessed Bleeding Gums Murphy and Dr. Marvin Monroe, you're wrong. They were never popular characters.
Yeah, they were never popular characters.
That one actually has a bunch of good shit in it. So I disagree on that one.
I just don't need to
And a
see
lot
them
of it's original. We have a rare interview with Matt Groening.
How does Matt Groening find the time to write and draw an entire Simpsons episode every week? For the answer to this, we went straight to the source.
Get out of my office!
Of course, what Matt meant to say, according to his attorneys, is that he couldn't possibly do it alone.
Yeah, where he's like the bald. Yeah,
he looks like what's the famous director? Ford.
Yeah, from the 40s.
Yeah, with the eye
50s.
patch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck.
John Ford.
Maybe John
Rob
Ford.
Ford?
I can't remember.
Whatever. But
yeah, I know.
Get out of my office.
Yeah. I don't need to see them
I can't believe
again.
you put that.
I don't need to
I can't believe you put that one.
I just don't care for them. I skip them every time.
I don't.
Do
skip
you
that one.
rewatch?
I don't
rewatch
skip that one. I don't skip that one because it's got a lot of good shit in it. Well, let's go one at a time here. So, because now you just listed them all. So let's go a Simpsons clip show. Which one is that? Like, because
I think this is the one.
So there's always a little setup for each of these. The clip shows, to their credit, they did give them an extra little like story to then set up why they're just reflecting. So one of them is Homer in the coma.
So it's come to this is the shaking of the beer can one.
That one, that setup with April Fool's Day is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, but let's start with the first one. What is the setup for the first Simpsons clip show? Is this the one where they go to the...
That is the setup. That's so it's come to this, a Simpsons clip show.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's start
that's
there.
season 4.
So let's start there.
Okay.
The coma, the April Fool's Day setup is fucking amazing. With Bart and Homer prank warring each other. Bart wakes up and he's like, "Oh no, I'm blind," and Homer just taped his eyes. And then I love that he watches Bart and he grabs like the carton of milk and it's like spoiled, and he's like, "Ha ha, April Fools! I've been keeping that carton of milk behind the radiator for 4 months."
4 months.
It's like something heinous.
And then obviously
it's just like a solid.
Yeah, just a block.
And then what noble men thought of April Fool's Day. And then Lisa gives the explanation. They have the great flashback. So it's like, now who's laughing? Now remember? And it's like the Flanders are like the Pilgrims. Yeah. And the Simpsons are like the Aztec people.
And then we have obviously the beer can in the fucking paint shaker.
And
April Fool.
Before it gets to that, they have the great setup. Because Bart's like, I gotta get Homer back, and he's like, what's his weakness? Beer, my one weakness, my Achilles heel, if you will.
Achilles heel, if you will.
And then Bart's like, of course. And then you see Homer, he opens the can and it goes like, shh, and it sprays just a little bit more normal. And he's like, if this can was shaking a little bit more, I would have got beer all over me. I would have looked quite the fool, an April fool, as it were.
Woo! It's a good thing that beer wasn't shaken up anymore, or I'd have looked quite the fool. An April fool, as it were.
Oh, that shit is great.
Yeah.
When he opens the can, it just blows the house.
Yeah, those fucking windows blow out, like the whole house. Yeah.
And then Wiggum,
yeah.
pulls up and starts looks like there's beer coming out of the chimney.
Beer coming out of the chimney.
I'm proceeding on foot. All that shit's great.
Yeah, I gotta pick something.
No, Kevin. No.
What else should I pick?
Fuck you.
Like,
you don't get a pass.
What should I put here? Deep Space Homer? Like,
well, you know what? It's fine, but it just feels like a cop out to choose 3 of them. One I can accept, but
I gotta pick.
Well, let's keep going through them. Let's keep going through. I also love in the Simpsons, the first one, where Homer's in the coma. There's an amazing one of my favorite gags with Grandpa and Homer.
Poor Homer. This world was never meant for one as beautiful as you. Kill it!
Grandpa, please, he's in a coma.
When Homer's in the coma and Grandpa's like, "Oh, Homer, you were too beautiful for this world." Yeah, and Homer just... and he's like, kill it! His own son?
So then another Simpsons clip show. This is season 6.
Okay, what is the setup for this one?
Marge reads a romance novel in bed, and it prompts her to have a family meeting where the Simpsons recall their past loves. This is like this
one I don't like. I agree with you.
Yeah, we're talking about and it's flashing back to all the romance. Yeah, it's
too specific.
They're just talking. Yeah,
the romance clips. I wasn't a fan of this one. I thought you were going to talk about the one. I guess it would be "And Maggie Makes 3." What is the one that it's the setup where they go to the swap meet and then they lose their tire, and then Homer is telling the kids a story. Yeah, but that one's actually not a clip show.
That's not a clip show.
Yeah, you're right. That's a flashback episode.
Yeah, that's a flashback. That's a great one.
I know. Yeah, I forget which one that is.
Is that how Maggie was born?
It might be "And Maggie Makes 3," or it might be Lisa's first words.
Those I love the flashbacks.
By the way, I forgot to mention this in our top 10. Neither one of us had a flashback.
We didn't have a flashback. Yeah,
like even Mother Simpson.
I almost picked Mother Simpson.
Simpson.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful episode.
It's beautiful.
It's not super funny.
I think it's funny.
Wow,
I
there's some
like
great
it.
Wiggum. Yeah.
Well, I also like we don't have to get
Anyways,
into it.
yeah.
I might talk.
We're
going to
be doing another 10.
Yeah. I have a lot to say.
So
about
it's
that
come
one.
to this, another top 10 Simpsons episode podcast. That'll be the name
I'm
of
Troy
that one.
McClure. And listen, I
Okay,
fucking
so wait,
love
now
Phil
we
Hartman.
get to the next one.
I
Now we get
love
to the
Phil
next one.
Hartman.
So we got the Simpsons
138th episode spectacular.
Okay, that's funny unto itself. They didn't pick the 100th episode. It's the 138th. What the fuck is 138?
Yeah,
that's
I know.
clever.
I know. Yeah.
And they had all this for that one. A lot of it, the content is funny in that, and also, so like they put a lot of originality into that episode, which I appreciate. The trivia shit is funny. There's some just great, like great behind the scenes insight. Like as a fan, as a kid, that episode, I loved that episode.
Yep.
Also, it has one of the funniest montages in the entire series. The nudity.
I know.
The
it's
credits
iconic,
is fucking amazing to shake your groove thing.
Shake. Yeah.
Shake your groove thing. And it's like a montage of all the random like nude Simpsons moments.
Yeah.
You know?
Bart on the
Barney losing his diaper when he's handing out the pamphlets.
Yeah.
That's a good episode. You're right.
Listen, I gotta pick something here. And we're in like primo classic golden age Simpsons. I'm saying on my rewatches, I don't return to these clip show episodes.
I agree with the first two. I do not agree with the 138th special.
Okay.
There it is.
That's my 10, 9, and 8 is clip shows. Because ultimately, if like 75% of the episode is just rehashing clips of old episodes, even if the little snippets are fun and memorable, I just don't need to return to them that much.
Well,
I'm nitpicking here. Like this is one of the greatest shows ever. I had to.
You mean this podcast?
Yes.
You don't got to tell me, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, well, now that you did 10, 9, and 8, I guess I'll do 9 and 8. I'll catch up.
Sure, yeah.
All right, my number 9.
All right.
From season 8. Season 8, episode... I'm very curious if we have any crossover. I'm really hoping we have one.
I hope we have one.
Yeah.
There's one that...
I mean, you know I don't have that season 9 one.
Yeah.
But from season... Is that your number? No, whatever.
Don't even...
Yeah. So from season 8, episode 22, in Marge We Trust.
Sermons about constancy and prudestitude are all very well and good, but the church could be doing so much more to reach out to people.
Oh, I don't see you volunteering to make things better.
Well, okay. I will volunteer.
I wasn't prepared for that.
Oh, okay.
The
I don't have this
The
one.
Reverend Lovejoy episode.
This is...
I'll refresh your memory.
Yeah.
So...
This is the baptism? No, this is not the baptism.
No. That's a pretty good episode.
That's a good episode.
The premise is Reverend Lovejoy loses his spark for running the church. And Marge notices his lack of enthusiasm and the effect it's having on the church members. Like, basically, everyone's miserable to go to church.
Yeah.
Her family
Is
in
this
particular.
the one where he's in the basement with the train? And it's like,
well, he's in that. That's a running gag in the show, right?
If you look to your left out the window,
so that's actually in his own house.
You'll see
a sad man. Yeah, I think that's this episode. Yeah, I do think it is this episode. So
a good moment.
Everybody in the basically his, I think it's called a parish, but like his church members are they're reacting to his energy he's giving off. He's not giving he's not fully committed and fully in love with his career.
He's not passionate.
No, he's lost his passion. Marge notices this and she goes to speak to Reverend Lovejoy. And Reverend Lovejoy is basically just like, oh, Marge, I've learned that it's kind of pointless, so whatever. And there's like a help call in line for the church. And Reverend Lovejoy doesn't even want to answer that anymore. He's like, it's a waste of time. Here, you take over. So then Marge ends up taking over the phone. And she goes by the name, the Listen Lady.
Yep.
And she surprisingly, she's actually really good at it. Because she's actually trying to help people. So she's putting some effort into it. The church members then begin to take notice of it, and they basically start liking Marge than they like Reverend
more
Lovejoy.
than they like Lovejoy.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's making Lovejoy even more depressed. And this culminates in a stupid scenario where Marge gives Flanders some advice that backfires, leading to a never-ending stupid chase with Reverend Lovejoy swooping in at the last second to save the day. That's the plot. Not a fan of this episode. This is one of those ones that even when I said it, you were like, "What is this one?"
This certainly isn't an episode that I think about much, or it wouldn't have been in my top 20 or 30.
It wouldn't even crack. That's why this is my bottom 10.
That's a good pick. Yeah,
it's one of those episodes that's just always kind of a meh.
I remember it, and like I don't have any like negative thoughts about it right off the top of my head. I rewatched it when we did our rewatch, but
so
I don't know.
So one of the things I did with each episode is because most of these, it's like, while it's a bad episode, it has a gold, really funny gag in it. So I have those in here as well. So we'll get to that in a second. But I just want to pick apart why I don't like the episode.
Sure, yeah.
Reverend Lovejoy is probably one of the least interesting characters in the show.
He's useful for like gags here and there, for like one-liners.
Right.
But to focus an episode on him, it's similar to your pick with Burns. It's like, oftentimes they swing and they're like, what if we do an episode about this
push them to the front,
random character?
And this one fails. And that's the thing is like, this is an episode that could have made Reverend Lovejoy way more interesting, but it fails. Yeah. It doesn't succeed. So Mrs. Lovejoy, I forget her first name, Helen.
Won't someone please think of the children?
Right. But that's only funny for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's funny in small bursts. Otherwise, like
she's like nosy and like
Helen Lovejoy is the busybody that judges everybody.
Judgy, nosy wife.
But if you had to watch a whole episode with her, you'd pull your fucking hair out because she's just too one note. You have to brilliantly write an episode to give her depth.
And it's Harry Shearer that does the voice of Lovejoy?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
I think it's Harry Shearer, but like the monotone Reverend voice. Right. It's funny, but to fill a whole episode with it, how much can you mine from that is like I don't think Lovejoy even like the vocal performance of the character is as amusing as like a Wiggum or like I don't know.
Lovejoy works really. I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm
he's
saying?
Meant to be. Well, he's meant to be a boring.
He's a boring monotone, voiced character.
And so Lovejoy. Could you make him interesting? You can make anything interesting, but you really got to write it well. And this is a missed opportunity where he's just boring.
Can you believe it? They give you 5 Qs and only 2 Us. What a world.
It's crazy.
So, what's on your mind, Marge?
It's a complete missed opportunity where they just flubbed it. They didn't do a good job with it.
What about Marge? Let me ask you that. So it's a Marge-centric episode.
Yeah, and the Marge shit's fine.
Yeah.
It's not funny, but it's fine. Back to Lovejoy for a second, though. How do you like the church scenes in The Simpsons? Some of them are really funny.
Some of them are really funny. I'm not a religious person.
One of my favorite, this is going off script here for a second, but one of my favorite beautiful moments in The Simpsons. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to say it because it might make the episode might. Okay, I'm not
if it's in one of your favorite moments.
One of my favorite tender moments. Oh, that's a good episode of our podcast.
Yeah,
top 10 tender Simpsons moments.
That would be interesting.
We might have to do it. Yeah.
This is certainly not in there. This episode.
No. Thank you for getting me back on track. I actually want to. Let's pause this for a second. I have a question for you because I was actually thinking about this when I wrote the Simpsons episode down. How do you feel about religion in The Simpsons?
I mean, it's a cornerstone of the 80s and 90s American family and culture.
When I was a kid, my grandparents dragged us to church. I'm Catholic. I don't know what The Simpsons would be because they have a reverend. We had a priest.
I actually don't know.
I don't know what reverend is. And right now, a million people in the comments are like, "You fucking idiot! You atheist piece of shit!" Yeah. But how do you feel about
It was a huge focus in the earlier seasons, and then I don't know if it. I guess this is season 8, so they're still doing that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm pretty sure Reverend Lovejoy, Christian. Okay, so they're Christian.
Well, yeah, they're
Reverend
just vaguely
is the title.
Christian.
Yeah, Christian is what they're supposed to be. Well, no, but the reason I'm asking about it is a lot of the earlier seasons were kind of preachy.
Yeah.
Homer the Heretic.
Homer the Heretic.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Heretic?
Heretic.
Heretic is not the way to say that?
No.
Really?
Heretic.
Does it matter?
Yes.
Okay, it matters. All right, there you go, folks. Yeah.
Homer the Heretic.
I haven't been saying heretic for years. What am I thinking of? Hereditary, maybe? Is that what I'm saying?
I think you're thinking of not the word that you've been saying.
Okay, well, whatever. You know what you're saying? What you're saying is complete haraki right now. Okay, this is everything.
Foliage.
Everything you're saying is haraki.
You're like Marge right now.
Yeah.
Look at all this foliage. Foliage.
Yeah.
Come on, Lisa. I know how to say foliage.
All right.
It's like nuclear.
Homer works at the nuclear plant.
Yeah. Anyway.
No, but in the earlier seasons, religion was a big thing. Like, there's also the episode where Homer steals the cable. And it's all about thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Religion was the episode where Bart steals.
Yeah.
Marge Be Not Proud.
Yeah.
I can't believe I remember all these fucking names of
Bart, even Bart sells his soul.
Bart sells his soul.
Yeah.
Religion is a big theme in a lot of the golden era Simpsons episodes. How do you feel about that now? Because the amount of
it's of its time.
Right.
Yeah.
But our generation, most of us are agnostic or atheists now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I'm saying anything shocking. Like, and in the next generation, they laugh at religion. Like, it's becoming more memeable at this point. But when we were growing up, it's like we were like the last generation that really, our parents kind of gave a shit. And honestly, even my parents didn't really give a shit.
Yeah.
But our kids, it's like those kids really don't give a shit. What I'm saying is that outdated now? Like,
oh, absolutely. I mean, but it's no different than any media. As if you go back into the 90s, 80s, 60s, 70s, 40s, whatever it is, like, yeah, it's slowly becoming dated. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That's what I think.
But do you like the religion in the golden era? Like,
I think it works as a motivator for the characters, kind of thing. Like, they're obviously Christian. They believe in the church and they have their moralistic Christian values, and that serves as like a way to cause drama, and it's an outlet for drama for the writers and things like that. That's how I view
think
it.
It works very well. I don't think it matters what religion the Simpsons
really
necessarily
doesn't
were,
matter.
because all religions at the end of the day are just trying to tell you to be a good person.
Yeah.
So ultimately, the episodes they're more morality episodes, not necessarily Christian episodes or anything.
That's how I view it.
Yeah. Okay. It was just interesting side topic I thought I'd bring up, because I would thought about it as I was watching. I thought, man, how out of date is it that the Simpsons are like they're a religious family and they go to church every Sunday. It's like families don't really do that anymore.
Yeah.
You know? So I just thought it was interesting. And yet George Bush didn't like the Simpsons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Republican didn't like this Christian, church going family.
They should have been more like the Waltons.
Upstanding people. Back to the episode. So they try to give, you probably don't remember this. They try to give, when Marge initially goes to Reverend Lovejoy, they give Reverend Lovejoy a flashback, and you see how he got to this defeated, apathetic version that he is now.
Yeah.
It's like a flashback to like the 70s. It's like, I think it's supposed to be like the 70s, and Lovejoy's got like it's when he first comes to the parish, when he first comes to the church. He's got like a guitar, and like long like hippie hair, and he's like smiling, and he's all like energetic. There was, again, this is such a fucking missed opportunity.
That feels like an opportunity to do.
They try to explain why Reverend Lovejoy is the boring, monotone guy that just phones it in. And the explanation they give is basically he met Ned Flanders. Do you remember this?
Oh, that's right. Ned wears him down.
Ned wears him down.
Yeah, because he calls him every day.
Right. And he calls him to ask him stupid shit, even when he's like on vacation.
Reverend Lovejoy.
And they start showing it's.
There's like the montage of his face just being like.
And eventually he's defeated.
Yeah.
It feels mean-spirited.
It does, yeah.
Like, I actually don't like that explanation. It's like Reverend Lovejoy lost his joy for his career, his calling, because he met one annoying parishioner. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. That to me is a lame explanation.
About that.
And also the fact that you blame Flanders, it's really mean. Like, I actually like Flanders as a character. We can get into the whole Flanderization if you want. We want to talk about that right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but no, like, I'm actually just pondering what you just said. Yeah, that is interesting. It's like, why would his joy for his passion for his career and his calling be ruined by like one guy that's like,
right, and
over like a decade, over like
no,
years,
but the idea is that Ned Flanders was that annoying Like, to me, it's like...
Couldn't you just have a conversation with him and be like, listen,
right.
maybe don't call me 5 times a day,
Right.
please?
It's like, isn't your job to improve and give people advice? But instead, it's like, no, Ned was just such a so annoying.
Yeah, so annoying.
I couldn't handle it. It's like, so that's a failure on you, not Ned Flanders. And to me, it's mean to Ned. Like, I always liked Ned Flanders because Ned Flanders, to me, is like, I think he, of all the actual adults on the show, I think he's the most, like, the person you would probably aspire to be the most, in that, like, has a loving family, loves life, tries to get the most out of life, is an upstanding good person, is responsible. Like, I don't know.
He's the cliche
lives
character.
his dream job. I get it, but like, I always liked Ned Flanders, and one of the running jokes on the show is like Ned just constantly annoying Reverend Lovejoy, because that was a running gag.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
That was already a running gag.
That was already.
But this is where they take it too far, where it's like, Ned annoyed him so much that he broke his spirit.
Yeah. That almost feels
you're telling me, like, it's too cruel. It's like, Ned is that bad? Like, come on.
Yeah. I also feel like, because if Lovejoy just like had a simple conversation, it doesn't feel realistic. That Ned would,
like one of the episodes where
it's weird because we also have a mirror of Ned annoying Lovejoy, but there's many episodes. There's the episode where Homer annoys Ned.
Right.
And things like that.
Well,
it's like
one of the best episodes that is I can't remember what it's called, but it's the Ned and Homer episode where Homer becomes Homer tries to become Ned's friend.
Yes.
And to the surprise of even Homer, it turns out Ned Flanders is actually a pretty good guy. Like, Homer had this picture of who Ned Flanders was for years, that he's this annoying fucking goody. But then when he actually spent time with him, it was like, even Flanders knows how to have some fun. And Flanders, like, he goes camping, like, camping with his family. He has barbecues. Like, he has a cool pool table in his house. It's like, he might be a huge religious guy, but he's actually a pretty cool guy once you get to know him. And that even surprises Homer. Yeah. So that's the point I'm making.
It's weird then to be like, he's so annoying that he like crushed the soul of this other person.
Right.
That's what you're saying.
You got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Ned Flanders. Do you remember how this episode ends?
No.
Okay, so it ends with Ned is working at the Leftarium, his home business, his dream job. Hey, Ned's killing it. And he calls because the three, like, the bullies who we shit on, Jimbo and them, they're like loitering outside his store, and it's kind of like making him a little nervous. So he calls Marge, the listen lady, and he's like, Marge, these guys are loitering. They're kind of making me uncomfortable. What do you think I should do? Yeah. And she's like, don't take that, Ned. March right up to them and tell them to move along. So he
I do remember
he
this.
goes up to them and politely asks them to shuffle along, which is stupid. He shouldn't have done that. It's bad advice. And then they just start terrorizing and destroying his store. And it's like, it's so dumb in that it's like, these children are terrorizing a grown man, and it's like,
and his store is inside of a mall,
right?
So there'd be like mall security.
Why didn't he just call the cops
or the cops? Yeah,
the whole incident, the whole scenario is just so fucking convoluted and stupid. Then he gets chased by them because they grab like these little scooters.
Right. That's the scooter chase.
It's 25% of the fucking episode is this chase.
I forgot about that.
It goes on and on and on, and it's them chasing Ned
on scooters,
and Ned being like,
yeah,
and it goes on, and then they finally chase him into a zoo, and then they just are like, well, we showed him, and then they walk away.
That makes no sense. Yeah,
it's the whole thing is so fucking stupid. The only good thing the episode has, contained in this very bad, lame episode, is Mr. Sparkle.
What the heck is that? Maybe it's a box from the future. It looks Japanese.
What's going on? Why am I on a Japanese box? Look at that. Oh my God, what is that?
Oh, this is the Mr. Sparkle.
This is the Mr. Sparkle episode.
Yeah.
So none of the other characters have anything to do other than Marge, Reverend Lovejoy, and Ned.
So the B plot is Homer trying to figure out why he's Mr. Sparkle.
Yeah. So I forget how
he calls the company.
No, how I remember this. So the family, Homer and the kids are like, after they get out of church, they're like, let's go to the dump and look for some fun stuff.
Yeah.
They find a soapbox.
Like, why am I on this soapbox?
And the soapbox is, they're like, is that you, Dad? And it's like a Japanese like soap. That's genius.
Yeah, that's
that
all
image of the Japanese like cleaning box, and it looks exactly like Homer.
Yeah.
Genius. And then his B plot is him trying to figure out
why, how, that kind of thing. That's fun.
And there's a funny moment where he goes to the library to call the company. And he's like, can I use your phone? And the guy's like, is it an outgoing call or is it long distance?
Oh, yeah, because he doesn't want to pay the long distance.
He doesn't want to pay the long distance.
Japan.
And then he's like, oh, it's local, yes. And then he picks up the phone. It's like, dude, 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 and he just keeps hitting numbers.
Dude, dude, dude. Clearly, like,
goes so long, and then the explanation of Mr. Sparkle is actually really funny. It's just that two logos
joined together,
and it just coincidentally looked. It was like it's a light bulb and a fish.
A fish, yeah.
And it looks like Homer's head, basically.
Yeah,
yeah. That's hilarious.
Fish bulb. I think Bart calls him fish bulb or something.
Something like that. Yeah. The other funny moment that I thought was
that's probably why I didn't consider this one, because I was probably like, oh, this is a Mr. Sparkle episode.
Yeah, but dude, it's like 2 minutes in a fucking 22 episode.
I think you're right. You're selling me. Like, I agree.
It's a bad episode.
Yeah.
The other funny moment is a side character that neither one of us picked is Mo. Mo's a fun side character.
I love Mo.
I love Mo's little like schemes and shit.
He's got some of the to base an episode around him. He has some very strong episodes.
Mo's great.
Flaming Mo
was almost on my list. Flaming Mo's or Flaming Homer, whatever that episode's called, almost on my list. So Mo calls in to like Marge, and he's like, he asks her a question, and then he's like, oh yeah, and I also gotta ask you about my sick cat. And you hear in the background, do you remember this?
Hi, it's me again. I got another problem. This one's about my cat. Yeah, shut up! I'm asking her.
Yeah.
One of the greatest things the Simpsons had was its sound library. Its sound effects were just so good. And that sad cat sound in the background is just so funny. It breaks every. And then Mo is just like, "Yeah, shut up! I'm asking her.
I'm asking her." Yeah, I do remember
that. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
No, I think you're right. And like, yeah, I don't think I ever thought that deeply about it, but it's like, yeah, it makes no sense that it's like they destroy his store and then he's on the run for fucking like
it goes
and
on and then
chasing him all the way to a zoo kind of
and then
thing.
Reverend Lovejoy shows up, and it's just like he shows up and saves Ned, and the idea is like his faith was restored, and he's like, Ned is one of my flock, but it's like it's so cheap, it's so flimsy. Yeah, it's a crap episode. Like
that's an interesting pick. I think you kind of sold me on that.
It's season 8. It's season 8.
It's 8. Yeah.
All right. And now on to my number 8.
Yep.
And another season 8 pick.
Another season 8. Okay.
This might be on your list. I fucking hate this episode. And honestly, looking at this list again, I probably should have had this higher.
Interesting.
But okay.
You hate this episode.
Oh my fucking God, I hate this episode. It honestly should be higher. It's too low. I'd put it too low.
I'm very curious. Let's hear it. Yeah.
Now, you had something on your list that you actually changed. Are you going to wait to reveal that when it comes up? Because when you...
Yeah, I can talk about that. Yeah.
But it's going to come up when it comes up? Because you actually...
It's be an honorable mention.
Okay, because
That'll be an honorable mention.
Okay, so I'll wait till we get to it. All right, so my number 8 here, from season 8, episode 13, Simpsoncalifragilisticexpiala, annoyed grunt, Ocious.
Hello, I'm Sherry Bobbins.
Did you say Mary Pop?
No, I definitely did not. I'm an original creation like Ricky Rouse and Monald Muck. Now, as your nanny, I'll do everything from telling stories to changing diapers.
Put me down for one of each.
This is the Sherry Bobbins episode.
I hate this episode. It is so lame. Even as a kid, I thought this episode sucked shit.
Really?
Yeah, this is the...
I don't mind this one.
This is the Mary Poppins episode.
It's a Mary Poppins parody episode.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get into it. So it begins with the Simpsons watching TV.
You hate this episode.
Oh, fuck, this episode sucks shit. So it starts with the Simpsons are watching TV. They're watching the Krusty Comedy Classic at the Apollo.
The KKK.
Which,
yeah.
Okay, that's funny. Right. It's a funny one-off joke. Great. Hilarious. That should have been it. However, they continue watching the special. It's 4 minutes of the episode. 4 minutes.
This is the shoe. Like
4 minutes is them just watching the episode.
Is he in bed with a shoe? And then
I don't even remember.
You're not gonna. The audience isn't gonna like the next one.
Right, but it's like the first joke lands, and then they just keep trying to milk it. Where it's like, oh yeah, let's watch the rest of the unfunny special. It's like
4 minutes for
4 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we still watching this? Because the whole point is we're supposed to see that. While this is happening, the whole family is being jerks. So like one of the running gags is like Marge is a fantastic like homemaker. She's a great mom.
Yeah,
but the family takes her for granted.
They're taking advantage of
and
Marge.
there's many episodes that focus on this. They've already done this fucking plot.
Because they're watching the special and then like
they're being
Can
demanded.
I get a drink? Can I get a glass of water? Or like
yeah. And it's like Marge was like, does anyone else want anything? And everyone's like, no. And then she sits down and then Homer's like, can I get a beer, Marge?
Yeah.
But they've already done this plot. Like, remember the episode where Marge has a nervous breakdown? And she has to go.
Yeah.
It's Homer
on the bridge. Or
yes.
whatever,
Yeah. It's like season 3 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they've done this has been done.
So they're rehashing the whole Marge.
It's a rehashed plot.
Because in this episode, Marge starts to lose her hair.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So then what ends up happening is Marge starts losing her hair due to stress. And it starts off with like Lisa finds the long blue strand of hair in her
food.
soup, which is disgusting. This is a very gross episode. This is another reason I don't like the episode. So Marge starts losing her hair and they reveal like the shot where she takes off the towel. Her hair is like Swiss cheese. It's actually a really gross visual.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know that sounds weird to say, but this episode always grossed me out. Like, the idea of hair loss is kind of like, but then you actually see her like
just like Swiss cheese.
It's a very disturbing looking image. I don't like it. And then
and Homer reacts with horror. He's
right.
Like,
and then also there's a montage. They keep like finding hair in gross spots. I don't know. It's disgusting. It's a very gross, like, I don't know. It's very gross. So in order to help Marge with her stresses, the Simpsons hire a nanny. And it's Mary Poppins. Or should I say, Sherry Bobbins.
That's a funny joke, though, where she shows up. She's like, I'm Sherry Bobbins. And then Homer's like, don't you mean Mary Poppins? She's like, no, I mean Sherry Bobbins. It's like the gag that it's a copyright, I guess.
Is it that clever?
It's very on the nose, but it's on the nose in like, I don't know.
You know where it works is when Willie's like, you've got the shinin'. Don't you mean shining? Shh. Do you want to get sued? There, it's funny. This, it's like, it just doesn't work for me.
Doesn't work.
I find it lame. Yeah. It is such a lame parody episode. That's the whole plot, is that the episode is
literally
basically
just becomes
it's Mary Poppins. Yeah. And
Mary
so
Poppins. But they also don't learn anything.
No.
They don't actually.
So it's such a lame parody. It's not clever or interesting. And here is a way better version of this. Itchy and Scratchy Land is a parody of Disney World. That is a brilliant top-tier episode.
Yeah, it's like a triple parody because it's parodying Disney World, Westworld, Jurassic Park, all these things.
This is a parody of Mary Poppins, and it's just, there's no original, nothing is original in it, nothing's clever, no funny writing. It's just so generic, plain Jane. It's like, let's put the Simpsons in a scenario where they need Mary Poppins as a nanny, and then you're basically just watching a little snippet of Mary Poppins, but you substitute in the songs are the Simpsons versions. And that's actually my next point. So one of the big things of the Simpsons that a lot of people don't like, people that are Simpsons fans, they know this. The songwriting is really good in the Simpsons.
Yeah.
Especially in the Golden Era. There's some bangers of songs. I wouldn't say up to the quality of South Park. I think those guys are next level in terms of their song composition and they've written Broadways. So I don't think they're that level.
I don't know. I mean,
there's a few songs that get close, but I don't think anything's like Grammy worthy. There's some catchy stuff. This has some of the worst songs in the whole series. every one of these songs are just so generic, blank. It's like I could have written these songs. It's just like take the Mary Poppins song and now now just insert whatever words you want that apply to The Simpsons.
If there's a task that must be done, don't turn your tail and run. Don't pout, don't sob, just do a half-assed job. In front of a tavern, flat on his face, a booze hound named Barney is pleading his case.
Around the house, I never lift a finger. As a husband and father, I'm subpar. I'd rather drink a beer than win Father of the Year. I'm happy with things the way they are.
Like I know a lot of people like the "It's the American way."
It's the American way. Yeah.
It's so generic, dude. It's so obvious. It's so on the nose.
Well, don't we have? Wait a minute. Don't we have? Buy me a beer, $2 a glass. Like they cut to Homer.
Yeah, I know.
They cut to Barney in the snow globe.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know what? You know what's better than that is like the film festival episode. Which, by the way, neither one of us had that one. I was curious if that was going to come up.
Well, that one's also. Some people complain that one is just a vehicle to advertise for the critic because it's the critic crossover. Yeah, just making a face for the folks just listening. Justin made a face. Now he's just laughing to himself. Like, what was that?
I was trying to fuck with you. I was trying to just do a stupid face.
Yeah. So you don't think it's slightly cynical to just be like, oh, by the way, the critic's going to show up?
No, I think that episode's amazing. And also, okay, it's shameless to advertise the critic. No one knows what the fuck the critic is. So like, I would say more people think of Jay Sherman as a Simpsons character than they do as a other cartoon series character.
Yeah.
I'm one of maybe a handful of human beings that has even watched all of the critic. Have you?
I watched like maybe the first season.
There's 3 seasons.
Yeah.
I've watched all of it. It's a really funny show, by the way. I highly recommend the critic. It's got the cleverness of Golden Era Simpsons. It just doesn't quite have the production level. The other, without going on a whole rant of why I like the critic, but I think the critic's really good. It's total hidden gem. Yeah, the critic's great. Yeah, but I don't think that's a cop-out episode. But
to go back to the Sherry Bobbins episode,
yeah, all of the songs are just so lame. They're just so nothing. And that's almost the entirety of the fucking episode is just these stupid songs.
The whole episode is just like
It's one
musical number kind of thing.
And to give some examples of much better Simpsons songs, we've got, in no particular order, Talkin' Softball.
Yep.
One of the greatest songs in the entirety of the series. The Stonecutters song.
Yes, we both didn't have the Stonecutters episode.
Yeah, that's I think Homer the Great or something like that.
Yeah.
It says no Homers. We're allowed to have one. Yeah, that might come up in my that's another one. Yeah. The Monorail song.
Monorail.
Classic.
The Maison Derriere episode.
We Put the Spring in Springfield.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're, again, way better written songs. This episode has none of that.
Yeah.
It's just not original, not creative, nothing. I only have one positive. Only one. This is the episode that has the Itchy and Scratchy directed by Quentin Tarantino.
Yes.
It's just a funny little moment, you know.
Yeah. Itchy and Scratchy. Guest director, Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah. And it's like Reservoir Dogs.
It's got the Reservoir Dogs scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's like violence is even in children's breakfast cereal, man. Yeah.
It's a funny little moment in an otherwise crap episode.
Well, then they immediately kill Sherry Bobbins at the very end of the episode. You didn't talk about that. They're like, bye, Sherry Bobbins.
Yeah,
we'll always remember you.
By a plane or
she
something?
floats away and she floats into the jet engine of a plane.
Right, that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
The episode sucks shit. Yeah.
Also, a big chunk of the episode is Abe just steals her umbrella and like floats away and then floats back.
Yeah, you know what? We didn't talk about this. It opens with the family being jerks to Marge and everybody being like the family's a bit of a mess. It ends with the family being jerks to Marge and being a bit of a mess, and they're okay with it. There's no resolution. No, there's no resolution.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a crap episode.
Because the whole point is her hair is falling out from stress, so they need to hire a nanny. But then ultimately...
But that's putting a Band-Aid on the situation. Ultimately, they need to be better people and treat Marge better. But they've already done that plot.
They've done that plot.
They've done the plot of the family needs to appreciate Marge more. Yeah. It is a running gag that the family does take, that they not take advantage. What's the word I'm looking for? Take for granted. They take for granted how great of a mom they have. But there's so many tender moments where they show their love and appreciation for Marge. This ain't in it. Fuck this episode. I should have had it way higher. Honestly. Like now I'm looking at this, I'm like, this should have been like number 5 or fucking 4 or whatever. My least. But but my least. Wait till we get my least favorite is gonna fucking surprise you.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I fucking detest it.
These are hot takes, folks.
Hot takes, man. I'm fucking angry.
Red hot.
I don't know. I'm in a funny face mood for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
All right, fuck nuts. Get to your number 7.
So this is my number 7.
Maybe a real entry, perhaps.
This is a red hot take. Yeah. This one is controversial.
So okay. So tell me that. Do you have the season and the episode written down? Do you have that?
Let me pull it up.
If not, it's fine.
No, I didn't write it
I find
down
it builds the hype when you say what season and it's from.
This is going to be controversial.
Oh, you're gonna pick some.
Yeah, okay. I have a hot take, and here.
This is what this program's about, folks.
Again, this is just my opinion.
Hey, of all people, I am the king of hot takes. I love hot takes. So
I don't
go for it.
I don't hate this episode.
Like, you just don't care for this episode.
No, I like. So this is a weird one.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. I'll show you.
I will explain. Allow me to explain. So my number 7 is season 7. Episode 21. 22 short films about Springfield.
Millhouse, do you ever think about the people in those cars? I try not to. It makes it harder to spit on them. Sometimes I wonder about all the people in this town. Do you think anything interesting ever happens to them? I mean, there must be thousands of great stories out there.
I can see not liking this.
This episode...
now, a lot of people have this in like their top 20.
This is often cited as one of the greatest episodes of all time.
Right.
This episode is mid, as the kids say. This episode has 2 moments that are absolutely like 11 out of 10 amazing.
We'll get to them.
Like 2 of the most iconic, memeable, amazing moments in all of Simpsons history, but they're in a 23-minute episode of a bunch of other just nothing, just meh. So
I completely disagree with you. I think the episode is amazing. I love this episode because it perfectly. What's brilliant about this episode, and I think why most people like this episode, is you get little. It's the first step, not the first.
I guess we should explain. Yeah. This is okay. So 22
go ahead,
short films.
Go to the plot.
Yeah, 22 short films about Springfield. This is the episode where we cold open on Bart and Milhouse on the freeway,
fucking with cars,
spilling mustard over the bridge,
condiments. There's condiments
as cars drive under them on the highway,
and they're spitting, I think, too, or something.
They're spitting.
Yeah. They're being little kids.
Whatever. They're being little kids, and then we have the setup is Bart saying, "Well, like Springfield's such a big town. Like, I wonder how many stories are happening or whatever." I don't remember the exact line. I didn't write it down, but the gist of the episode is like, wow, such a big town, Springfield. I wonder what all kinds of creative stories and things are happening with all the other residents and members of the community.
And what precedes...
And the camera basically like slides and floats almost like a faux continuous shot. Slides and follows around the whole town to every single other sort of little... Well, it's called 22 short films. So it follows roughly 22 characters.
Basically, what you get is 22-ish.
It's a gimmick episode.
You get 22-ish vignettes.
Little vignettes. I couldn't think of the term.
Little vignettes of moments following random characters in the town of Springfield.
Yes. Very
That's
creative.
the plot.
Yeah. I'm not shitting.
And why most people like it, including myself, is it makes the town feel alive.
It does. Yeah. I understand that.
It's a cool concept episode of like, all of this is happening at the same time. So the town feels
the camera's
alive.
floating. So it's like, this is all happening.
So the
in
town
one
really
day.
feels alive. So I guess, I mean, go to your points. I'm very curious why this is a mid for you. I guess none of the vignettes click for you.
That's what I'm getting at. Is for me, it's like creatively as like a concept, as like a neat gimmick episode and all that stuff. I understand. Yeah, it's like, oh, look at how vibrant the town is and all the different little stories happening with all the characters. But I'll get into it. So the camera floats over to the Quickie Mart. We have Apu working. And his brother says, "Oh, you need to take a break." So then I'm just going to go through. So our first vignette.
Are you going to write down? Are you going to comment on every vignette?
I have a comment. So our first vignette, Apu has the party for 5 minutes vignette. Do you remember this?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Is it?
Yes, I like this vignette.
Meh.
He has to. The joke being that he is. Firstly, I like Sanjay.
Sanjay. Yeah.
Sanjay's a great. He's another underrated character. I think he works really well to complement Apu. I love the idea. It's like Apu never takes a break, so it's like
just the time gag. But all this happens in 4 minutes.
He's like
with a minute to spare.
He like dances. He like tries.
He runs out of this Quickie Mart.
It's hilarious.
Down the road to
to enjoy everything he can enjoy out of a party,
pool
including
party,
sleeping with a
sleeps
woman.
with a woman.
Yeah.
Gets drunk.
And he has some
dances.
And he falls in the pool.
Like an 80s comedy, and then runs back. And he's like, with 1 minute to spare. Okay.
It's clever. I don't know. I like it.
Nah,
I like it.
Whatever.
Okay.
And then the camera floats over to the Simpson household. And we have Lisa gets gum in her hair. And it's like, oh, I've got gum in my hair. Whatever. Meh for me. I'm like, okay. I
don't mind. It has a really good payoff.
Marge trying to get, I think peanut butter will get that out. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Nothing is like laugh out loud funny for me.
I like the idea that
nothing is like,
the Lisa one they keep cutting back to the Lisa one. They keep cutting back.
I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Yeah.
The initial setup, not much happens.
So nothing's
That's just
really
setup. That's the setup.
Yeah, nothing's really laugh out loud funny, at least for me. Like I'm just like, okay. Then we go over to Mr. Burns and Smithers on a bike ride through the park.
How do you not find this one hilarious?
Well, I'm gonna rank. I'm rating like I literally write. So
sorry, I'm gonna try not to interrupt.
I know,
but as you're going through, I do feel it necessary to I need to comment when I find them funny.
So I've got a poo party for 5 minutes. Yeah. My ranking is just meh.
Okay.
Lisa.
Look at the amount of time.
Lisa gum in the hair. My ranking meh.
The thing
now
is,
we go to.
You had to do this because everyone's going to call you out on this one.
I know, yeah.
That's why I'm like,
I'm going to be burned alive.
Yeah, I'm like, no wonder you went this in depth because I'm like, you actually put a ranking, but for each vignette.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Burns and Smithers bee in the eyeball sting, where he gets a bee in his glasses and he's like, if I get stung, I'll die. And he, of course, gets stung in the eye, and then Mr. Burns just kicks him and starts motivating him to ride to the hospital. This one, so pedals to the emergency where they immediately grab Mr. Burns instead of him. This is a good one.
Okay, that one got good. Okay,
and then this one's like a solid
that is one
one
of the fun. I like the visual of them being on a double bike, but Mr. Burns isn't pedaling.
It just isn't pedaling.
So it's supposed to be like Mr. Burns is supposed to be getting exercise, but Smithers is doing all the work.
Yeah. This is the first actually funny one.
And there's a bee on my
glasses.
Because when Mr. Burns has some funny line where he's like, Smithers. Our forward velocity, I can't remember how he says it.
Yeah.
He's like, horizontal velocity has decelerated. This is unacceptable. He's like, there's a bee in
my eye, sir.
If I get bit, I could die.
It's like, if I get stung, it will cause me to die.
Yeah, just die.
Yeah.
And then I like that as soon as he gets bit,
it immediately swells up and immediately like, yeah.
And the visual of Smithers like having like an allergic reaction.
His throat is like closing.
And kudos to whoever did the voice work for that part where he's like, It's so fucking funny.
And rather than pedal, Burns is just like, you know what? pedal faster. Like it just starts kicking him and like trying to motivate him.
And then they pathetically like just make it to the hospital and then hit the
collapse.
ground. And then
the medical team runs out.
And then they see an old man. They grab the old man.
They grab the old man. And then
what a great
the camera
payoff.
floats and lingers on it for a moment. And Dr. Nick walks
comes
up
in.
and he says, "Holy smokes, you need booze."
Yeah.
Throws money on him. This is the first like laugh out
That's a
loud
good one.
funny
That's a good one, yeah.
funny one. So I rated this one. This is a 7.5 out of 10 because it's like that's good.
Yeah.
Then the camera follows Nick into the hospital. So we have the vignette with Dr. Nick, malpractice committee. This is like Nick is going into a it's like, Dr. Nick, you're going to be in a lawsuit for malpractice.
Because one of the running gags is Dr. Nick.
He's a bad doctor.
He's a bad doctor.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Nick's a bad doctor.
It gets a little old.
Yeah.
It gets
an old
old.
shtick.
It gets a little old, Dr. Nick.
They've run this into the ground.
Dr. Nick Riviera.
Yeah. And then it's like, Doctor, there's a man. He's raving like a lunatic.
That's Grandpa.
We need a quack. It's like, okay. And then it's like,
it's Grandpa.
Then it's like parodying like I don't know, a hospital drama where it's like, don't worry, and like it's like da 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 da. Like Nick comes in and just starts recommending like ridiculous stuff, and Abe's like, now we're talking, and calms down.
Well, he grabs an electric cord and keeps shocking him.
Yeah, keeps shocking him, and it's like, okay,
it's stupid. Yeah,
I need someone to tell me crazy things. Like, and it's like, you need a hypoelectroleminator. Like he's just like making it's like.
That one's
I don't know.
Again,
I just rated that as.
I also don't.
Meh.
I also don't like where I like when Grandpa is somewhat senile, but not too far. I don't like when Grandpa's just crazy.
He's just crazy. He's like brandishing a scalpel. Like at
no, I think he has
he
has the what are those called? The stands for the IV bag.
Oh,
he has one of those. I think he's like. Yeah.
So whatever. Then we float over to Mo and Barney sitting at Mo's Tavern, and Snake comes in and tries to rob the bar.
This one's great.
Yeah. So then Mo crawls behind the bar, and he's like, "I'm behind 3 inches of bulletproof glass."
Mo has this hidden little safe room, but it's like a safe crawl space.
Yeah.
And he can see out into the bar.
Huh, freeze, dude. Move a muscle and I'll blow this wino's head off.
I'm behind 3 inches of bulletproof glass. Do your worst.
All right.
No, stay out of there. Stay out of there. Oh, good God, no.
Yeah.
And Barney doesn't even move.
And then, so Snake proceeds to immediately open the cash register, and I was like, "Oh no! Oh, God damn it!" Like, and Snake's line is, "Say goodbye to student loan payments." So, say goodbye, student loan payments. I mean, and then he runs out with the money. 7 out of 10. It's
clever.
It's
clever.
It's like,
I like
that's
that.
solid.
And then Mo, I was like, I wonder how much air is in
Yeah,
here.
I wonder how much air is in here. And then like passes out. Solid. Okay, whatever. That's good. That's my bar.
Yeah.
For like, we're talking about like Golden Age Simpsons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
But again, like I've said, like it's like, you know,
I don't know. I haven't heard a lot of dips.
You want vignettes? We're going like meh to like okay to meh. Oh, okay.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Okay. Then the camera pans over to Superintendent Chalmers visiting Skinner.
And this is
for the steamed hams. This is one of the greatest moments in all of Simpsons.
Yeah,
this is 11 out of 10.
Yeah,
this is 11 out of 10.
This is the classic.
This is a masterpiece.
This moment is an absolute masterpiece.
Is like a masterpiece vignette. Is one of the funniest things in all of Simpsons.
It's Superintendent Chalmers visiting Skinner.
Well, I
home.
made it, Seymour, despite your directions. Yeah,
and it's basically everything is going wrong for Skinner.
Yes.
In this very important meal that he's hosting his boss.
Yeah.
And he's trying to cultivate a relationship.
I hope you're ready for an unforgettable luncheon. I mean, we don't. It's like so iconic at this point.
We don't even need to go through everything.
I don't even want to go through it. It's like it's one of the most well-known Simpsons jokes of all
moments,
time. Steamed hams.
Superintendent, I hope you're ready for mouth-watering hamburgers.
I thought we were having steamed clams.
No, I said steamed hams. That's what I call hamburgers.
You call hamburgers steamed hams?
Yes, it's a regional dialect.
What region?
Upstate New York.
Really? Well, I'm from Utica, and I've never heard anyone use the phrase steamed hams.
Oh, not in Utica. No, it's an Albany expression.
I see.
So I wrote 11 out of 10. This is a legendary, iconic masterpiece, a postmodern meme.
Yeah.
So then we go, but again, we go from that. Camera pans over to Homer with Maggie at the newspaper box, and he gets Maggie stuck in the newspaper.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Whatever.
That one's okay.
Oh no, I put Maggie in the newspaper box, and like now I can't get her out.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, it's a mistake.
The only thing I thought was funny out of that was Homer's like, so Maggie accidentally gets trapped in the newspaper. What would you call that?
I guess a newspaper box, because you have to put like a nickel in, and it opens for a second, and then
whatever, the newspaper vending machine. It's it's like a box where you put money in, and then he looks in his pocket, and all of his coins are all warped, and he's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have stopped at the railroad."
Yeah,
So he put the coins on the railroad just to watch them get warped, like a kid.
He uses Santa's little helper, and he's like, "Run for help, boy!" And he like writes a note
in
with, like,
Cheese Whiz.
In Cheese Whiz. The dog immediately eats it and like runs away. I mean, okay,
it's okay.
Now we pan over to Chief Wiggum into a Pulp Fiction parody, and this is like another one that like pops up more and more through the episode. I'm over it.
You don't like the Simpsons Pulp Fiction parody?
This
is to me the other 11 out of 10 is this.
Nah, it's whatever.
It works so well.
Does it?
Yes.
It's just
they bring back Herman.
They're just blatantly parodying Pulp Fiction,
but it works. But it's clever. It's fun.
What's clever about it? It's just Pulp Fiction, and they're just forcing it into being like, it's Pulp Fiction.
Because
why would Herman ball gag them?
I'll tell you why it works. Because Simpsons,
there's no logical sense to that.
Here it is.
Oh, here's Pulp Fiction
is a fucked up adult movie, and The Simpsons is like a cartoon, kid-friendly show. So being able to adapt such a fucked up source material into the world of The Simpsons is why it's brilliant. That's why it works so well.
Yeah.
That's why it works. And,
yeah.
and it's the way they did it too, with Butch being Snake and Wiggum being Ving Rhames.
Yeah.
It works so well.
I just had
and Herman, they bring back because Herman's a character that they forgot after the first couple seasons.
Yeah. I had a note here.
Oh, that would have been interesting. We should have done our least favorite side characters. Ooh.
I'd have to think about that.
I know.
Yeah.
It's too late now.
I put a little note here.
Dr. Nick.
Pulp Fiction parody. Fun in the 90s, but kind of stale now. I just like, okay, it's Pulp Fiction.
Keep going.
Yeah. So then we go to the camera pans over our next vignette, Senior B or whatever. What's that character's name?
Bumblebee Man.
Bumblebee Man. Yeah. So we have the Bumblebee Man parody, which is just him entirely in Spanish, coming home from work.
It's
complains
whatever.
to his wife.
Yeah.
A slapstick thing happens. Yeah. He ruins the house.
The idea is that his actual life mimics the show.
Yeah.
That it's basically a Three Stooges. It's all slapstick.
It's like, oh, he goes to work as like a slapstick parody character, but it's actually his life is just a slapstick
also,
character.
yeah.
And so he
okay.
ruins the house. His wife immediately divorces and leaves him, and then the house crumbles on him. It's like, okay, yeah. Then we just cut back, more Pulp Fiction parody with Snake and Wiggum. Again, just more Pulp Fiction. Then we pan from that to Reverend Lovejoy having his dog shit on Flanders' lawn.
That's one of the dumbest. Again.
And it's like, there we go. Good boy. Good boy. Again, it's like, so he hates Flanders?
Again, going back to that, I hate that dynamic. So.
Yeah, so he hates Flanders so much that he's going out of his way to have his dog shit all over Flanders' lawn.
It's a crappy moment.
Is this funny?
Yeah, I
agree. Is this funny right now?
Yeah.
Like,
it shows it's poor. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah.
And then we cut. So Flanders walks, after talking to Reverend Lovejoy, walks around the side of his house and looks in the window, and we're back to Lisa with the gum in the hair. And Flanders is like, well, if you freeze it and you can break it off. It's like, we're still just doing Lisa.
I like it. So where I like that becomes funnier because more and more
they keep returning to it.
Because
you think it's
because more and more people. Well, that has a great payoff too. So more and more people keep coming, bringing their 2 cents. They get involved.
Yeah,
being like,
no, this is
it's all home remedies.
Frank and like Willie.
Well, the
and
idea
like all
of
these people
freezing the hair and hitting it with a hammer is complete nonsense.
Yeah.
It would just mash more into like.
Yeah, and then it's like obviously a meta style joke where it's like Willie the Seaman, Otto Hibbert, like Lionel Hutz, like all these people just like randomly appear.
Why would they appear in their window?
Why would they appear and suddenly have like a take
Right.
for Lisa's hair? Then we cut to Cletus, the slack-jawed yokel one.
That's not a good one.
That one's just lame.
That one's lame.
Like that's just like we're filling time here.
Cletus was always a character
like,
that.
What is this?
Yeah.
What are we fucking doing
Cletus was
here?
always a character that I thought was funny for like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
I think his funniest.
I don't
moment,
think he's funny enough to fill a vignette.
I think his funniest moment is the Twisted World of Marge Simpson, where he has all the coupons. Because she forgot to put limit of 1 pretzel coupon.
Yeah.
And he just calls out all these kids. And I think that's like the funniest.
I don't think he's funny enough to even fill a fucking vignette in this episode of vignettes. So we have the Cletus vignette.
Some folks will never run around, but then again, some folk will like Cletus. Anyways,
yeah.
Well, that's the song.
I know. Yeah. So then again, we pan over to
Black John Yoko.
For a split second, I was like, he's gonna do it, and I was like, no, he's not gonna do it. You fucker.
Sorry.
All right, so then we go to comic book guy in Milhouse. So Milhouse has to run into the comic book store and he has to pee.
I love this segment because comic book guy is just such a needless asshole.
He's just needlessly a jerk.
It's so true. So many guys that own collectible stores, present company excluded, but so many guys that own comic book stores or trading card stores or video game shops are just fucking annoying assholes.
Yeah.
And
this small child runs in. He's like, oh, I really have to pee. Can I please just use your bathroom?
Yeah.
He's like, no, it's for paying customers only.
Yeah, they're just
like,
these fucking repugnant, like ignorant, just super egotistical assholes that are just mean for absolutely no fucking reason, And I like this idea that like it's only for paying customers.
Yeah. So then the gag is he's forced to buy something, and then Kirk comes in. He's like, Milhouse, why are you buying like?
I thought you had to use the washroom. Why are you buying comics? And then he doesn't even get to take.
Like,
you may take the boy. Our transaction is concluded.
Scams him in other words.
Scams Milhouse.
It's okay. Again,
what he buys is funny. He buys like the Hamburglar comic, and then he's like you may you may buy this Hamburglar comic. The puzzle has already been solved.
Yes, yeah. Then we're back again to the fucking Pulp Fiction parody. They're now
because now they go into
Herman's shop
bathroom,
and where the ball gag like rape torture
but
scene
I love
from
the
Pulp
fact
Fiction.
that Kirk he's like
he's like
this used to be a pet
this used
store
to be a
when I
pet
was a
store. Yeah, like
nice store. When I was a kid, this used to be a pet store. Yeah. Right over there against that wall, there was the cutest little...
Get in the corner.
Herman pulls the shotgun
pulls the gun on him.
I like that, like, the tension is just so thick.
Yeah.
And, like... I'd love that scene.
And then Milhouse just like knocks him out with
the mace.
The mace.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then we cut back again to Lisa's hair. She's now at the barber. We've got the barber character back.
The insane barber.
The insane barber.
So sometimes that barber character, I don't know what episode this is, but do you remember when Bart's desperate for money and he's trying to get a job? There's one of the funniest gags is he's sweeping hair because like Marge is like, the boy is so desperate for money because that guy he's like one of the local barbers that does everyone's hair, and she's like, the boy is so desperate for money, he needs a job, and he's like, oh, send him around, I'll give him some work, sweeping up hair, and then Bart so then Bart works there for like a week, and then he hands him a paycheck, and he opens it up and he's like, hair? You're paying me in hair? And he's like, oh, yeah.
Hair? You're paying me in hair?
That is one of the funniest, just needlessly, like they made him just needlessly crazy.
Needlessly insane.
Yeah.
Well, that's not in this
No,
episode.
I know, but it is that barber. Yeah.
Yeah.
But sorry, I don't know what episode that is. I think it's the one where, it might even be 3 Men in a Comic, actually.
I don't remember. Yeah.
I was actually surprised 3 Men in a Comic wasn't on your top 10.
Yeah.
Because I could see you loving as such a huge comic guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might
And that is
come
a
up.
brilliant episode.
So then the barber fixes her hair. She gets like a new hairdo. And then she walks out. Nelson laughs. Ha ha. Now we get, this is the second moment for me. So there's
third for me, but
yeah,
yes.
third for you. I don't care.
This is the tall man character.
Yeah, I don't care for the Pulp Fiction thing. I think it's a little stale. Steamed hams, fucking 11 out of 10, gold, pure gold. And this is pure gold. This has been quoted by me like eternally. My friends and I, like my close friends, we do the tall man voice, that kind of thing. But like Nelson has the ha ha at like a tall man driving in like a small Volkswagen car.
It's the first time.
Do you find something comical about my appearance?
This was the only vehicle that I could afford.
Yeah.
This is the first.
This is the largest automobile that I can afford.
It's the first time that Nelson finally gets his comeuppance.
Yes.
Because that one of the running gag is Nelson always going ha ha at other people's misfortune.
This is fucking.
And this is the perfect tail end of the episode.
Well,
the way this works.
Yeah.
Well, then the Frank.
It goes on. But
Yeah.
okay, so then he pulls
So
Nelson's pants down
and makes him march.
March.
And the entire
Yeah.
town laughs at Nelson.
Let's laugh at him. Yeah.
Now march. Hey, everybody, look at this. It's that boy who laughs at everyone. Let's laugh at him. Wave to the people. Blow them kisses.
Hey everyone!
Wave at the
It's
people.
the boy that laughs at everybody. Let's laugh at him.
Wave at the people. Blow them kisses. He starts crying.
Now, in reality, if that were an actual like child, it would be pretty horrifying.
Oh,
But-
yeah, it would be
but the fact
horrifying.
that Nelson as a cartoon character has been such a shit
Yeah.
the entire series.
It's been built up. We know who Nelson is.
It's brilliant. It's
Yeah,
brilliant. It's such
yeah.
a good payoff.
So then we cut back to Bart and Milhouse on the freeway again. It's like, everyone's got a story to tell. There's just not enough time to tell them all. And then as it's slowly fading to black, Dr. Frank
Frank.
runs up and he's got his...
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Go ahead and keep going.
Yeah.
I'll fix that.
So Frank runs up and he's got his... I was going to have a segment too. So the gag that they ran out of time. And then he's got Professor Frank makes you laugh. It makes you think. And then we
I'm going to kill that monkey.
Yeah.
You're nuts. I don't know, man. I didn't hear a lot of meh.
That monkey's going to pay.
That meh.
And then the episode ends. So episode ends very strong. Has 2 or 3 absolutely iconic moments. But otherwise, most of the episode, like the majority of the runtime,
I can't believe this is on an episode you skip. I didn't hear a lot of meh, man. I didn't hear a lot of meh. I heard a lot of highs. Didn't hear
The
a lot of
framing
lows.
device of like the time and traveling through vignettes is fun, but yeah, I don't know.
That's a weird. That's
a hot
interesting,
take,
dude.
That's a hot take.
But so that's genuinely one where you're like meh, and you don't when you're rewatching.
Well, I'm just trying to.
You don't go for it very often.
I don't go for it very often. Like I'm
surprised that's not like 10.
I would rather. Well, I just had to put the fucking clip shows in. So I just
want to get them out of the way.
Yeah, get them out of the way.
All right.
Okay, in this episode, now that we have with the advent of the internet, I'd rather just YouTube steamed hams, or YouTube the automobile guy. Like, you think there's something funny about my appearance?
I don't know.
Do I want to
like it
rewatch
as a
this whole
package.
episode?
Yeah, I like it as a package.
You want to sit down and watch
Yeah.
the whole episode?
I like it as a package. Yeah.
No. I think there's like 2 or 3 moments that I will like Google, but like ultimately as a whole episode, I'm like, whatever.
Just a sad little man over there in his own little world, just bitter against the world.
Steamed hams.
Yeah. No. All right. Anyways.
All right. So that was the
Aurora Borealis.
Aurora Borealis. This time of day,
in
this part of the country, localized
completely
entirely
localized,
within your
localized
kitchen.
entirely within your kitchen. Yes.
May I see it?
No. Yeah. Anyways.
Well, Seymour, you're an odd fellow, but you steam
a good ham.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. Now on to a real pick here.
Okay. Yeah. Real. Yeah.
Who did I say was my favorite side character of all time?
Krusty the Clown.
Krusty the Clown. Yeah. Do you remember I said Krusty works so well as a side character, and when he influences plots, he's great. Not always.
You ominously hinted. You're like, well, there's one I want to talk about.
Season 3, episode 5, Like Father, Like Clown.
Hey, funny man!
Herschel! Oy vez me! You have brought shame on our family! Oh, if you were a musician or a jazz singer, this I could forgive, but this... I never want to see you again! You clown!
This is like the drama episode.
Right.
Of
it's just a sappy, boring fucking episode that just forgets to be funny. This is Krusty gets reunited with his long-lost rabbi father.
Yeah.
I hate this episode.
What?
It's so boring. I always skip this one. I never liked it, even as a kid. So it starts out with Krusty. He finishes taping an episode, and he's burnt out. And he's supposed to have dinner with Bart Simpson, because this is after... I don't remember exactly what it's... Oh, it's because Bart rescued or proved that Krusty's innocence.
Yeah.
When Sideshow Bob tried to
They used to follow some of the
him.
continuity a little bit more in the earlier seasons.
Yeah, they would try to follow continuity a bit.
Yeah.
So Krusty's supposed to, like, as a thank you to Bart, he's supposed to, like, have this dinner. But he's so burnt out, he keeps canceling, and he's kind of just being a jerk, honestly. Yep. This leads to Bart writing a nasty letter to Krusty and renouncing his fandom. The secretary gets the letter and calls out Krusty and is basically just like, look at you. Look what you've become. Look, this is your biggest fan, this kid that went out of his way, who never lost faith in you, and this is how you're going to treat him. Krusty has kind of an awakening. He comes he finally shows up for the for dinner at the Simpsons house, and he's on. He's not phoning in his performance. He's like, really putting in the work and trying to entertain everybody, and it's a nice evening. And then when they go to say grace, Krusty speaks Hebrew.
Who wants to say grace?
Why don't we let our guests do it? Bless us, oh Lord. Hey, Krusty, would you do the honors?
Well, all right. I'm a little rusty, but I'll try. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, hamotzi lechem min haaretz.
Oh, he's talking funny talk.
No, Dad, that's Hebrew. Krusty must be Jewish.
A Jewish entertainer? Get out of here.
And he's doing, and it's revealed that Krusty is in fact Jewish. So they're adding a little bit of nuance to his character.
Yep.
Following this, immediately Krusty bursts into tears. Like, it's so awkward. It's just like one of those awkward, tense moments where somebody has an extreme, like, emotional reaction to something, but you have an audience for it. So Krusty just bursts into tears, starts babbling about his father. We don't know what the hell he's talking about, but it's revealed that his real name is Herschel Krotofsky, and he's the son of a rabbi. Turns out, then we get a bunch of like flashback sequences.
Yeah.
And it turns out, so we get to see like, this is Krusty's like, childhood. Turns out Krusty wanted to be a clown, but his rabbi father hugely disapproved of him being a clown. Mm-hmm. For whatever reason. He's like, no, those aren't respected members of society. Like, a clown is not a career you should aspire to. It's that you are the laughingstock of everyone. It's just a weird, whatever. Okay. And then there's a
didn't approve of
he didn't approve
of
that
his profession kind of thing. Yeah.
So then there's a traumatizing moment for Krusty where there's like a rabbinical gathering with a bunch of different, rabbis, and Krusty is like in full makeup and he's doing a routine as he was hired as the entertainer because he doesn't listen to his father and he still tries to be a entertainer, specifically a clown. And somebody like sprays seltzer water on him, and then like his makeup comes off, and then his father sees that it's Krusty, his son, and disowns him. Little bit of an overreaction. It feels very manufactured. This leads to Krusty falling into a deep depression and basically having trouble doing the show, being an entertainer.
Well, I mean, he went against his father's wishes. His father was like, I don't want you to be a clown. It's like, I have no son kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Sure. So then Bart and Lisa take it upon themselves to reunite Krusty with his estranged father.
This is an emotional episode.
Right, it's a drama.
Yeah, this is a drama episode.
Yeah, I want fucking comedy in a comedy show. How dare I? Yeah, it's and it's there's almost no comedy in the whole episode. It's like all drama. And it's like, what are we doing here? Apparently, I read a little bit about it. It's supposed to be a parody of The Jazz Singer.
Oh, okay.
Sure. I've never seen The Jazz Singer. So
I haven't. Yeah.
Like I can't comment. I'm like, maybe it's a very clever parody of The Jazz Singer, but to me it's not. This is supposed to be an entertaining show. I don't mind if you have dramatic moments. You can't go full drama. And this episode is almost entirely drama. There's like no funny moments whatsoever.
I have a similar pick to an episode like this. So I'm not disagreeing. Yeah.
Okay. Bart and Lisa, and let's just get into plot.
Sure.
Bart and Lisa, it's like the third act is Bart and Lisa trying to convince the stubborn rabbi to like basically make up with his son.
Yes.
It goes on so long. It just drags. So it's like Bart and Lisa, they just keep showing up at the rabbi's.
They basically just keep bugging him.
They just
like
keep pestering him.
Yeah.
It's like, the way they do it is he's a rabbi, so he keeps quoting scripture about like, oh, you must respect thy mother and father, and then that's his point of like why he's justifying his own actions.
They have to strategize and like counter his arguments
with other
scripture.
Biblical scripture.
Yeah,
dude, it goes on so fucking long, and they just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. We're at the point where you're like, A, it's not fun to watch. B, the rabbi just comes across as like an asshole, where it's like, I am holier than thou. That's how I'm, this is why it's totally acceptable for me to act like an asshole towards my kids.
Speaking of charity, Rabbi Krustowski, don't you think it's time you forgave your son?
Don't you understand that my boy broke my heart? He turned his back on our traditions, on our faith, and on me. Get out of here, you little fisher.
I don't know. It's crap.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not good. Sorry, I was going to ask Sarah for a second. I'm like, is this offensive that I'm doing this voice? But that is the voice he does.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, yeah. There's one of the only funny moments I found was there's like he's on Krusty's father is on like it's a religious call-in show, and it's like I think it's Reverend Lovejoy, a priest, and then the rabbi, and then some guy calls in and he's like, with all the terrible things happening in the world, do you ever think maybe there isn't a God? And then it shows all three of them, and they're like, no, nope.
Yes, hi. With all the suffering and injustice in the world, do you ever wonder if God really exists?
No.
Not for a second.
Not at all.
Great. Good conversation there.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like the fact that like these religious figures, they never question their own faith. I thought that was kind of clever. I wrote down the episode is way too sappy and emotional and just forgot to be funny.
Yeah,
because like completely forgot to be funny.
Is there any other standout like comedic things in the episode, or like
I just said it.
That's it.
That was it.
Yeah.
I just said it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wrote down this could have been way better as part of another episode, but it doesn't work as the central plot. It also
is there a B plot to this episode? Because oftentimes there's no B plot.
No, this is the only A plot. This is it. Homer and Marge don't have a plot. There is nothing else. The kids, this is all they do.
Yeah, maybe that's a flaw then. Yeah, because like an episode like that all can still work. But it would maybe helpful to have
a solid A plot that's your comedy.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
The wrap up is only like a minute and a half. Like so,
a minute and 30 to like.
That's it. So like the wrap up is like the entire episode. They're like, oh, we got to reunite Krusty with his father, and then they reunite, they make up. Everything's instantly forgiven, and then Krusty has him on the show, and they sing a song together about like, oh my father,
yeah, mine, papa,
yeah,
whatever.
right,
yeah,
and then it's at credits. It's like, it's so quick. It's so cheap. It's like you dragged all this out. There's no like, debatably, Bart and Lisa got to know Krusty's father better than Krusty got to know his father.
Yeah.
There's they don't even get a dialogue or conversation. Again, there shouldn't even be that. It's a fucking comedy show. Why the fuck are we doing these like heavy, like weighty scenes? Like what I'm complaining about is like, we needed a weighty dialogue, like conversation between those two characters. That shouldn't even be in this. That's my complaint.
Yeah,
but
I'm not disagreeing because I think like the best Simpsons episodes balance like emotion. You can plunge those emotional depths, but they are also fucking funny. And
so
like also have like
there's actually a way better version of this episode.
Okay.
Burns Baby Burns.
Yeah, I'm looking for this guy. Anybody know who he is?
Yeah, sure, we know him. That's Mr. Burns.
He tried to kill our puppies. He sexually harassed me.
He stole my fiancée. He made fun of my weight.
Okay, so there's been a little friction. Know his address?
Oh, I have Burns Baby Burns on my list.
What? Really? I love that. The Larry Burns episode?
Yes.
You don't like the Rodney Dangerfield? That's a fucking... that list is going to it just fucking burst into flames. That is a very hot take. That is a fucking hot take.
We'll get to that.
Wow.
That's my next pick.
No better segue there.
Yeah,
but I've got nothing else to say about the episode. I think Burns Baby Burns it's actually one of my favorite episodes. I love that episode.
You love that episode.
If we were going to talk about random guest cameo characters, Larry Burns, Rodney Dangerfield, I love this episode. Please tell me why. Take it away.
Okay.
Why don't you like this episode?
This is just the Rodney Dangerfield episode.
In a sense, yes.
Yeah. There's no and his the character of Larry Burns is I guess it's played for comedy that he's just a nothing character. He's it's it's hard to talk about without just trying to do a jackass Rodney Dangerfield impression, but
no, please do it.
It's what is his line? He's they do show the backstory. Obviously, this is the episode where Burns discovers.
Get into the plot.
Okay,
I'll go through the plot.
Explain
do the setup.
Plot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I have a note here for it.
Well, I can actually tell you because I know this episode so well. So it starts off with Burns on a train, and he's coming back from it's a football match between Yale and something. It's his alma mater and something else.
Yeah.
And while the train is stopped, there's a stand that sells random memorabilia crap and tourist gift crap, and it's run by one Larry Burns, perfectly cast as Rodney Rodney Dangerfield plays him.
Yeah.
How you doing? Welcome to scenic Waynesport. And remember your visit with a googly-eyed walnut. How about a googly-eyed rock? Some nice local squash candy. A stretched-out Pepsi bottle. Come on. If this stuff is too nice for you, I've got some crap.
Yeah,
okay. Let me jump back in here. So the reason this is on my list, I don't think that Larry Burns, a.k.a. Rodney Dangerfield, meshes well with the show. It's a nothing character. His backstory is that he was literally sent to an orphanage. He leaves the orphanage at 18, and he's and then I worked at the souvenir stand.
Right.
What, for fucking 30 years?
Yeah, that's
I get
the joke.
that it's a joke.
That's the joke.
But it's okay.
He did nothing.
And then at the very end, he's oh, I got to get back to my wife and kids. It's okay. So this is just nothing. So I get that it's a joke, but it's there's no drama here.
Right.
It's just fucking Rodney Dangerfield showing up and doing Rodney Dangerfield jokes.
Right. But do you like Rodney Dangerfield?
I do. But I don't think I don't think.
See, I disagree. I think I think he works in the Simpsons world.
It's not because peanut butter and chocolate. It's the opposite of that.
I disagree.
It's oil and water.
No, I don't think it's that.
Because it's just he's not meshing in. It's not this is a new Simpsons character or whatever, or even
See, I disagree. I actually think he should have been recurring. I think
so.
they fucked up the ending.
Rodney Dangerfield would work as a celebrity cameo. You know how you're it's so and so. It's Ernest Borgnine.
To you, this is what became of the celebrity cameos. This is why you don't like it, is what they this is an example of when the celebrity cameos don't mesh into the show.
I just don't think it meshes. Yeah, so what else did I write here?
Do we have to say anything else about the plot, though? So the
fake kidnapping plot is bullshit.
No, but you haven't even established that. Okay, so
yeah, I'll let you.
It turns out that Larry Burns, he sees, we don't know this yet, he sees Mr. Burns in the window of the train, and he's he's immediately shocked. He pulls out a photo in his wallet, and it's clearly an old-timey photo of a younger Mr. Burns. Again, we still don't quite know yet. There's a funny gag there where he tries to chase down the train, and the conductor guy on the end's "Which town is this?"
He's "Which town is this train going to?" Springfield.
What state?
Hey, Casey Jones, where's this train headed?
Springfield.
Yeah. What state?
Because that's a running gag.
Yes.
Is that you're never supposed to know what state Springfield's in.
Yeah.
You don't.
And also, there's a funny gag on the train where Mr. Burns is bored, and he's
Smithers, get yourself drunk for my amusement.
Yeah. Get drunk and dance around for my amusement.
And he's
that's funny.
So Larry ends up finding where the correct Springfield is, and he tracks down Mr. Burns, and it's revealed that Larry is, in fact, Mr. Burns' long-lost son.
I also want to point out, we skipped over, there's a whole rigmarole at the start of the episode of The Simpsons going to a cider.
Which has some funny fucking...
It's got some funny moments, but that's a big chunk of the episode. It's just like, if it's clear and yellow, you've got juice there, fellow. If it's tangy and brown, you're in cider town. Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I'm leaving. Homer's brain leaves his head, and he just like...
Yeah. And I've got the Burns line. This may take a while, Smithers. Why don't you get drunk and stumble around for my amusement? Stumble around?
Just an eccentric millionaire, like, using people as entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay. So then this is the whole plot. The crux of the episode is Mr. Burns is a long lost son named Larry Burns. It's a son he actually didn't know about. It's not like they abandoned him or anything.
They show the flashback that he knocked up a
young girl,
a young woman.
Yeah, a young woman.
And then it was a scandal because in that time they weren't married or whatever.
Yes. So then Mr. Burns, to his credit, actually tries to accept Larry into his life and tries to make him one of him. Larry, of course, is an uncouth, lazy party animal played by...
Well, it's just Rodney Dangerfield.
It's Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah. He's like a schlubby guy. However, what ends up happening is Homer bonds with Larry because they're so similar. And that's why I disagree. I think they do mesh well into the world. I like the idea that Homer finds a friend that's exactly like him.
Homer likes everybody, though. Any
Not necessarily.
Any character you throw in that's
I think it works well. I like that connection.
I don't think they provide a reason for it. It's just like, well, Rodney Dangerfield's in the episode. Of course he's going to be buddies with Homer. It's like, okay.
I like that. And then the third act is Homer's trying to help Larry because Mr. Burns is fed up with his son that he can't make his son into what he wants him to.
Because all he does is make Rodney Dangerfield jokes. Because they'd go to that fancy party and he's just making Dangerfield jokes.
Yeah, hey, give my regards to Mrs. Boyardee.
Pull up a seat, Pop. You too, Chuckles. I mean, the food ain't great, but the portions are terrific. Hey, I'm kidding. Relax. Hey, give my regards to Mrs. Boyardee.
Yeah. Funny.
You don't like Dangerfield. If you don't like Dangerfield, you're not going to like this episode.
Yeah.
All of Dangerfield's singers are so fucking good.
Yeah.
And also, I like the character design of Larry Burns. It's just
the character design's good.
It's just slubby. Yeah.
And then we have the no regard at all. No regard at all. No steam even. Like it's a gag on his like I get no respect joke. Pretty on the nose.
One of his lines. He is so quotable in this episode.
Because it's just Dangerfield jokes.
I know, but it's good.
Yeah, but that's not The Simpsons. That's just Rodney Dangerfield. You just like Rodney Dangerfield.
I love Rodney Dangerfield, but I still think it worked. My biggest complaint is they didn't keep him around as a recurring character. I think he could have worked.
I don't fucking want just Rodney Dangerfield in my Simpsons constantly.
I do. I would like him around to show up every once in a while because and all of the. I like the idea that like him, Larry and Homer on the run from the cops is so fun, and I like they come up with all these stupid like the scheme of the phony kidnapping.
The phony kidnapping is so contrived, and then it's like they're up on the thing, and then it's like
you don't find the phony kidnapping fun. It's so true to character. No, that's exactly Homer is a crazy scheme guy. The only way to solve a prank is an even zanier prank. It's exactly how Homer would think.
Dad and I, we started out great, but now it's falling apart like a Chinese motorcycle.
It's so unfair. You're everything a dad could hope for.
Yeah, I tell you, I don't get no regard. No regard at all. No esteem either.
Larry, there's only one sure way to make him realize how much he loves you, and that is a phony kidnapping.
I like the phony kidnapping. Where I like that Larry's he's like, I gotta clean up my ways. No more joking around all the time. Then Homer's just like, phony kidnapping, and then he convinces Larry to do it.
Yeah.
Larry so Homer corrupts Larry in that moment.
Yeah. I just want to point out a really, really funny moment in this episode is a bloody end for Homer Simpson. Where he gets gunned down.
So while the police corner Larry and Homer are cornered in the Aztec Theater. It's the old-timey
Old-timey
theater
movie
palace
theater,
within the Simpsons universe.
Yeah.
And so there's like a standoff, and then the children and Marge are watching the TV.
It live
and then
on TV.
all of a sudden you see, I'll just cut to it.
This is Kent Brockman live from the Aztec Theater, where police have learned that kidnapper Homer Simpson and hostage Larry Burns are inside talking loudly.
Ooh, give yourself up, homie.
No, Dad, shoot your way out.
A bloody end for Homer Simpson is just one of several possible outcomes, according to our computer simulation.
And it turns out it's a simulation.
A bloody end for Homer Simpson is just one of several possible outcomes according to our computer simulation.
Now here's what would happen if you were gunned down with tennis balls. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
And then you just hear like, stop. Like, why would they have that technology?
Yeah, why would they have that?
It's so accurate that it just it accurately shows him get gunned. Also, I like the idea that's like
that's funnier than just having Rodney Dangerfield.
The thing I find funny about that is like in that scenario, Homer just runs into a hail of bullets. It's like, what was his plan there? He's just gonna rush the cop barrier for no reason.
Yeah.
And
then it ends with just like a
street party.
A street party, yeah. I don't know. I just don't think it meshes
fair.
that well.
I see your point.
I think it's literally just Rodney Dangerfield. That's not. It doesn't mix it doesn't mesh into The Simpsons. It's just him doing himself. But he's a character.
I see your point, but it's so entertaining and enjoyable to me. I don't care.
But you at least see where I'm coming from.
I get what you're saying, where it's like it's almost like a vehicle episode.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
The difference is Rodney Danger's so funny, and the other parts of the episode are still so funny that it's still a brilliant episode to me. Like, it's still top tier Simpsons on top of it being a great cameo, like a good guest character. Unlike what would become later Zombie, where it's like Lady Gaga shows up. Nothing's funny of that. And also the writing, the other parts of the show also suck. So you just get a lame cameo in a lame episode.
Yeah.
So you're wrong, ultimately, is what it really was. That's the conclusion of this. But, okay, back to me.
That's my number 7, Burns.
You have hot fucking picks on there. This is crazy. We're getting more heated on this.
Oh, wait, I wanted to ask you, so this worked for you better than the emotional, crusty...
Way better.
I don't think there's any emotion between Rodney Dangerfield and Burns. Like, there's no, like, it's like... Talk about a father-son episode. It's like there's no actual emotion there. It's just
no, because I don't want there to be. I want it to be fun. I want my comedic show to be funny, and that's why it works better. It was the central plot, but you also get Homer involved,
and it
becomes more of a Simpsons episode. Whereas the other one is just like it's a parody of the jazz singer. Okay, great.
So you're just saying you like that it's like.
It's way more
heavy
enjoyable.
on comedy.
Way more enjoyable.
Okay.
And all of the characters are more involved, too.
Yes.
And
the family's more involved.
And that is a really good use of Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns works when he's a side plot. When he's not, like, technically he's the main plot, but really it's Larry Burns is the main plot. It's a great Burns episode. Now let's get to another bad Burns episode.
Ooh.
I have another one.
Okay.
So on top of the governor one, I also hate this episode.
What? So this is your number.
This is my number 6.
6.
Okay, so I have a few episodes that you don't have access to because I watched 9 and 10.
Ooh,
let's get to 9 and 10.
All right.
Season 10, episode 21. Monty Can't Buy Me Love.
I thought I had everything: money, good looks, strong, sharp teeth. But what's it all worth when nobody likes you?
I like you, sir.
Are you still here?
This is the Loch Ness Monster episode.
Ugh, okay.
That's the right answer. Okay, so the plot is Marge forces the family to go out for a walk, or to get out of the house and go for a walk. While on their walk, they stumble upon the grand opening of a new mega store. Ooh. The entire town is like going to it's like a giant mega mall. And it's, of course, never referenced again. It's like, oh, Springfield got this giant mega mall that we're never going to reference again. And it's like, I'm pretty sure in Lisa the Skeptic, they already opened a new mega mall. So it's like...
They do that all the time.
Yeah,
They're just like, Springfield is just whatever they need it to be. It's like, oh, by the way, there's this building here. So...
Yeah, it just feels a little cheap just, I don't know.
This
it's
late
lame.
This late in the game,
Yeah,
we're
it's
10 seasons
we're
in.
introducing another Mega Mall. It's like, anyways, whatever. And Mr. Burns also happens to stumble upon the commotion. The new Mega Mall, or it's like called a Mega Store, but it's clearly a mall. It's opened, or it is the creation of eccentric billionaire Arthur Fortune, who's like,
I don't remember this at all.
he's the eccentric billionaire, and he's basically like Richard Branson. I don't know if you know that billionaire from the show like Shark Tank. He's just like an eccentric billionaire character.
Yeah.
And he's got like an accent. It's clearly supposed to be modeled after Richard Branson.
Is it
I think.
is it a guest cameo of somebody? Or
Maybe, I don't know. I don't care. He's only in this one scene.
Okay.
Yeah. And he has like some big announcement where he's like, "Hello, Springfield, who wants $1?" And like basically instantly wins over everybody. He's an eccentric billionaire who's putting on like, he's a showman, right? Unlike the miserable fuck Mr. Burns that's like, you know, the evil, stereotypical, like, fuck everybody. And that's the whole point of the episode, is seeing how much people love and admire Arthur Fortune makes Mr. Burns envious, so he enlists the help of Homer Simpson to improve his image. And there's like a couple minutes, maybe like 4.
Why would he hire Homer Simpson to improve his image?
Because they needed a fucking plot. That's why.
Because Burns usually hires entire teams of like professionals.
Because they need a plot, because otherwise you just get another burn, because otherwise you get a repeat of that other episode. But it is a repeat of that episode because it also sucks shit. Because the Mr. Burns
in three eyes for every fish or whatever it is,
he hires
a fucking squad of people.
I don't remember. He runs into Burns. Yeah, but then he ends up going to the Simpsons house anyways. Like, why does he have to go to the Simpsons house? Yeah, because the Simpsons have to be involved, right? So after several failed attempts at improving his image, Mr. Burns decides to try for one big crazy stunt to win over the public's love. He's going to capture the Loch Ness Monster.
If a couple of Chinese bamboo gobblers can win people's hearts, I'm going to bring them something that man has searched for since the dawn of time.
A sober Irishman?
Even rarer.
Whew! That was one long helicopter ride.
Why?
It's a crap episode. It's a crap episode. So I've got
Why
here,
the Loch Ness Monster? Is there any reason given, or is it
No,
just...
it's literally just because the writers tried to come up with something that was funny and outlandish. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
So I've got here, capturing the Loch Ness Monster takes up 25% of the episode. It's like a quarter of the runtime is just them going to Scotland, and they bring Willie with them.
Because then it becomes the Simpsons go to another country.
Right.
Episode.
And it's also one of the worst versions of that. And it's just so boring and nothing's happening. They also kidnap Professor Frank, and he's got like a machine to try to find Loch Ness Monster. They pump the lake, and it just goes on. It's such a big, long rigmarole.
I do remember this as a kid watching this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I don't think I've rewatched this one in years.
Oh, it's terrible.
Years.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
I wrote down, it's just not funny.
It's just not funny.
Doesn't get any simpler than that. So the plot was already done. A better version of this episode is Lisa and the Old Man.
Yeah, where Lisa actually works with Burns.
Try, and Burns is
That's
trying
like
to
season 8 or something.
Yeah,
right?
and I think it's season 7 or 8.
7 or 8.
And Burns is trying to improve his image, and Lisa teaches him about recycling.
Yeah, that's the recycling episode. Yeah,
and ultimately it ends with Mr. Burns still being corrupt, unfortunately. But they at least tried to give him a little depth. I don't think it's an amazing episode, but that's a better episode than this. This is just crap. This is an example of what would become late, like
So we're already recycling, like poorly.
Well,
shit,
this
or
is
like
episode
rehashing shit from like.
Well, this is episode 21, so we're near the end of season 10, and I'm going to tell you right now, as we get to the end of season 10, that's when you start to see what the show would become.
Yeah,
which is we need a stupid gimmick to put the Simpsons in, so we can put a trailer on to make you dumbasses tune in on Sunday.
Yeah,
that's what the show became. Remember that? Like, remember the big thing of like Fox Sunday night, new episode of King of the Hill and The Simpsons back to back. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
That was a big thing. Yeah. Oh, the only funny bit I got written down, and it's not even that funny, but it's like sound makes me laugh quite a bit, and The Simpsons were so good with sound effects and just certain, for whatever reason, vocal effects to make me laugh. the very ending, it ends. It's a dumb ending, but it's like Mr. Burns keeps Nessie, but he puts her to work in Las Vegas. She works like
that's
Nessie
right.
works as like a I don't know, a security guard in like a Las Vegas casino, and it's like they're at the casino. It's like Mr. Burns, Nessie, like it's got like a little like suit jacket around like its neck, and Homer like pulls a slot, and it's like, and he doesn't win, and then he's like, "Oh, come on, Nessie, give me another spin." And I don't know, this just makes me laugh. They got like this voice sound of like Nessie just like.
Tough luck, Simpson.
Come on, Nancy, one more pull. Okay.
Because obviously it can't talk.
Stupid.
It's just, but it just makes me laugh. Where it's like, oh, come on, Nessie. Blah! Blah! I don't know why that makes me laugh. Otherwise, the episode sucks shit. Yeah. No, it's a lame episode.
Yeah.
That was my number 6. Back to you there, buddy.
All right. So this would be my number 5.
Yeah, because you ended up being one ahead of me because did like 3 in a row. Yeah. Your number 5.
Another hot take.
This fucking guy.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
All right. My number 5. I guess you know what? Because you asked to bring up the episode, so I didn't write it down.
You made a comment to me before we started filming. You were like, I actually made one change as of like the last day. Like. You had your list, and then you changed one. You changed an entry.
I did, yeah.
Is this the one?
No.
Okay.
We'll actually get to it at the end.
Okay.
It's become an honorable mention.
Okay.
I know you're looking. You're peeking at my notes over here.
I don't have my glasses, so that just looks like nothing.
No. Okay. So my number 5. This is from season 4.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You don't usually pick one so early.
No.
What do you got?
Episode 20. This is Whacking Day.
Oh, whacking day, our hallowed snake skull cracking day.
We'll break their backs, gouge out their eyes, their evil hearts will pulverize.
Oh, whacking day, may God bestow his grace on ye.
Yeah, it drags a bit.
I just find it drags a bit.
It's
got
good shit in it.
I've prepared a statement here. Honestly, a pretty classic episode. I've just never personally cared for it that much. I like the plot involving the town getting worked up into a mob, and the moral of the episode is about how mob mentality is foolish. And I like Lisa questioning the government and the community's historical practices. That's all great. Honestly, again, like I said, pretty classic episode. It has many iconic moments and gags, and this is the episode with "I am evil Homer, I am evil Homer." This has Barry White.
Barry White. Yeah, I was just gonna say this is the Barry White, one of the funniest one-off celebrity cameos. The Barry White one.
Yeah,
I love the sexy slither of the female snake.
Yeah, I just find. Okay, I also want to say I just find the concept revolving around snakes to be strange. And I find the animation of the cartoon snakes like slithering around is just bizarre. I don't think it looks that great. And like I think it's weird to have the weird cartoon googly-eyed snakes like slithering around the town. And then the idea that they have to like lure the snakes into the Simpsons house or whatever is like weird.
Do you want to say what the plot is? So it's like the plot is that like Springfield, the town of Springfield has this day, a holiday called Whacking Day. And traditionally, all the residents of the town would all go outside into big mobs and grab instruments to kill snakes.
Yeah.
And they all go around and kill snakes.
So the moral of this episode...
Lisa finds it repulsive to kill animals, and she's trying to talk Homer and other people out of it.
Yeah. She notices...
Meanwhile...
she notices when they go to the historical society or whatever, she sees like a discrepancy where it's like, well, this isn't like this is like there's something wrong with this practice too.
Right.
So that's part of the plot too. Go back to you.
Am I wrong? Is this not the episode where Bart is tutored by Marge?
Yeah, he gets expelled Bart gets expelled from school
and
for
then
stealing the
he
tractor.
learns of the true story of Whacking Day.
He starts reading books and he learns the story.
Because that's actually a good
Day.
subplot. I like that subplot.
Again, this is like by many metrics a classic episode. So I'm kind of nitpicking here.
No, it's not one of my favorites. It's low for me.
A lot of people
one of
are
those
like,
ones
I
that
love this episode. This episode's great. It's just kind of like
this one to me is less of a hot take. This one's more of a it's kind of a meh episode.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll go through some of the things.
There's some great things in it. There's a lot of good things in it.
It's just a weird episode to be like the town getting worked up into a mob about killing snakes. It's just like weird.
It's
and
funny.
like,
there's funny moments to it. Like Homer training to kill snakes in the backyard.
And then Marge is like getting turned on.
But like the idea that Homer somehow built this elaborate like training ground in his backyard where there's like animatronic like snakes will pop up and he's got to like take them out and him being like, whoa.
Yeah, they're like kung fu
he's
in
doing
the
like
backyard.
Kung fu training. That's a funny sequence. Yeah.
Dad!
I do want to point out there's many iconic and fucking classic jokes in this episode.
Yes.
It's by all metrics, it's a fucking season 4 episode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, me personally, it's not one I return too much, and it's like more on the meh side for me. It's still a goddamn season 4 classic. We have Skinner locking up the bad kids in the utility closet. This is the episode where Chalmers is coming to inspect the school. So
this is the one where he's like, sorry for the ruse, boys.
Yeah, this is the one with the mountain bikes.
It is?
Yeah.
It's this one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Jimbo and
it's
Bart,
Jimbo, Kearney, Dolph, Nelson, and Bart.
Yeah. And it's like, report to the utility closet to receive your free mountain bikes or whatever. And then we have the great moment where like Skinner traps him, locks him in there, and as he's walking away, he's like, would God judge me harshly if I threw away the key?
Hey, what gives? Where are the mountain bikes?
Sorry about the ruse, gentlemen. You're being swept under the rug for the superintendent's visit. Enjoy.
How are we gonna get out of here?
And when are we gonna get our mountain bikes?
Would the world judge me harshly if I threw away the key?
No, but the PTA would tear you a new arse.
So dark.
On these like bad children.
The bad children, just
like,
let them die.
Would God judge me harshly if I let these children die and they disappeared from the world?
That's a great Skinner line.
What else do we have? Oh, then we have Chalmers inspecting the school. Bart breaks out through the vent.
Yes. Oh, that's right. This is the talking.
Yeah, the talking
the
tractor.
Yeah,
ride me or whatever, and then he steals Willie's tractor.
Come on, you know you want to. Bark, 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 bark.
Yeah. Bark, 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 bark. I wrote down a funny line. Chalmers inspects the sandbox and like licks his finger. Not a trace of urine. Good job here, Skinner. Like
as if that's something that they would have. Like he would have to test.
Yeah. Oh, there's a fucking amazing cutaway joke on TV with the Munchkins from The Wizard of Oz. Where are they now?
Yeah. And it's just like 3 graves. It's so dark. Yeah. It's such a dark joke.
What else? Oh, so Bart Bart steals the tractor, causes havoc, gets expelled by Skinner from the school.
First time he actually gets expelled.
Yeah. Which is odd, I guess. Like,
no, I mean, I like the weight to it.
So then
it has a good wrap up too, where Bart, Skinner is so impressed that Bart has
read a book, I guess.
Well, that he's educated himself.
Yeah,
like he's so impressed with Bart's work ethic at the end.
It's a little quick to just be like,
I don't know.
Oh, I'm impressed.
But at least they had that than just nothing in some episodes where it's like you just are supposed to
assume that it's all back to status quo. So there's like Marge tries to enroll him in the Springfield Christian school, which is there's a funny sign gag where it's Springfield Christian School. We put the fun in fundamentalist dogma.
The signs were so well written. The sign gag game was so high in this.
Yeah,
in the show.
And then Bart has his thing where he's like, "Oh no, if I grow up like a loser, I'm expelled and don't get a good education. I'm just going to have to grow up and be a test subject.
Oh, it's that one.
The test subject.
Bart
imagining his future.
Bart's fantasies, I'll just say fantasies. Bart's fantasies are some of the funniest little cutaways.
He's just like
moments.
a washed up slob, and he's like, drinking like potions and getting injected with things.
Is this the one there's like may cause monsterism?
Yeah, pleasing taste. Some monsterism.
Yeah, some monsterism because he's like sweet.
Yeah, so that's good.
And then I think it cuts back to him because Bart's always like, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Like he always thinks
this is a classic episode in many ways. It's just one that I'm like, I like these moments.
You don't got to justify it to me. It's not one of my big
I like
ones.
these moments more than I like the actual plot of like Whacking Day. It's just like weird. We have inside all of us is a struggle between good and evil which cannot be resolved. And then we cut to Homer. I am evil Homer. I mean, that's yeah. Grandpa having a flashback where he explains he poses a German cabaret singer with Hitler.
Won't you come home, mein Führer? Won't you come home? This is not a booby.
So I rode out the war posing as a German cabaret singer. Won't you come home, Franz Brauder? Won't you come home? Yoo-hoo!
Ach du Lieber, das ist not eine Booby.
Is that story true, Grandpa?
Well, most of it.
and I like that it cut. So it's Marge starts homeschooling Bart, which actually I like is a cool plot.
Yeah,
and she uses their garage as the classroom.
Yes.
And
Grandpa comes in one day.
And Grandpa is the guest speaker.
So
she, because Bart's read a book about, he's reading a book about the war. It's like an orphan, and he actually is starting to like it. Again, they show some depth to Bart. It's good.
Yeah.
And similar to the episode you like, Bart gets an F. Like, Bart's not stupid. He's just he's lazy.
He's a troublemaker.
He's a troublemaking, lazy kid.
But, yeah.
He's not challenged. He's smart in other ways, whatever. So they bring in Grandpa as a guest speaker and to talk about the war, and Grandpa has just some convoluted story that's clearly not true. He's like, he got caught behind enemy lines, so then he poses a cabaret singer on the German side, and Hitler just happened to
be watching.
And then, but the punchline to that is when it cuts back instantly.
That
Bart's
doesn't
like,
seem true.
No, Bart goes, "Did that story really happen, Grandpa?" And Grandpa's like, "Well, there was a period in the 40s."
I have it written down. He's like, "Well, I did wear a dress for a period in the 40s."
That's it. Yeah. So that's actually the only truth of that story is that Grandpa, for whatever reason, cross-dressed for a few years. That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So that's funny. Okay. Again, I feel bad. But it's just subjective.
Whatever, yeah.
Again, all these moments, I fucking love these.
We still haven't had a crossover episode.
They're not
yet,
connected to Whacking Day. These are just things that could be in any other episode. I guess that's part of my problem with it. Is it's like, and then this cutaway joke is really funny, or this fucking joke where Bart goes inside his mind and imagines something.
It sounds
really
like you like the B plot, not the A plot, because the B plot is the Bart suspension. The A plot is Whacking Day.
Yeah, I like all the random tertiary jokes and things going on around it, but the plot itself is like the town gets worked up about killing snakes and then they don't, and then it's like, I don't know. So, but again, another god tier moment. We have Itchy and Scratchy, guest directed by Oliver Stone.
Yeah.
Oh God, get his gun!
Yeah,
it's just JFK.
It's
like black and white, like Itchy and Scratchy, being walked through the trial, and it's it's literally just shot for shot a recreation of the
JFK scene.
Yeah. Oh God, get his gun!
It's funny.
We'll just play that for a second.
Guest director Oliver Stone.
Oh God, get his gun!
It's good. That's a good. Yeah, that's a good
one. What else?
That one works for you, but the Pop Fiction one doesn't work for you. That's interesting.
No, that one's just so out of left field.
For whatever.
So
it's very out of left field. Directed by Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone. But
it's just JFK, yeah.
It's JFK. Then we have Reverend Lovejoy condescending to Lisa. He says, so you see, Lisa, even God himself endorses Whacking Day. And he holds up the Bible.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and he goes, let me see that.
Let me see that. No.
Yeah. That is one of the
Let me
funny.
see that.
Yeah, I like that Lisa immediately just like, let me see that. The Bible.
It's like, no.
Yeah. Clearly just like making up a passage.
So you see, Lisa, even God himself supports Whacking Day. Let me see that. No. That's fucking pure gold.
You know, we in our top 10, neither one of us had, I guess you had I Love Lisa, but to me that's not a really big Lisa episode. Like
that's a Lisa episode.
Lisa is a great character.
She's a fantastic character.
And I find Lisa the best when you pair her with an adult.
Because she's always questioning authority. She's constantly critical of authority.
She's doing what you should do, which is seek knowledge and question what you've been told.
Yes.
And when she works the best is when she does that. She works so well in that. And I also like her as a foible. Is foible the right word? Did I use that word correctly? I think it's foible.
Think so, yeah.
Whatever.
Okay.
I like her when she's
a foil, I think.
Foil, fine. When she's a foil to Homer and Bart's ridiculous plans. As the voice of reason.
Yeah.
She works very well in that role. So
yeah. So just to finish off the other things I like. Again, I can be convinced myself into being like, you know what?
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Homer talking about the mob forming about the snakes. He says, well, maybe if I'm part of the mob, I can steer it in wiser directions. Like the idea that he is the hooper, so you could be like, well, if I join the mob, I can lead it and steer it in wiser directions. Like it's a mob.
Yeah.
And then we end off with the Barry White cameo. He just shows up and he's like, oh, you people make me sick.
Like he doesn't even know what the event is.
He doesn't know what the event is.
Well, that has one of the funniest jokes ever is, I'm just going to cut to it right now.
Sure.
And now to open this year's festivities, here's our Grand Marshal, the Prophet of Love, Larry White.
Barry White.
No, it says here Larry White.
I know my own name.
Yeah? Well, we'll see.
And now for the King of Soul, Larry White. Barry White. No, it says here Larry. I know my own name.
I know my own name.
That delivery of I know my own name. I think of that. That lives rent free in my brain.
Yeah.
I think just that delivery is so fucking funny.
Yeah.
I know my own name. No, it says here Larry White. Like,
yeah.
The fact that Quimby just like won't accept.
Just refuses to accept.
I know. Oh my god. I love that fucking moment is so good.
Yeah. It's hard. Like
Larry White.
It's hard because like I want to pick stuff from season 2 to 8, so I've got a nitpick here, and like ultimately this is a classic episode. But the actual, I just find the animation of the snakes weird. The plot around the snakes is kind of strange. Then they have to like play funk music to lure the snakes down the road.
Yeah.
And then like Quimby shows up and he's like, look, I killed some snakes.
Everyone,
and like the mob's like, boo. And he's like, oh, you people. He has a great line, which is like, that bookends the whole thing. The idea that like just forming mobs is foolish and that like it's very easy for like American communities to fall into.
You can pick it as a lesser episode.
Whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just not one I care that much about. But like, I love all the actual jokes that aren't connected to the actual plot.
Yeah, the A plot.
Yeah. Like cutting away to Grandpa in World War II cross-dressing with Hitler. That could be in any episode.
Right.
That has nothing to do with the episode.
Right. Yeah.
So it's the things like that kind of like are a nitpick for me. Anyway,
Valid
that's
pick.
my pick. Yeah.
All right, back to me.
Back to you.
Okay. Now I'm going to get a little controversial for a second.
Okay.
Maybe.
I feel like I've already been controversial.
Well, I don't think my pick. So my next two picks are directly connected. I'm going to go one at a time.
Okay, you can do two.
But no, I'm going to go one at a time. How do you feel about Apu?
Apu,
the character. So because there's a lot.
There's a lot.
But see, now I want to know 2024. How do you feel about Apu? Because now we just rewatched all this shit.
Yeah, I mean it's mostly inoffensive, but probably offensive. Yeah.
So personally, I don't give a fuck that it was a white guy doing his voice. That doesn't. That part doesn't bother me. Yeah. I don't care if you sound convincing as whoever. I don't care what color your skin is. If you can do the voice, that to me means nothing. I don't.
Okay.
To me, it's just a voice. I don't. That none of that bothers me. To me, the parts of Apu that maybe you should be offended of is maybe they're stereotyping him a little bit.
Oh, there's many stereotypes.
So I don't think the problem is the voice
actor.
I think the problem might be in the way they portray that character.
Yeah. Well, even what we just talked about.
I'm just saying, if a white voice actor is doing a black character or vice versa, who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
If they sound like it's appropriate, who cares?
Well, even the one we just talked about,
that matters.
22 short films, where it's like, oh, I just like, it's like the cliche of he's like never takes a break, and like I would just go take 5 minutes and then go live this whole life.
The thing with Apu is he became So
I don't know. It's like there's many moments with Apu that are boiled down to just like cliche
I think
stereotypes.
Apu is a fun side character.
Yeah.
But when you put him as the main character, holy fuck, do those episodes suck.
Really? Okay.
Season 7, episode 23, much Apu about nothing.
Yeah. When those immigrants get deported, there'll be a lot more elbow room for regular Joes like you and me, Apu.
Mr. Simpson, it may astonish you to learn that I am an immigrant.
You? I don't believe it.
Is this the one where he has to travel to India?
No. That's Homer and Apu.
That's Homer and Apu.
This is the deportation episode. This is the political immigrant episode.
Oh, is this the immigrants?
Let me get into it.
Okay.
So the opening of this episode.
You have to refresh my memory.
Yeah, the opening of this episode is fucking hilarious because you could take this open and put it into anything, but it opens with a bear wandering into Evergreen Terrace.
Yeah. This is the bear,
Yeah. But it's only the first 3 minutes of the episode. So a bear wanders into Evergreen Terrace, everyone's freaking out.
Ned Flanders.
Yeah. They capture the bear, and it sparks a public outcry to the mayor that they need a bear patrol. That the potential threat of bears wandering into neighbors in Springfield is so severe that they need a dedicated task force for bear patrols, which leads to one of my favorite Homer and Lisa moments in the entire series.
Not a bear in sight. The bear patrol must be working like a charm.
That's specious reasoning, Dad.
Thank you, honey.
By your logic, I could claim that this rock keeps tigers away.
Oh, how does it work?
It doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
It's just a stupid rock.
Uh-huh.
But I don't see any tigers around here, do you?
Lisa, I want to buy your rock.
Lisa
pulls out his wallet.
Yeah, Lisa, I would like to buy your rock. That, again, Lisa works so well.
That's one of the best written jokes.
When you pair her with an adult. And that sequence is so I've watched that clip so many times.
Yes.
The bear patrol's working like a charm. It doesn't work. It's just a stupid rock. But I don't see any tigers around, do you?
Lisa, I'd like to buy your rock.
It's so good.
And then he checks his taxes.
So then this leads to the mayor, of course, has to increase property taxes to cover the extra cost of a bear patrol because, of course, it's super expensive.
And they've got like helicopters. It's
like,
ridiculous.
It's like the bear patrol is like complete nonsense. Yeah. There's like round the clock like cars that say bear patrol on it, like driving around. The town forms a mob, as they do all the time in the show. It's a running gag in the show.
Yeah. And then Quimby has those great lines about the town wants the thing, but they don't want the thing. That's
right.
Yeah.
So the town is like, you need to lower. We want the bear patrol, but you can't raise our taxes.
Yeah.
So then Mayor Quimby comes up with a clever scapegoat. In order to skirt the issue, he blames illegal immigrants in Springfield for the tax hike.
People, your taxes are high because of illegal immigrants. That's right, illegal immigrants. We need to get rid of them.
Immigrants. I knew it was them. Even when it was the bears, I knew it was them.
Yeah.
Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah.
And he proposes Proposition 24, which is they're going to deport all illegal immigrants. Yeah, it's Prop 24.
I knew it was the immigrants. Even when the bears, I knew it was them. Like Moe's line, immigrants.
Something like that.
Yeah.
This leads to Apu fearing being deported as he is actually an illegal immigrant. It gets revealed that he came here for school.
Over. That's funny. The idea that like the corrupt politicians are just like, we'll distract the public with like an immigrant crisis. Like
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to this. I just want to wrap up the plot.
For
so
me.
The whole thing is Apu is afraid he's going to get deported because it turns out actually he is working there illegally.
Yeah.
Because he came there for school. And then once he finished school, he just didn't go home. That's a huge thing with immigrants. Like that is a major problem. Is like often they will come for school and they have like a school visa. and then they just stay here and just keep working, but they don't go through the proper, like what you're supposed to for immigration.
Yep. Yeah.
That's a huge controversy. It's more of a thing in the States than it is in Canada. In
Yeah.
Canada, we have no borders, folks, apparently. We let the world in, apparently. It's very different than in the States. In the States, it's a very, like, they're all about walls, and it's more of a hot button issue.
Yeah.
Not to get too political, which is exactly what this episode does. Gets way too fucking political. It is way too political and preachy. That's what this episode is. It's another example of, it's just not funny. It's not a very funny episode. It's just like, is this fucking Bill Maher? Like, is that what, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like this isn't the platform to get so in the weeds about, like, immigration. And it's also weird because you're using the character Apu, who's voiced by a white guy who some people find offensive. So when you watch it again, it's even more.
It's been
There's
a while
layers upon layers
since
to
I've
it.
watched it. So I remember that opening with the bear
It's
and
amazing.
then the mayor fooling the town with the immigration thing. But once it cuts over to Apu, I don't recall like what exactly happens with him. Becomes focused.
So the whole
on
thing
him?
is Apu he enlists the Simpsons' help to pass the immigration test. That's all it is.
Okay.
And then he's like, I need to pass the test, and then Homer is trying to tutor him, and of course Homer's doing a terrible job.
Of course Homer does a terrible job.
Lisa does a good job, and then he ends up passing. And the dark part of the episode is everyone, like, there's like some public town moment where it's like, see, immigrants are great for our country, because obviously the world benefits if we have less borders and we're more one world as opposed to a bunch of divided nations.
Yeah.
Right. Duh. But the dark part of the episode is, even after all this comes out, they still pass Proposition 24.
Oh, okay.
That's the dark part of the episode.
Oh.
So it still passes.
That's dark.
Well, but the idea is like, it's a comment.
It's a real.
American viewers and listeners, don't get offended because this is the show saying this, but basically the show is saying, hey, all you idiots, you don't get the point. Like, you're still too close-minded to immigration policy.
Yeah.
That's what the show is saying. It's just way too fucking preachy for me. It's way too, like, it's just a political episode, but it's not fun. Like, you can't even remember the shit with Apu because it's not fun.
I don't remember much about it.
It's a drama. The second half, after the bear shit gets out of there, it's not fun anymore.
I guess it's telling that I vividly remember the bear thing, but
nothing else.
I don't really remember the Apu thing.
So I am going to get to my next pick because let me catch up a bit. So
that was your
my final point is, Apu as a character works so much better as a side character, but not the main character. When you make him the main plot, I don't think it works very well. I think he works better as a funny one-off side character. Again, not trying to get into the controversy of who does his voice. Again, I don't really care as much about that. To me, that doesn't interest me. I get he's supposed to be a stereotype. Stereotypes aren't supposed to be funny anymore. There was a time in our culture where we would all joke about stereotypes. Now it's not as accepted. My counter to that is, I don't know. I think stereotypes are funny. Like, I'm Italian. I'm not full Italian, but like, if you made some jokes about, like, I don't know, we all own pizza shops or whatever, it's like, can it be funny? Sure. I do think it's low basic humor. Like, it's lowbrow. It's easy humor.
Yeah.
But you're not going to see me raise a pitchfork and be like, how dare you talk about my Italian heritage like that? We're not all a bunch of fucking spaghetti slurping, mafia guys.
Yeah. The subject in general is something we're more critical of nowadays and more willing to examine, whereas it just was taken at face value back in the 90s.
Yeah, right. So I think if Hank Azaria wasn't the voice of Apu, it would be less of a controversy, personally. But I don't actually know how they solved that. Like,
I don't know, because I haven't
Apu
watched
even on the
Simpsons
show
in like
anymore?
20 years.
Yeah,
the modern Simpsons.
But I always like Apu. They gave him enough depth where he was interesting. I don't have a problem with the character, but I know a lot of people. I don't like these Apu episodes, not because of the controversy of Apu. I don't like them because they're not good episodes. But other people now are like, oh, the Apu shit's unwatchable, because they have now turned it into a cause.
I don't. The other problem is I don't know how far it's gotten. Because what I meant to say was, like, I don't think I've watched Simpsons past like mid teenage seasons.
I would have gone to
so
like
who
14.
who knows what depths the show has gotten to, because I did
idea.
like from beyond like season 14 to 35 or whatever. I have no idea. So that's another thing.
Okay, so speaking of another Apu episode, my number 4 from season 9, so you couldn't have had this one.
Oh, okay.
Season 9, episode 8, The Two Mrs. Nahasapeemapetilons.
10 goats and an electric fan? You call that a dowry? Okay, we will throw in a textile factory, but only because Manjula's getting on in years. Then it is agreed. Your third daughter will marry our first son. It is done.
This is the Manjula intro
Is this
episode.
the marriage
Yes.
one?
Yes. Okay.
Probably just filled with cliches and stereotypes of Apu.
And
like
Indian culture.
Indian culture.
That's literally the whole
probably
episode.
offensive, probably like
Slightly.
ignorant of like what they're talking about.
Slightly.
that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And
So-
probably not very funny.
It's very not. It's just nothing.
Yeah.
So it opens with Krusty Hope hosting a charity men's auction. It's probably one of the funnier moments. And all the Springfield bachelors. It's like Mo and
I think I
Barney,
remember that.
and it's
Yeah.
like they're trying to raise money for like the fire department, and it's like they come out and then like no one bids on them, and then there's an area that just says rejects, and they have to stand in the rejects, and then like later it flash forwards, and it's like Kurt Van Houten's there,
Yeah.
Mo's there, Barney's there. I don't remember who else. I think the sea captain's there. It's like, so it's like the idea is all the men. I think comic book guy might be there. It's all of the majority of the men in Springfield are kind of undesirable to date.
Yeah,
that's the joke.
This isn't. I just want to point out again. This is interesting because you have ones from like 9 and 10 that I'm like, oh, what the hell is this? Like,
right.
By capping at 8, I'm like, oh shit! Like I don't recall
Right.
what this one is.
Well, we're gonna get
Yeah.
to my breakdown of 8 and of 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Anyways, so
Okay.
So then Marge is like, Apu, you're a successful, bachelor. You have your own business. You should put yourself forward. So she kind of pushes Apu into it, and it creates a bidding war. And it turns out Apu is a hot commodity because, for one, he's educated. He has like a college degree. He has a successful business. He's extremely hardworking, and he's a decent looking guy. So he's a hot bachelor, and this kicks off like a little montage of Apu like basically going on dates of random women in Springfield.
Yeah.
It's a little montage, but then he receives a letter from his mother that it is time for his arranged marriage. Because remember, arranged marriage is a big thing in India.
Yeah.
And actually some Asian countries as well still have arranged marriages. So
Yeah.
that's a real thing.
Yep. Yeah.
When he receives the letter, he's panicked about it, but he ignores it. But then his mother from India shows up because she shows up to make the marriage happen or something, or for whatever reason she comes for a visit.
Be present for the.
I don't quite remember. I don't know
Yeah.
how, but she shows up, and then Apu's like, "What do I do? What do I do?"
So then it becomes like a classic slapstick thing. Like that's such a cliche of old comedy where it's like, the mother's shown up unexpectedly.
Right.
We have to tiptoe around a subject.
Wild, wacky shenanigans.
Yeah.
So then the funny, some of the funnier things I found in this episode were, so Homer's in the store while Apu's like freaking out, and he's like, what do I do? What do I do? He's like, I don't want to get married, but he's like, but if I don't get married, my mother will disown me, and then Homer's just like, then get married. What the hell do you want from me? Which is kind of a funny thing because it's like, what? Yeah, Homer's just like a customer. It's like, why the fuck is he asking Homer's advice? Yeah, but I thought that was one of the better like Homer lines of like, what do you want me to do in this?
What am I going to do?
Tell her the truth. You're not ready to get married.
No. You do not know Mother. She will never quit until I am married.
Then just tell her you're already married.
No, I cannot lie to my mother.
Then get married. What the hell do you want from me?
And then I found it funny that as the Apu's mother's like walking up, he sees her get out of like a cab, and Apu's freaking out. She's like walking up to the Quickie
entrance,
Mart,
yeah.
and Homer's trying to explain, or Apu's like trying to explain to Homer, is like, what, like now I'm screwed, right? Because like my mother's here, and Homer's just kind of like not even reacting. And then Apu's like, I don't have time to explain this to you, like, and randomly Apu's mom just like falls. She just like, she trips. She's like, ah. And then he's like, yes, that'll buy me a little bit of time. Like,
what?
His own mother she just falls. That was it. But Apu's like, all right, that
buys me enough time to explain the circumstances.
To think of a solution.
Think of a solution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, think about it now. This should have actually been less than much Apu about nothing, but whatever. The resolution or the scheme, the idea that come up with is Marge is going to pretend to be Apu's wife.
I forgot about this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is where the whole thing sucks shit from this point on.
This is why I cut off at season 8 is like for shit like this.
So Apu moves in with the Simpsons and tells his mother that he's been married to Marge, so that's why he can't marry his arranged wife, and he also has 3 children that don't look like Apu. They're all white kids.
Yeah.
The mother, of course, is not really buying it, and of course Homer can't now stay at home, so he goes and moves in with Grandpa at the retirement home, which that could have been really funny. But none of it.
With it?
No, none of it's particularly funny. The only he pretend there's another resident that for whatever reason isn't there, and they think it's Homer, so he just starts pretending to be that resident.
Is this? But this isn't the one where he's like, "Here I am using my legs like a sucker." Is that this?
Yeah, it's that one.
Okay, well that's pretty good.
It's okay. I don't know. Yeah. To me, it's evidence of too stupid Homer.
Yeah, too far.
Yeah, too stupid Homer is like.
What is that? Oh, it's an iron lung. Here I am using my lungs like a sucker, like that kind of thing. Like
where it's like you're pushing it too far.
Too far.
Yeah, too far. I don't like too dumb Homer. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. There's a word. I can't think of a word for it, but I know you know what I mean. It's when.
Well, this is what 10 or 9.
This is 9.
We've crossed the Rubicon at this point. Like
Homer's gotten too. This is evidence of that though. Yeah. So. The ruse inevitably falls apart, and Apu is forced to fulfill his arranged marriage with a wedding in the Simpsons' backyard. And it's like an Indian wedding. Apu and Manjula. Okay, so it's dumb in that like Apu the whole time Apu's like, I gotta get out of this. I'm loving being a bachelor. Like I don't want to be tied down.
He's nervous.
Right.
Yeah.
But then he meets Manjula, and Manjula's like, yeah, I wasn't too keen about it either. And then he just like instantly is like, you know what? This could work. Let's just get married.
I am so torn. You are clearly so quick-witted and beautiful.
And when I look in your eyes, I see that sweet little boy who sold me my very first kiss. And I liked it.
Oh, do you think this marriage could really work?
Who knows? We can always get divorced.
Of course. God bless America.
Yeah.
So that entire fucking plot was for nothing.
Yeah.
It's just a pointless episode. And then, like, it has the only weight to the episode is they add Manjula to the cast. So they've changed up whose character where now he's married.
Now he's married.
And he has a wife.
Yeah.
But Manjula literally only exists just for plot purposes. She has no depth. Like, she's a pointless character.
We don't see any of her perspective of, like, any stuff.
No.
I can't think of...
And in later episodes, all she is a nagging wife to Apu. She exists only for plot purposes.
Yeah.
She's literally just there to be like, Apu, that's it.
Lame.
Yeah, lame. You know who works better to pair with? Sanjay. Sanjay was a great pair with Apu. I loved when Sanjay and Apu would have, like, little schemes. I liked when you would see the two of them in the Quickie Mart together.
Yeah.
I liked that because that to me felt more believable because often a lot of foreign families will all take a business over.
Yeah.
I don't even know I think it's Sanjay might be his cousin or something.
I don't know. He's not very fleshed out
Well, they basically write him out of the show. Once Manjula shows up, that's it. I don't think Sanjay ever shows up anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know, but interesting.
It's crap. My last point. Could have been an interesting commentary on the concept of arranged marriages, but instead it's just kind of condoning it.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like they're equipped at this point to even dissect like Indian culture.
You know what I mean though? But like arranged marriages is a kind of a big nuanced topic. There's a lot to talk about.
Well, it's you're talking about like entire culture of like human beings and stuff like that. There's a lot tied into that, like family and history.
It's a big
things.
weighty topic that you kind of can't summarize and or like really get into the weeds much on in a 22 episode of a cartoon
where you're trying to be funny and you're trying to just like, it's just,
It's a poor choice.
I can see
of a
why
subject,
you picked this one.
And I also just don't like the idea of like, in the end, it's like,
oh, whatever.
They're kind of criticizing it a little bit, but then they're like, nah, it works out. It's like, so they're not criticizing it. So it's like,
I don't know.
you're not really taking a stance one way or the other. You're not, it's just a lame episode. Fuck this episode.
Yeah.
There you go. The two, I fucking hate those episodes. They're both Apu-led episodes. Homer and Apu's okay.
I like Homer and Apu.
Well, that's got the legendary James Woods cameo.
Oh,
is that one?
And the song's fun. And like, it's not one I revisit all that often.
It's not one of my best. A lot of people love that episode. I don't like it as much. Again, I think Apu works better as a side character who gets little moments.
Yeah.
Then he's a fun recurring character in the world of Springfield.
Yeah. My favorite Apu moment of all time is when Skinner comes in and he's like, I've got an idea for a movie I've been working on. It's called Billy and the Clonosaurus. And Apu just like tears him apart for
ripping off Jurassic Park.
For ripping off Jurassic Park. And like, you have the time lapse.
Yeah.
If he's been standing there just like tearing into him for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the biggest blockbuster of all time. What were you thinking?
What were you thinking?
On to your next one. This is your number 4?
So this is my number 4.
We're getting down to it. I only got 3 left.
Yeah.
Is this another hot take?
I don't know. This is similar to your take with the Krusty's father episode.
So this is one you think is too sappy.
Yeah.
This is one where they forgot to be funny.
Yeah. Again, I'll just quickly bring up the episode number.
Well, if you say what the show is, or do you have them all listed on your phone or something?
I've got notes on my phone and I've got some notes on paper here.
Because if you just tell me what the episode is, I can look it up very quickly. We have this
thing. This is from season 2.
You're picking a season 2 episode.
Yes, episode 17. This is Old Money.
I can't go. It's my girlfriend Bee's birthday. Oh, you have a girlfriend. Well, happy birthday, Bee. She can come with us. Hey, there's room for all your friends in the car.
This is
I'm shocked you have this on here.
This is the Grandpa Simpson romance episode.
This is the Grandpa Simpsons romance episode. This has one of I'm actually getting goosebumps right now. Has one of my favorite tender moments in The Simpsons.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is the. I'll wait till we let me
see. This is interesting though because like this is a tender moment for you, but like Krusty and his father isn't. But
let me say this. It's not a great Simpsons episode.
What?
It just has a brilliant moment. I like the moment. The last moment gives me goosebumps, but the whole episode itself is meh.
Yeah,
it's okay. You're right. It's not funny. It's not a funny episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just I'll read what I wrote here. So this is it's a Grandpa Simpson centric episode. It's focused on him at the old age home, and he basically has a meet cute with like another member of the old age home where they mix up their pills.
Meet cute, fuck off, you fucking asshole! What the fuck? As soon as you said it, like you said it earnestly, I was like, please shoot this man. Like meet cute. Yeah, that's what he has. He has a meet cute. Right, that's what you call
Abraham Simpson.
You can't just say he runs into
Abraham Simpson.
He has a serendipitous moment. He has
Abraham Simpson. Has a meet cute.
Show. What the fuck? Who's running this fucking show? Who let you come into that fucking chair? Anyways, go ahead.
With another member of the retirement community. They switch up their pills. Then they end up eating together, and a romance sparks between them. I didn't even write down her name.
I think it's B.
B, that's what it is.
I think it's B. Am I right? I think it's B.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I wrote B because
I think it's B. I think it's B.
I wrote down this is a standard and slightly boring early Simpsons episode with good drama and some laughs. The animation is poorer than usual because it's like
pretty cheap.
Season 2.
Yeah.
There's a couple mistakes, like Grandpa's like missing color in his nose at one point. There's like actual raw animation like issues where you're like, this just looks like crap.
Listen to you punching down on poor season 2.
I know. Stilted animation, frames for movement. Episodes like these are fine, but they're greatly surpassed by other episodes within the same or later
So
seasons.
the plot is our grandpa meets another woman in the retirement home, and they strike up a romance, and then she dies. But she leaves him a large inheritance, which he then has to decide what to do with.
Yeah.
And
Which I don't care
basically
about
the whole. That's basically the whole plot. There's a much better version of this episode. Can you think of what it is?
No, what is it?
The Marge's mother episode with
Mother Simpson?
I think it's actually called like Mrs. Bouvier's something.
Oh,
this is where Grandpa.
That's very similar. Yeah, Mrs. Bouvier's lover,
right? And it's the triangle between Mr. Burns, Grandpa, and way better version of this episode.
Way better. Yeah,
way better version of this episode.
I didn't even take much notes. It's just like fine episode, kind of boring and bland. It's a grandpa romance episode. Like I get why it exists because like that's interesting. They're swinging and trying something creative. They're like, what if we did an episode about grandpa? Where it's like, what if like elderly people can fall in love too?
I think
There's
that's
nothing
a
wrong
beautiful
with that.
message. I think
There's
that's
nothing
a
wrong with
nice
that.
idea, but but it's not a funny episode.
It's just not funny.
No,
yeah.
it's not. It's a feel good episode, but it's not
like,
funny.
It's a bittersweet, dramatic, feel good episode. Obviously, we have the Simpsons family completely.
They're almost absent from the whole episode.
They're quite cruel to Grandpa because like they're like, oh, whatever, he's just a crazy old man, and like he falls in love with this woman, and then he's like, it's her birthday the next day.
They take him to the safari.
They force him to come along
on a family getaway, and they're like, because he's like, it's my girlfriend's birthday, and they're like yeah, sure, your girlfriend, and then she dies.
She dies while he's trapped at the safari for a day,
which is kind of cruel.
We have that.
Okay, the family being cruel to Grandpa. Hold that thought. My next pick.
Okay.
My next pick.
It's incredibly dark.
I don't because I grew up being very close with my grandparents. I really don't like when shows are kind of cruel to the elderly. I'm a big fan of respect your elders because, hey, motherfucker, that's you. That's your future.
Yeah.
Like I don't get when
it can
people
be funny. Like it's funny. Like
to a point, but I find it's too much of a trope now where we just don't allow old people to have any dignity. Like it's like you're not allowed to age with grace anymore. It's like you at a certain point, it's like you just get portrayed as a dotty old fool, you know, that's made to be ridiculed. And it's like, wait till you get there, motherfucker, and then let's see how well your ass holds up. You know what I mean? Like, I bet you wouldn't like to be the butt of a lot of these jokes. Sorry, I'm very protective about. I know this is coming across random, but I was very close with my grandparents, and sometimes I would see other people, how they would treat older people, and it always would get under my skin because people would just have this thing where they for some reason see old people as like, you're a different species.
You know, Grandpa kind of smells like that trunk in the garage where the bottom's all wet.
Nuh-uh, he smells more like a photo lab.
Stop it, both of you! Grandpa smells like a regular old man, which is more like a hallway in a hospital.
Homer, that's terrible.
It's like, I'm young, so I'm this type of human. You're another type of human that, you know, like I can't even connect to you. It's like, wait till your ass gets there. As I get older now, too, I appreciate it that much more, you know. So
struck a nerve there.
It did. So
I think it's quite, just to jump back in.
I'm not saying don't have your grandpa funny moments where he's like, which one of you is the mailman? Because it's cartoony and spoofoony.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about like the joke of like, there's a grandpa joke where it's like, shut up or we'll put you in the old folks home.
You already did. I'll put you in the crooked one we saw in 60 Minutes. I'll be good.
Like, that's hilarious. But like,
right. So here's the difference. It's a fine line between being funny and being cruel. And what the moment with the safari thing, that was cruel.
It's incredibly dark that the family is basically responsible for him not being able to be with his like girlfriend
before she dies.
That's
where it's cruel.
It works narratively. That's a big dramatic thing.
The running joke in the Simpsons is them ignoring Grandpa because it's supposed to be, the humor is supposed to be like, that is a thing we do to old people is we shove them into homes and then just basically ignore and forget them, which is sad. But there is some humor in it because it is it is an actual thing that happens. They make it a cartoony thing. But it so easily can become just kind of cruel and mean-spirited. That's a better word. Mean-spirited.
Yeah.
And that I know exactly the moment you're talking about, and it's not fun.
There's a great line when he does get back, and he's informed from Jasper that she's passed away, and it's like something was wrong with her heart.
I always thought Jasper was a character that was a great sidekick to Grandpa.
Yeah.
I always liked Jasper.
And he tells Grandpa that it was a problem with her ventricle in her heart, and he says you can say it was her heart, her ventricle, but I knew she died of a broken heart.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but Bee passed away last night.
Oh, no.
It was her ticker. The doc said her left ventricle burst.
Oh, no, Jasper. Amy says she died of a burst ventricle, but I know she died of a broken heart.
It's like, holy shit. Like, there's real emotion to that. I'm not saying this is a bad episode. It's a very dramatic and well done. It's not funny. And like,
no, it's not a fun. There's no humor.
You know what I mean?
There's
not much humor to it. And then he has the inheritance. She leaves all her money.
And
to
the
him.
big thing is, and I don't remember how much it is. It's like $10,000.
It's $106,000.
Oh, so it is a ton of money. Okay.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is, who is he going to give it to? And the Simpsons family are like, Grandpa, it'd be really nice if you gave some of that money to us. And they're trying to kiss his ass and all that shit. And he sees right through it. Can I get to my favorite moment?
Sure, yeah,
The ending?
The Goosebumps moment ending, sure.
So,
let's hear it.
The whole thing in the episode, I think it's this episode. It'd be really funny if I was crediting this, but the whole episode is Grandpa has this dilemma of what does he do with this big chunk of change? He's old now. He can't do a ton with it, but like everybody's like, you should spend the money on this. You should spend the money on this. Go enjoy yourself. Go enjoy life. Do this, do that. And then he eventually is just like, all right, I'm going to have auditions and you tell me how you would better use the money.
Yes.
And everyone has these very self-centered, greedy desires for what to do with the money. Like Professor Frink wants to make like a death ray, and I don't remember what everybody. I don't remember the pitches, but they're all random pitches. And there's a beautiful moment where Grandpa is in the retirement home, and he looks around, and he sees how shoddy the retirement home is. He sees so it is this episode.
This is this episode.
He sees the old people around him, much like himself, not being treated well, being ignored, and he uses the money to upgrade the retirement home. And he specifically builds a new wing that's like a banquet hall.
Yes,
I think it's like
a dining room
It's
wing.
a new, yeah. And he says, come on in, friends. Dignity is on me.
Come on in. Dignity's on me, friends.
And the dining room is named in Bee's honor. Yeah.
I'm actually almost tearing up. No, that's actually one of my favorite tender moments.
Yeah.
Dignity is on me.
Yeah.
That's such a beautiful like little moment. I love it. And that's great character depth for Grandpa too.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I always thought the big thing is like Grandpa's a joke character. He's supposed to represent our guilt for how we treat the old people, right? And to give him that moment of bringing some of that dignity back is great.
Yeah. So it's hard. It's subjective.
It's a beautiful moment in an unfunny episode.
I want to be clear. It's like, this is classic Simpsons. This is fucking season 2.
This is
but
sappy,
the problem is
this is sappy Simpsons. Yeah.
If I'm just nitpicking, it's like, it's just all in on like raw emotion and drama. And like, that's great. But like, I still want it to be like funny. And, like,
I know exactly.
I think there's a better
it's like the
scale.
The like
balance.
like father like clown. It's the same shit. It's just not funny.
It's like, what do you want out of like a perfect Simpsons episode or like a quality Simpsons episode? And like, I don't know if I want to rewatch this one all the time because it's kind of sad.
And that was your number 4 or number 3?
That was number 4 for
all right.
me.
My number 3. Speaking of being cruel to the elderly, this is season 10.
10. Okay.
As soon as I tell you the title, as I tell you the title, you're going to be like, "Oh, that episode." Okay. Season 10, episode 8, Homer Simpson in kidney trouble.
Oh dear God! This man's kidneys have exploded. There's nothing left.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's what happens when you get older. It's one of those natural things. Beautiful in its way.
Oh, I fucking know this episode. Yeah, this is where Grandpa's kidneys fail. and they need Homer to donate a kidney
Right.
to Grandpa.
So it starts off, it has one of our favorite moments in all.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get to it. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's in
It's
this
unfortunate
because
it's in this piece of shit episode,
I never
yeah.
watched this episode.
No, I never,
I
ever
only
watched
watched
this
this one clip. So it starts off. I can't say.
But I've watched this clip like a million times. The problem with this is like this may be one of my favorite Simpsons jokes ever in such a dog shit episode.
So it starts off with the second. Get to it. Okay, so the Simpsons go to a ghost town attraction. It's like one of those.
I just know what's coming. I know you're gonna cut to it and add it in the video, but like I'm just imagining it.
So it's they go to like one of those ghost town attractions where it's like one of those old timey villages where everybody dresses up in period
Like
accurate
prospectors and cowboys
costume.
and- yeah.
It's like schools would go to field trips to these places, right? It's one of those lame, whatever. Everybody's dressed up like it's as if it's the old west, okay? And they end up bringing Grandpa along with them on the trip, and this leads to they do one of those like reenactment moments, and it's like, oh, and they have like a tour guide.
Yeah,
and
it's high noon, and there's a shootout.
And there's a shootout, and they have all the actors, and they've got like prop guns, and
Yeah.
it's so funny. We're like, they're all just jumping around, firing blanks at each other, and it's so over the top. And then out of nowhere, this like disheveled, fat, slobbin-looking guy who just looks like
He's
just
still dressed in a costume.
He's in period accurate
Yeah.
wear, but it looks like he just came out of like a dumpster, and he's got like a bottle of booze, I think, in his hands, and he's like, where's the shootout? And all of the tour group starts laughing, and then the tour guide is like, he's like, I can't even remember his name. Do you remember the name of the guy?
I don't remember.
I think it's like Red or something. He's
Yeah.
like, oh, there's old Red. He used to play the town's
barkeep.
No, I don't think it's
whatever.
barkeep. I think it's preacher.
Oh, is it? Okay, I don't.
He's
remember.
like, he used to play the town's preacher until we, maybe it was the mayor. Anyways, he's like, he used to play the town's whatever until we had to let him go in the spring, but he still hangs around.
But he still hangs around.
Which was a gunfight.
There's old Curly. He played the town preacher until we laid him off, but he still hangs around.
Which is alcohol
Which
problem.
the implication of like, they're not paying this man and he's just living, he's
living
homeless
there?
and he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
lives at the attraction.
The dark
but they
implications.
don't get rid of this. This is the darkest Simpson
Might be-
joke in the entire series.
Yes.
Is this joke.
Yeah.
This is probably the darkest joke. The implication that there's this.
He used to work for us, but he still hangs around.
Right.
Like, what? Who is this man?
Right. And he's just like, he this homeless person that they're not employing him, and they just let him stay there because people find him. That was the implication I
Yeah,
got. Is
people find
people
him
find
funny.
it funny that this drunk, like, sad man is bumbling around, and they think it's part of the show, that it's like, oh, look, it's the town drunk, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. And he just lives at the ghost town attraction, and then the funniest line of all time.
We'll play it.
Just play it.
There's old Curly. He played the town preacher until we laid him off, but he still hangs around.
Help me, please. I'm sick.
But it's funny, Marge. The guy's sick.
Shouldn't we help him? He knows what he's doing.
Help me, I'm sick. The line delivery.
Whoever said that line.
The way they deliver that line. Help me, I'm sick. Like
Sick.
Jesus Christ.
Sick.
What the fuck?
Sick. What the fuck does that mean? Sick.
Why is it so dark? It's so out of left field. Like
it comes out of nowhere. There's no call. There's
no call.
But like sick? What does that mean? Help me, I'm sick. I assume it's like because he just is homeless now that he has like illnesses and he can't get proper treatment because he has no like health care.
Or he views like alcoholism as a disease.
That's the other. There's so
like,
it's so layered. It's so I don't. Why is this clip?
Why is this here?
Why is this clip not analyzed as much as the steamed hams? Like this needs to be dissected. This fucking moment is so good. So he's like,
what is going on here?
He's pleading for help, and he goes up to like Homer. And he's like, please help me. I'm sick. And then Homer
laughs in his face.
They all do. Yeah. Everybody is just like, and then he's like, look, he's sick. And then he falls face forward in like a water, like a horse water trough. Yeah. And he just starts drowning. He's like, and then Lisa's like, shouldn't we help him? And then Bart's answer is like, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
Like, what? The implication being that, like, and no one helps him. So that my thought is like, they think that this man, while he's down on his luck, he's still a performer until like, even, you know what I mean? Like to the end,
they think he's
an entertaining. So they think that like, this is a bit. Like he knows how to hold his breath or some shit. Like
I don't know what the fuck.
I can't. I have rewatched this clip. I don't know. If I have a bad day, I will put this clip on. Like,
it's possibly one of the darkest jokes.
I think it is probably the darkest joke in the in my golden
barring era. Like Frank Grimes dying.
Yes, barring the darkest episode. That's the darkest episode. This is the darkest one-off joke in the entire series. Is this fucking joke? Yeah, the help me, I'm sick. Oh, I can't get enough of that fucking joke. We were dying before we even started. Like I didn't even get to it. And we were because you knew it was coming. Yeah,
it's so needlessly cruel, out of left field. There's no call for it. It's just like. I have so many questions. It's
but like also, help me, I'm sick.
And then the line delivery.
Everyone just laughing at him. Yeah. Like, so you're basically, they're watching a man die before their eyes, and they're just doing nothing. Like as if it's,
He knows what he's doing.
Can't get enough. Yeah. Okay. So while there, Grandpa drinks a ton of, I think it's like sarsaparilla.
Sarsaparilla.
Yeah, he drinks like a shitload of bottles of sarsaparilla. The family leaves, and he really has to pee. And Homer absolutely refuses to stop to let Grandpa pee.
That's right. Yeah, this makes no sense. Yeah.
For no reason. Just for an absolutely no reason. So Homer is just like needlessly cruel and mean, and none of the family say anything. Like, they're all like, Dad, come on, stop. Grandpa's got... No.
Yeah, not even Lisa.
No one says anything.
Lisa's like, oh, come on.
So the entire time, Grandpa's like, I really got to pee. And this goes for like 2 minutes.
There's a rest area. Pull over. Can't stop now. We're making great time. Oh, can I go behind the trees? What are you, an animal? Whoever keeps saying, please stop back there, better quit it. Oh.
Of them like driving. I think they even passed like a giant toilet to like really make...
Yeah, there's a gag where it's like, oh, it's like the world's biggest toilet or something like
so
that. So
Grandpa, it's like, the man needs to piss and he needs to relieve himself, and Homer just refuses to stop, just being cruel. It's just like, again, so remember I said this is where it's not funny. This is cruel. It's just elder abuse, but it's not funny. Like I find it crosses the line. It goes way too like, what is the logic here? I think Homer is like saying something like, I don't want to stop. We're making too good a time. I got to get back in time to watch something or some shit.
Yeah.
It's dumb. It's awful. This leads to Grandpa holds his bladder so long, his kidneys explode.
Yeah, that's
Which is also pure nonsense.
It's nonsense.
Yeah, it's pure nonsense. And then this requires him to need a kidney transplant from Homer because Homer is a viable donor. Freaked out by the idea of the procedure, Homer runs away like a coward until eventually returning from guilt.
Yes.
I fucking hate this episode. I hated it. I've seen this episode, I think 3 times. Like I think once when it first came out, a second time on a rerun, and then now upon my rewatch. And every time I watch it, I find more reasons to hate it. And it sucks that one of the funniest
just one-off random
gags, jokes in The Simpsons is stuck in one of the worst episodes in the entire series.
Yeah.
Fuck this fucking episode. So I've got Homer just comes across like a dick in this episode.
It's maybe needlessly cruel to his own family.
It's honestly maybe the worst version of Homer ever.
We're almost home, Dad. Only a couple more times over the horizon, but I might explode. You just sit back and relax. I'm not gonna let anything happen to my old dad.
Oh, dear God. This man's kidneys have exploded.
Yeah, Homer and the family ignoring Grandpa was always a running gag in the show, but they take it way too far in this episode.
Yeah.
Again, it becomes mean-spirited. And back to Homer being an absolute dick. Why he's just like, let the man go fucking piss.
Yeah.
Why, that's not fun to watch.
No, even as a kid, I remember watching it being like, it seems especially cruel.
And a running gag, too, is Homer ignoring his father is also kind of a funny thing where, Homer's always trying to, hide from Grandpa because he doesn't want to interact with him. And
yeah,
there's some good moments in the series about that. But in this episode, Homer is just such an asshole and he's such a dick.
Well, he's also a coward through most of the episode, too. So does this resolve in any, satisfying way? It's been ages since I've seen the ending of this episode.
It's 10 fucking minutes of Homer running away like a coward without anything funny happening. Half the episode is just Homer being like, I gotta run from my problems.
Yeah, does he run out the window right before the surgery?
Yeah,
and he's just on the run.
Yeah, he ends up on a ship at one point and runs into some other people that are like, we are all running away from our problems, and it's just not funny.
This is the laziest thing when
funny.
You have to pad out time by a character's running away and running away and
they run into random things, none of which are funny.
Yeah,
it's a terrible episode, terribly written. Homer is cruel. He's mean. He's a fucking coward. And speaking of, I'm glad you asked. What is the resolution? The ending is absolute fucking dog shit. So this is how it ends. This is a resolution. Homer eventually is guilty, and he's like, "No, I got to do the right thing. I can't. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't go through with it." He comes back. Grandpa's dying. So that's the other thing. It's not fun to watch.
Life or death.
It's not not fun to watch. Every time they cut back to because they cut back to the hospital and the family with Grandpa trying to make him comfortable. He's dying.
Yeah, that's not
fun.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So Grandpa is getting worse and worse. Homer comes back. Abe is still alive. And he's like, all right, Dad, we'll do this, right? No, then he runs out the window again. You don't remember this?
I do, yeah.
So then he runs out the window again, just as the surgeries, just as they're about to prep him for surgery, but he runs into traffic and gets hit by a car. And then he wakes up in the hospital, and he's in a body cast, and they're like, oh, we took the kidney out of you while you were unconscious.
What? Hey!
While we were setting your broken bones and putting your blood back in, we helped ourselves to a kidney and gave it to your father.
You butchers! Give it back! Give me that! Come on!
So they basically Homer was such a coward that they had to do it while he was 100% unconscious from an unrelated incident. And then Abe walks in and he's got a new lease on life.
That makes no sense.
It's fucking stupid. It's such a dumb fucking episode. Fuck this episode. Fuck you. Fuck the people watching this. Fuck the people tuning in through fucking iTunes or Spotify or whatever the fuck. Fuck everybody. All right? That's how fucking heated. I'm just hungry. Let's go get something to eat. We're going to take a break, folks. We will return. This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. And we're back. We just got some delicious Mary Browns. That was fucking so good.
That was good.
Yeah. We're not sponsored by them. We would love to be sponsored by Mary Browns. But on to your number 3.
All right. So my number 3.
Another fucking hot take?
Maybe? I guess not as much.
Okay.
But
maybe these are going to start making sense. That would be nice.
So this is season 5, episode 22. So this is a season 5. This is the season 5 finale.
Oh, is this Who Shot Mr. Burns?
No, that's the season 6 finale, I believe.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
I actually almost put Who Shot Mr. Burns. It's like I always thought those episodes were kind of I never rewatched them.
I don't usually rewatch them. But
No,
I don't know.
yeah, they're okay. Okay, no, what
this
is it?
Season 5 finale. This is Secrets of a Successful Marriage.
We need someone to teach a course on how to build a successful marriage.
I'll do it. Anything to get me out of that house, away from all that nagging and noise of a family of love. Sha-la-la-la.
Yeah, this is kind of a meh episode.
This is a meh episode.
I know exactly which episode you're
and
talking about.
there's problems with this episode.
Yeah.
So I'll just check my notes here quickly, but so this is the finale of season 5, and I guess I'll run down the plot. Homer feels like people perceive him as being slow, like dim-witted, and he has a problem with that. So to make up for it, he decides to teach a night class about how to have a successful marriage.
Because being a teacher would earn him respect of his peers.
Peers.
Yeah, they're playing on the it's exactly what the Deep Space Homer is, and Deep Space Homer is a superior episode. It's the same idea, though. It's like Homer feels insecure about his intelligence. Slow. They called you slow. Yeah, that's this episode.
Something said.
Not good.
Not good.
Hey, don't yell at Homer just because he's a little slow.
Something was said. Not good. What was it? Don't yell at Homer. No, that's okay. What was it? Slow. They called you slow. How dare you call me that?
Hey, Homer, you still here? Boy, you are slow.
Something said. Not good.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Think. And then it's like, he's been sitting there all night. Like Lenny's.
So, well,
like,
yeah,
anyway,
so that's, keep going.
So, he starts teaching a class, this just feels like such bullshit. Like he's
it's a class on marriage.
Yeah, but this whole
relationships,
setup, I have a problem. It's like,
relationships.
oh no, people think I'm dumb. So, like his family's like, well, then go like learn something or like try to educate yourself more.
But instead, he becomes a teacher.
But instead, his solution, because he's Homer, is he's like, oh well, I should teach a class, and it's like, well, okay, I guess, and then, the people running it are like, oh well, if you're married with kids, maybe you could teach a class about that.
Well, there is a funny line there.
Yeah,
he meets the guy that's like running the thing, and it's like, well, do you have any certain skills? Like, oh, I can tell the difference between butter, and I can't believe it's not butter.
No one can do that, Mr.
No,
Simpson.
you can't, Mr. Simpson. No one can.
Yeah, no one can.
That was a funny throwaway joke.
To be clear, it's still season 5. There's still great jokes in here.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. We've got the Mo teaching the
breakdance class.
Yeah. See some gangsters jocking your fly girl. Like, that's great.
Give him one of these.
Yeah.
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 If I want that's sorry, continue.
No.
That's the plot, though. The plot is just Homer teaches a class about marriage, but then he starts revealing details to the class about his actual marriage.
Yeah.
Because
No. He tries to teach this class. It's very boring.
Yeah,
he fails because he has no idea what he's talking about. He
has no curriculum.
He's no lesson plan, no curriculum, and people are bored and disinterested. So he's like, "Oh no, they're not paying attention to me." So to keep their attention, I'll just start telling like private details about my life and my like Marge and stuff like that. And then he's basically gossiping to these like strangers or people in the town.
And that's what the class becomes.
That's what the class becomes. How do we get to this from him being like, oh, people think I'm slow,
I'm insecure?
So he warps that into, I want people to pay attention to me.
And then it turns into an episode of Marge and Homer's marriage troubles.
And because it's the finale of season 5, the implication is it's a big episode.
Maybe they'll get divorced.
Right. So right off the bat, I kind of take issue with it's a leap to be like, he's worried about people thinking he's dumb, so he needs to get lots of attention. That's not the same thing. Like, that's not... I know it's Homer, but it doesn't make sense to be like, oh, people think I'm slow. That means I need to just get a bunch of attention from random people in the community as I teach a night class. And just like... It's just like... That's weak. So yeah, then eventually he starts gossiping to the town. He tells people that Marge dyes her hair. He eventually starts telling people like sexual private details.
Yeah, he crosses a line big time.
It's already crossing a line, but then, yeah, he starts telling private sexual details of his marriage with people. It's really dark. And Marge like explicitly is like, I'm not comfortable with this. Please stop doing this.
And he continues
Please don't do
it.
this.
Yeah, the episode makes Homer to be a real jackass.
He's a fucking monster in this episode. Yeah, and he just keeps doing it. It's like, oh, I'm Homer. I'm nutty. I'm just going to keep doing this. But it's like, no, like she should divorce him if he behaves this way. And I can pull up some quotes. It's like she like very overtly is like, I am not comfortable with this. Please stop doing this. And he's like, okay. And then it's like, keeps doing it anyways. And
I
then,
actually agree with you. This is an episode I usually kind of skip. I don't really like this episode.
And the ending is fucking dog shit too, and we'll get to that. So we do have like, I want to point out there's some good jokes in here. So one I'll highlight is when he does become a teacher, Lisa has the line where she says, I think it's great that you're a teacher, Dad. So will you be lecturing from a standardized text or using the more Socratic method of interactive class participation?
I think it's great you're a teacher, Dad. So, will you be lecturing from a standardized text or using the more Socratic method of interactive class participation?
Yes, Lisa. Daddy's a teacher.
Yes, Lisa. Daddy's a teacher.
Yeah.
Like that.
I love those interactions of Lisa and an adult.
Yeah, those are good. But what's not good is like the actual narrative plot going on. So I just want to pull up what Marge says. So this is Marge. Homer, I really don't like you telling personal secrets in your class. And Homer says, Marge, I didn't tell them personal stuff. And she says, well, today at the Quickie Mart, everyone knows that I dye my hair. And it's like, yeah, like, what the fuck?
But it's that. I think that's also kind of a meta joke, though, because Marge's hair color is blue. Which is no one has natural hair color blue, but yeah.
Yeah, but it gets worse.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So then, yeah, he's obviously telling like sexual stuff. And
nibble her elbow.
Yeah, nibble her elbow. Marge says, "Don't ever tell them personal stuff about me again." And Homer says, "Yes, ma'am."
Yeah.
So, again, Homer goes back. He tries to teach the class without telling gossip, but it's boring again.
Right.
So everyone gets up and is like trying to leave. And like, this is nothing. So in desperation, again, why are we here? It's just because at the start, someone insinuated that he was slow. He has a job at the nuclear power plant. He's like a father with a family. Like, why is this important that he has to teach this class? Could he not just not teach the class?
Right.
That's another valid thing. Like Marge being like, I'd really appreciate you not telling personal details. How about she just says, stop teaching the class because this is fucking stupid.
It's definitely a weaker episode for sure.
There's no reason for this plot to be happening. So then we get Homer says, I do have a story about two other young marrieds. And he's like, we'll call them Mr. X and Mr. Y.
We need names.
Well, let's just call them Mr. X and Mrs. Y. So anyway, Mr. X would say, Marge, if this doesn't get your motor running, my name isn't Homer J. Simpson.
So it's like, okay, so he's literally telling like sex shit to people.
He's also like almost cruel to the kids too, because they're also not comfortable with it.
No.
And like he invites the class to observe his family.
That's fucking
it's
bizarre.
Very bizarre and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He doesn't think of his family's feelings. I agree with
Marge
you on
kicks
this
him out of the house and is like contemplating divorce. That's what the head that it comes to. Is this funny? Like, I don't know.
It's not a great episode. I actually think that's a good pick. It's a meh episode for sure.
Yeah, so
it doesn't anger me, but it's just a meh.
Homer says, some things were said, mistakes were made. Let's end this madness and get on with our lives. It's like, no, you fucked up. And then Marge says, you just don't get it, do you, Homer? You told personal things about our lives, even after you promised that you wouldn't. I can't trust you anymore. It's like a valid fucking
Very
thing.
valid, yeah. You want to get to the ending?
Yeah, let's
Why
just skip
she
to
takes
the
him
ending.
back?
So the gag is that he immediately, within 24 hours, becomes
mess.
like disheveled mess.
Yeah.
And he's like made this fake Marge up in the treehouse.
Which is kind of funny, but
it's kind of funny, but it's also like it's been like 8 hours.
It's like a plant with like a paper plate for a
yeah.
face.
Like Lisa brings him pudding and he's like, your flesh mother used to bring me pudding.
Yeah.
It's like he's already like losing his mind. That's a little funny, but it's also like as it ends,
there's real weight here with real crappy gags. Yeah.
Crappy gags. Homer Homer says, Lisa, you're smart. Help me trick her into taking me back.
Yeah,
it's like,
trick her? You're seeing a bad side of Homer.
This is your wife. This is the most, this is, again, like Homer's on like a scale. This is cruel, weird.
Yeah.
Like, this is too far.
Lisa, you're smart. Help me trick her into taking me back.
Dad, you can't trick somebody into loving you. There's a reason two people come together and stay together. There's something they give each other that nobody else can give them. If you want to get Mom back, you just have to remember what you give her that nobody else can.
His solution is, I know what I can offer you that no one else can. Complete and utter dependence.
Dependency. Yeah.
Dependency. He's like, I'm nothing without you, Marge. Look, it's only been a day and I can't survive. It's like, that's fucking pathetic.
Yeah, it's almost like
you're a grown man. You're just being like, I would die without you. I'm useless.
Yes,
it's, like,
it's almost like it's guilt tripping somebody to stay in a relationship with you.
Yeah, and then she just takes him back and the episode ends.
It's equivalent of being like, I'm going to kill myself if you aren't with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Fuck
same
this
kind of
episode.
shit. Yeah.
This episode sucks.
It's not a great episode. That's a good pick. Yeah.
So that's my number 3.
Back to me, my number 2 from season 6.
Okay.
Number 16, Bart Vs Australia.
This is Bart Simpson. Can I help you, ma'am?
Yeah. Hey! My name is Bruno Drundridge, right? You owe me $900, mate.
No, you owe me $900.
You're just some punk kid, aren't you? You picked the wrong guy to tangle with here, mate.
I don't think so. You're all the way in Australia. Hey, I think I hear a dingo eating your baby.
Oh, I always forget about this one.
Fuck this episode. Fuck this. I hated it back then. Even as a kid, I was always like, the Australian one.
That's a good pick.
There's nothing to it. Okay, so it starts off with Lisa and Bart are having an argument about which way the water spins in the drain. Because Lisa lectures Bart and she's like, it's the Coriolis effect. In our hemisphere, the water always spins counterclockwise, whereas it'll spin clockwise in the opposite side, or whatever.
Whatever.
The water spins one way here, it spins the other way there, okay?
Yeah.
And Bart refuses to accept this. He's like, no, that's what it is. Yeah, the water drains clockwise in the southern hemisphere, but it drains counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. So Bart has to confirm this. So he's like, starts calling random countries, like he's calling long distance, and he just calls random countries. We get like a montage of him calling like Antarctica and all these other places, and he's like, which way is the water like turning? He eventually calls a random house in Australia and pretends he's like talks to a little boy that's like his age, and he pretends to be a doctor of like the Drainage Commission or some shit like that. He lies to the little boy.
This is Dr. Bart Simpson of the International Drainage Commission. It's an emergency.
If it's an emergency, then...
We understand some drains in your area have been malfunctioning, sucking in people and whatnot.
Really, Kaz? That's awful.
Indeed. We need you to check your sinks and toilets and tell us which way the water is going, and please, stand clear.
And he's like, can you check which way the water's spinning? And he confirms again that Lisa's right, because of course Lisa's right. And then Bart's like, well, just to be sure, you should check your neighbor's house. Now, it's in Australia, and the boy like lives out in the country. So like his nearest neighbor is like hours away, and he's got like a bicycle. But he thinks it's an emergency, so he bikes to the other house. Meanwhile, Bart doesn't hang up the phone, so the phone's just been like off the hook the entire time. And it racks up a giant international bill of $900, which I'm assuming is $900 US. So that's like, I don't know, 10,000 Canadian, something like that. Does that conversion sound all right? The boy's father calls Bart back after he gets the bill, because the bill, I think, is supposed to go to them, because I think he calls collect or something.
Whatever.
But the bill's going to go to the Australian boy's father. He calls Bart to complain, and Bart just kind of acts like a typical like little shit.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you owe me. Like, he's just fucking with the little, like the grown man. He's like, he's being a little shit, which is like, okay, whatever. Doesn't necessarily show Bart in a bad light, but it's just like, okay, yeah, Bart's a dumb kid. Kids do dumb shit like this, right?
Yeah.
They think they're the center of the universe. But enraged, the man seeks the help of the prime minister, and it creates an international incident wherein the U.S. State Department has to get involved. They make an agreement with the Australian government. The Simpsons have to travel to Australia. The Simpsons are going to Australia. It's one of the first of these.
Yeah. One of these.
Going
the
to
Simpsons
Australia.
Go to another country.
And the idea is while they're there to soothe out international tensions. They're there to put this to bed. Bart must make a public apology to the people of Australia, and all will be forgiven. That's the basic plot.
I always forget about this episode.
So I absolutely hate the Simpsons are going to blank episodes. The bottle vacation episodes, I hate them. Specifically, different countries.
Yeah.
Homer versus New York City, I love that episode. That's a good bottle episode.
Yes. Itchy and Scratchy Land.
That's a good, but there are so many examples of terrible vacation bottle episodes that were just lazy, poor writing, and basic gags. And
often
just
relying
unfunny.
Often relying on if you go to another country, it's like, what stereotypes are there of this, like these people
There
and
it
culture?
is. You just nailed it. It's lazy, simple, basic writing. It's like, let's pick a country, take a note of all their stereotypes, let's write a gag about each one of these.
Yeah, like Marge being like,
paint
I'd
by
like a
numbers.
coffee. Beer?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you made that. Okay.
Yeah. Like they're so fucking stupid and like backwards that they're just like,
this is my
they don't know what coffee is.
This is of all of the Simpsons Golden Age, this is probably my least favorite joke in all of it.
Ooh.
And I had to fucking listen to kids in school, like in elementary school, quote this and think it was funny. A lot of people think this is funny. I've heard other people quote this. So they're in a bar at one point in Australia, and Bart and Lisa approach some man sitting at a table. And he goes, "This is a knife." And Bart goes, "That's not a knife, that's a spoon." And he goes, "Oh, I see you've played knifey spoony before."
You call that a knife? This is a knife.
That's not a knife, that's a spoon.
All right, you win. I see you've played knifey spoony before.
Yeah.
I don't get the joke. I still, to this day, don't get the joke. Knifey spoony? What is the joke? At first, it's like, oh, you're doing a parody of
Crocodile
Dundee. Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically, I think it's I think it might be the first one.
Whatever.
Crocodile
First
Dundee.
or the second one.
Yeah, that's not a knife. It's a famous scene in Crocodile Dundee.
This is a knife.
Paul Hogan, which I actually really like those movies. I like Paul Hogan. Great. So at first, I'm like, oh, that's cool. But then it's like, no, he's holding up a spoon, and then Bart calls him out on it, and then he makes up something where he's like, "Oh, see, you've played knifey spoony before." What the fuck is that's not a thing?
That's not a thing. Yeah.
Knifey
I've never
spoony?
cared for that joke. It's not even. Yeah.
It's not. I don't get. In no way is it funny. It doesn't work as a parody of the "That's not a knife." Do you know a better version of that joke? A better version of that joke is in Boy Scouts in the Hood, when Bart is seeing everyone using knives and he gets like envious and he wants a pocket knife, and Moe throws out Hans Mole Man and he's like, "Get out here, I'll cut you with my knife." And then Hans Mole Man's like, "That's not a knife, this is a knife." And it's such a long knife, and Hans Mole Man, the weight, it makes him fall over.
Makes him fall over. Yeah, that's how you do that joke.
That's funnier. It subverts our expectations. This is nothing.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. And I remember, I seriously remember in school, kids being, like, I'm traumatized by this. Kids being
knifey
like,
spoony.
"I see you
Knifey
played
spoony."
knifey spoony before." I'm like, that's not anything. It's not funny. It's stupid. The stupid plot, oh yeah. So then there's the whole thing of like, oh, the Australians lied, and Bart, not only do they want an apology, they're also going to boot him in the butt.
Yeah, they want to kick a child in the ass. Like,
why?
That was always weird.
Because apparently it's like, oh, that's an Australian tradition. And they have like a flag and it shows like a butt being kicked by a boot. I still don't understand this. I don't get it. Maybe that's a real Australian thing they did at one point. I feel like this would never happen, but it's also just weird and like it's just a dumb plot point and it drags. That's the last quarter of the episode is Bart before Parliament being like, "Oh, we're gonna boot him in the bum. Don't worry, it's just a little kick in the butt." Right?
What is that?
And then Bart's like, and then Bart, of course, is like, "No." And then Homer and Bart are like, "No way." And then they go back to the embassy, and then they're like, "Oh," and then it's just them negotiating where it's like, "Okay, we got it down to Bart's gonna get kicked in the butt through the gate of the embassy by the prime minister." What are we doing? It goes so long, the stupid booting thing.
This is a good pick because I always forget about this episode.
There's a reason you forget about it.
Yeah.
Okay. I actually, and this is someone who's like, humor's humor, don't get offended. I think the ending's actually a little offensive and distasteful.
Oh.
So it ends with Bart, he's bent over to get kicked in the butt by the Australian people, because I guess this will soothe, whatever the relationships. Yeah, for whatever reason, right? And then he pulls down his pants, and he flashes them, and it says, "Don't tread on me."
That's it, lad. This is for the Commonwealth of Australia.
And this is for the United States of America.
And then they all get into the plane and fly off. Or they get off in a helicopter and then fly off from the embassy. It's kind of a little offensive, just basically being like, hey, kiss our ass, Australian people. Like,
yeah,
fuck you.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a dumb fucking episode. I hate this episode.
That's
it's
a
crap.
very good pick.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's my number 2.
All right.
Throwing it back to you.
Back to me. Another one that I actually really dislike this episode. So I guess I'll pull up the...
We've only got
title.
2 left for you, and I got one more. And I'm going to tell you right now, thematically, my number 1 least favorite episode of all time is very similar to the one I just talked about.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you finally going to do Principal and the Pauper? Because I know that's got it's your number 1? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it is. Sorry,
okay.
I don't know. Okay.
My number 2
yeah.
is season 8, episode 20, Canine Mutiny.
Whoa! The crowning achievement of the dog maker's art. This limited edition collie comes fully trained by Major Jonas Fong, ALBDA. Only 800 will be bred. Quite possibly the world's best dog.
The Canine Mutiny.
Is this the one where Laddie?
This is the Laddie episode.
Yeah, it's...
Fuck this episode.
It's yeah.
Fuck this episode.
The Laddie episode, yeah. This episode's okay. Bart gets a dog that's Lassie, but they call it Laddie. It's like the Sherry Bobbins thing. It's the same kind of shit, where it's just a little too obvious of a joke.
Yeah. So here's some notes I wrote.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean,
okay. So the plot...
the fucking plot. Bart commits mail fraud and credit card fraud.
At first, it's funny. Bart gets a credit card, and he's an irresponsible kid, and he starts buying a bunch of shit,
yeah.
and he puts it as Santos Little Helper.
Yes.
Or Santos L Helper or something.
L Helper.
And it's his dog's name. That is a good
Whatever,
setup.
Sure.
That's a good setup. Yeah. That's the first 3 minutes.
Yes.
He buys Lisa pet pills, which is funny.
That's kind of funny.
Halogen lamps? Kill him, Rogues. You can't afford this. How can you afford this?
You've been all edgy and suspicious ever since I gave you those pep pills.
What are you talking about? I don't need pep pills to be suspicious. If I want to comment on it, I'll comment on it. Who's going to stop me? You pep pill boy? Pep boys, pills, Beverly Hills. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. I got to stop taking those pills again. You think you're so great.
Excuse me. So then eventually he buys a award-winning bred, perfectly trained...
I think it's supposed to be the world's greatest dog.
The world's greatest dog.
Out of a catalog.
For $2,000 or something. And it comes 6 weeks later in a crate, and it's Laddie. It's like a parody of Lassie, like the ultimate perfectly bred, perfectly trained by master dog trainer's dog.
Yep.
And eventually the repo men come and take all the shit
jig
away.
Is up.
The jig is up from his mail fraud and credit card scam. And they're like, well, it says here there's a dog we're supposed to take.
Is that the dog?
Is that the dog? And it's like, oh, Santa's Little Helper or Laddie, which one? And so he lets them take Santa's Little Helper.
Right.
Then he feels guilty about it, and then he wants to get Santa's Little Helper back. That's the episode. So, notes. Combining a later season, more over-the-top version of a classic Simpsons
Bart dog
episode of just there's fucking so many episodes of Bart and Santa's Little Helper.
Yeah, they've already done this. They've
already done dramas with Santa's Little Helper.
Which one is it where Santa's Little Helper becomes Mr. Burns is like...
That's Dog of Death.
Yeah. That's a better episode than this.
Yeah, they give away they disrespect the dog. They don't care about it. It runs away.
It's a better fucking heartfelt episode.
Yeah, so they've already kind of done this already.
Plot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one problem. Number 2, it's so the cliche of Bart makes a horrible mistake plot. The first 11 episodes have a couple strong jokes, mostly plot setup involving Bart performing the fraud. But then, so yeah, we've already fucking done this with the dog thing.
It's a rehash
and then
plot.
Bart lazily lies to the family, and I don't like this where they're like, he gets this dog, and the family's just like, oh, where'd you get the dog? He's like, I got it at a church fundraiser thing 2 towns over.
That's not Santa's little helper.
That's Laddie. Bart says he won him at a church carnival 2 towns over.
In a truth-telling contest, right, Bart?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Wow, I gotta start going to church.
Yeah.
It's like, no one would believe that.
And then it's like, where'd you do with Santa's little helper? Oh, I put him in a kennel.
Yeah, he's in a kennel till this dog gets settled in. No one questions this. Not Marge, not Homer.
Well, Lisa does.
Lisa just lets it happen. She's like, oh, like, what was the thing you won at the church? Was it a truth-telling contest?
Which is funny, yeah.
But it's like, she has no problem with the fact that Santa's little helper like disappears or that like there's this new dog or any of this. Like, I'm sorry, but we're fucking almost 9 seasons in, and Bart pulls some stunt where he just has this dog, and like the family's not like, what is going on here? Like, why is this happening? No one questions it. I have a problem with that. Anyway.
Other comments I have about the episode, it's like similar to the Sherry Bobbins thing with the whole Laddie. There's so many setups, like where Laddie's like Lassie. They try to like make fun of that.
Okay, then we have a few minutes of runtime of like the dog doing miraculous things.
Yeah,
it's not very funny.
Lassie. Yeah.
And then it's Bart gets bored with the dog because the dog is too perfect.
Too perfect, right?
And it's supposed to be heart-wrenching that he gave up Santa's little helper. It's like Bart's kind of really cruel in that moment. Like I don't feel like it's like that's fucked up. So then Lassie wins like a medal from the
town.
mayor for rescuing people, and Bart's just like sick of it, so he just gets bored.
And he gives him to
He
Chief Wiggum.
gives the dog to Chief Wiggum, so he gives the dog
Which
to the
is
police.
pointless because it's like everything is different. Everything resets after this episode. We never hear about Laddie ever again.
No. So then he goes home, and naturally, again, the family's like, well, where's the dog? He's like, oh, I gave him...
No, this is when he crumbles. I think it's this moment.
Is
when they
this
push
when
him? They push him, and then he's eventually like, well, we can't go get him because he's not there.
Okay. This is when he crumbles, and it's like, well, now I have to go find my dog. It's like, okay, again, we're doing this plot. He traces it back through the police, through the church, and through everything, discovers that Santa's little helper has been adopted by a blind man.
Blind man, yeah.
So then his solution is to just like break in and steal the dog back
from a blind person.
From a blind person, so
who's actually gotten attached to him.
Yeah.
Calls him like Freckles or Sprinkles or something.
Bart's solution to, again, this episode started with credit card fraud and mail fraud. He just buries the credit cards, and like that's never questioned again.
Yeah.
Also, coincidentally, the repo men, when they come to repossess stuff, it's such the laziest writing because only Lisa and Bart are home.
Yeah.
And the repo men are carrying shit out of the Simpson
house. They're only there because if Marge and Homer were there.
And there's one off line where Lisa's like, well, they're like, where are your parents? He's like, oh, they went out for a walk with Flanders.
Mom and Dad aren't home, are they?
No, they went for a walk with the Flanders. Bart, what's going on? Why are those repo guys taking all your stuff?
What?
Yeah.
That's fucking just lazy writing.
Yep.
So Bart's solution to all this is to break and enter into a blind man's home to steal the dog back. So, in other words, solving a crime and a mistake with an even worse crime, like breaking and entering into a blind man's house. And it's just like, oh, whatever. He got like, then we have the conflict where the blind man catches him and calls the police.
And then it all leads into, we're going to let the dog choose.
Let the dog choose.
Which they've already done
They've already fucking done this.
They've done this exact thing before where Santa's little helper is like about to attack Bart and then he remembers Bart. It's like, they already have an attachment to each other. It's lazy. It's
so
dumb.
Then the dog chooses Bart. The police show up and
the
they
guy
find
has weed
on the guy, and they're like, okay.
That's it.
And then Bart walks away, and then it just ends on a gag where the police show up and Bob Marley plays. And it's like, oh, let's party, man.
And the idea
the
is,
episode just ends.
Yeah.
Like they have no idea how to end this episode. It's so clear.
Yeah.
The writers were just like, fuck it. We don't know how to end this.
Yeah,
just like have a gag where the police
they
get
show
stoned.
up and they all get high.
Fuck you.
Whatever.
Like, and then just like, so none of this mattered. This has already been done before. And like, it's not like this is going to do, like, yeah, everything just resets the next episode. Fuck this episode.
So while it is a Met episode, it has one of my favorite Millhouse moments. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. This is a great Milhouse joke.
So the family is taking Laddie out to the park. At this point, Santa's little helper's been taken by the repo men.
Yeah.
And everyone loves Laddie. He's making a big impression on the town. And Milhouse is like, hey, Bart, I sure like your new dog better than your old one. Remember your old dog ate my fish? And then you tried to convince me that I never had a fish? But why did I have the bowl, Bart?
Laddie's the best dog in the world. He's nothing like your old dog. Santa's little helper? Guess I was the only one who loved him. You got that right. Remember the time you ate my goldfish and you lied to me and said I never had any goldfish? But why'd I have the bowl, Bart? Why did I have the bowl?
Why did I have the bowl? That's
yeah. You tried to convince me that I didn't have goldfish. Well, why did I have the bowl? Yeah,
I love the idea that Bart tried to gaslight his best friend into thinking that, oh, you never owned a fish, Milhouse. That's so fucking gold.
Amazing.
That's it.
Yeah.
This episode is meh. I agree.
Meh. Yeah.
It's a meh.
That's my
episode.
number 2.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
My number 1, and this is going to start a whole discussion here.
Okay.
So get ready. My least favorite Simpsons episode of all time, for a very specific reason. While it's not the worst episode, I hate it for a very specific reason. I hate what it represents.
Okay.
This is, I believe, the finale of season 10. If not
10.
I think it's the finale of season 10.
Okay.
This is season 10, episode 23, 30 Minutes Over Tokyo.
Come on! Sayonara, suckers!
Yay! The Simpsons are going to Japan!
Hey, watch the gong, jerk.
This is the Simpsons Go to Tokyo
episode. Yeah.
Simpsons Go to Japan episode. Let me just get into it. I have so much to say. Okay. So it opens with Lisa asking Homer to take her to a cyber cafe, which is like, remember computer cafes were a thing? The internet was new at the time. Immediately, Homer starts acting overly idiotic. And it like, remember we talked about, like, you said Homer's like, this is cruel Homer. And then I said, I don't like Homer when he goes too stupid.
Yes.
This is the beginning of the too stupid Homer era. This is right where this is like becoming his standard staple.
Well, I feel like
he's always just overly
he
too over the top.
slides into too stupid throughout the course of the entire show, but by season 10,
this is where they're locking it in.
They're locking in that he's just dumb.
Yeah, he's just like over the top.
Yeah.
And it actually, I put a note here. It feels like his voice got goofier.
Probably.
I'll play 2 clips and you be the judge.
Burkina Faso? Disputed zone? Who called all these weird places? Quiet, it might be you. I can't remember. No, I'm gonna ask Marge. No. Why embarrass us both? Just write a check and I'll release some more endorphins. Oh. Hey, why didn't you tell me the new issue of Weird was here? I love their hilarious send-ups of hit movies.
Dad, it's not...
Gigabytes! They've done it again. Gigabytes. Wait, this isn't Weird. Why, there's no magazine called Weird, is there?
I don't know. That could just be me overreading things. Then Snake shows up, the resident criminal. They always use Snake for everything. And he robs Homer. Homer's like surfing on the web on like 2 computers. And then Snake comes up and he's like, this is a holdup. And uses a floppy drive to download Homer's money from his check, like his online bank account. Which doesn't make any sense. It's not a thing.
No, it's not.
But like Snake just like Homer's got his bank account up on his screen. Snake like puts a floppy disk in and like hits a key, and then it's like cartoonishly like drains his account, and he's got it on the floppy disk, and then he leaves. So now the Simpsons are broke. But
that makes no sense.
That doesn't. Yeah, that's not how that works. But whatever. He then goes, because now the Simpsons are desperate for money, so he goes and robs Ned Flanders. It's kind of a funny gag. I mean, because, Ned catches him and he's like, now, Homer, you can't just keep robbing me every time you're low on money. And he's like, yes, sir. It's like, it's okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I don't really like when everybody just takes shots at Flanders. It feels too easy, personally. I don't know. That's me. And then Ned tells Homer that, oh, hey, we don't have it super well off. We penny pinch. Like, we're very careful. We're responsible with our money. You need to go to this seminar, and this seminar will show you how to save money. So the Simpsons go to the seminar, and it's like a typical motivational speaker that's like, you gotta squeeze every penny here, folks. It's like, this is how I'm the success that I am, you know? I don't waste a dime. This suit, I got it off some dead guy. Like, it's It's one of those kind of seminars.
This is like the setup.
This is the setup.
I forgot all this, yeah.
Yeah, for good reason, because it fucking sucks. So the Simpsons save up to go on a vacation, which, by the way, at no point did they talk about like, we can't wait to go on a vacation. It's just like, I guess because they want to reward themselves for saving so well. Like, out of nowhere, they're just like...
At no point were they like, we need to, like, this is why.
This was our money for our vacation. It was just more like, now we've saved up a lot. Let's go on vacation.
It would have made more sense if Snake robbed Homer somehow, that they were like, oh no, that was the money for our vacation.
I don't, okay, maybe they said it. If they did, I'll cut to it right now.
I don't know.
I'm certain they didn't. I don't think they do. So the Simpsons they get a tip that if they wait at the airport and someone cancels their tickets, then there will be super saver seats available. So they're waiting for for them to announce, like, attention, passenger people, attention, there are now super saver seats available, right?
Yeah.
So the seats become available for Japan. Cool. And this leads to the infamous, now, like, break my heart moment of Lisa saying this.
Yay! The Simpsons are going to Japan!
The Simpsons are going to Japan! And this, to me, this is why this episode is my least favorite of all time, because it's what it represents. This is how I feel. This is the episode that represents the beginning of the zombie era of Simpsons. It's fucking episode. To me, this is the turning point. It never went back after this. This episode was establishing, welcome to the lazy writing era of Simpsons. We're never going back to how it was. This is the new standard format.
Now, I want to point out there's one single tiny joke.
I have it written down. Let's just say it right now. One clever joke. There's one really clever joke in this episode.
It's when they're on the plane. This is the only
thing
I
really
remember.
You can tell it. Go for it.
I don't remember exactly how it goes. It's a Rashomon joke.
Homer's stubborn, and he's like, oh, I don't know if I want to go to Japan. And Marge says,
but Homer, you love Rashomon.
That's not how I remember it.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's a very, very clever joke if you're a film nut. So, like, if you're a film nerd like us,
that's not how I remember it.
Yeah,
Rashomon
is a very famous Akira Kurosawa film about the whole thing. It started the plot idea, the story idea of one story told from different perspectives.
Yes, different perspectives that have like different outcomes,
and everyone sees something different, even though it's the same event.
Or they're all remembering the event differently. So the joke of that's not how I remember it. It's a good joke.
It's a very good joke. It's super clever. It's super clever. It's the last thing I'm going to give this episode credit for. That's it.
And that's like a tiny joke. That's like a throwaway line.
Again, this isn't the worst episode. There's some there's some okay stuff, but it's what the episode represents is why I hate it so much. Okay. So then they get to Japan. Homer immediately starts walking through sliding Japanese doors.
Is there room?
Homer, you're supposed to slide those doors open.
I don't have time for that.
And this begins the ignorant to Japanese customs running gag, which is the whole fucking episode of, like, the Simpsons are supposed to be like barbaric other than Lisa. It's like
dumb Americans,
right?
Trampling all over,
but also
another country's culture. But then they're also
that joke is unfunny for two reasons. One, it just portrays, it's like an insult to Japanese culture. Two, Homer's that dumb that he would just walk through that. I don't think he would be that dumb. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's my problem.
Through a wall?
He's gonna walk through because Japanese in their culture they have sliding doors. They're like thin. It's like a thin mesh with like they're not like doors like we would have in North America. So you couldn't even really walk through them, but it's just cartoony the way they're showing it. It's fucking stupid.
Well, it's another example of like, okay, the Simpsons are going to another country. What like tropes and
Let's
stereotypes?
shit on their customs.
What stereotypes can we mock them for?
Yeah.
And then like it's not enough that the Simpsons are dumb Americans. You're still writing that they're just
right.
Like, yeah.
What follows is a bunch of stereotype-driven lame jokes and unfunny writing. The Simpsons quickly run out of money as Lisa complains they haven't done anything Japanese yet. Desperate for money, the Simpsons go on a crazy Japanese game show called the Happy Smiles Super Challenge Family Wish Show. The guest host of the show is George Takei.
Really?
Yeah, it actually is George Takei, or George Takei. I don't know how you say his name. I think it's Takei. He's the voice of the announcer. It's a good cameo. Like he puts in the work. Like it's good.
All right.
And then the resolution is the Simpsons win the game show and secure their plane tickets home. My first, I have a lot to say, but feel free to interject.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
For an episode about Japan, half the episode is set up about how they get there. So you've forgotten all the bullshit, like penny pinching and all that other crap. Yeah. Only the second half is actually in Japan, creating a very breakneck pace once they're actually there. Like, it's just like, scene. Oh, now they're broke. Now they have no money. Now they got to go on a game show. And the credits. It goes so quick once they actually get there.
A lot of that I remember is just like topical, almost Family Guy-ish jokes where it's like, oh, they watched a cartoon show and had a seizure.
Glad you bring that up.
That's like a news headline that's just like, that's not a joke, though. They're just acting out like
lame stereotypes
or just things that people read about in the news kind of thing.
Glad you bring that up. My next point, lazy basic writing. So everything is just, it's the most basic jokes you can come up with. They watch on the TV, there's an anime that causes seizures. Because some animes are very flashy and that's actually a thing.
A news line, like headline about, I think there's a Pokemon episode in the late 90s.
That caused a bunch of Japanese boys, the kids to have seizures.
But that's not a joke. That's just, oh, that was a headline that happened. So let's have it happen to The Simpsons.
The crazy Japanese game show, because the Japanese do have some pretty wild game shows.
Yeah.
Lazy, simple writing. Godzilla showing up at the end.
Lazy.
It's as simple as you can get. I wrote, these work so much better as 20-second gags in a better episode, but not when the entire episode is just these gags.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you, like the Godzilla little thing, in a really good episode, if you just took that Godzilla little thing in there and made it funnier, it would be great. But if the whole episode is just, let's do Japanese stereotypes, that's the episode. So you're just left with an unfunny episode full of unfunny little gags.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. Some borderline offensive jokes. This episode is actually banned in Japan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because they go to a sumo event, they disrespect the idea of sumo, and Homer grabs the Emperor of Japan and throws him into a bin of sumo thongs. Do you remember this?
No.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Because Homer and Bart, like, they're disrespecting the whole art of sumo, and then like Homer like gets into a fight with one of the sumo wrestlers, and then Bart grabs a chair and like hits the sumo guy in the head and knocks him out.
Hey, that's mine! Like we say in my country, hasta la vista, baby!
Congratulations. I am the Emperor.
Yeah, and I'm Clobbersaurus.
Like trying to make a American wrestling versus like, sumo.
And then the
thing.
Emperor shows up, and I think it's supposed to be the Emperor of Japan, and he's like, hello, I am the Emperor. And then Homer is making it seem like it's a wrestling, like a gimmick. And then he's like, I'm Clobbersaurus or something, and grabs the Emperor, like spins him and then throws him in a thing.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's very offensive, yeah.
It's racist, yeah.
So here's the big thing. And I know you're going to get to the Principal and the Pauper.
That's my number one.
Okay, then this is the discussion.
Okay. We might as well talk about.
Let's just talk about both. We can talk about both.
Obviously, the Principal and the Pauper is my number one. It's season 9, episode 2. It's the episode that almost everyone unanimously agrees broke The Simpsons.
You're not Seymour Skinner.
Skinner?
I'm Skinner.
Seymour?
Mother! She's my mother!
Will someone remove that crazy man, please?
No, he's He's not crazy. It's true. I'm an imposter.
It ruins Skinner's character.
Yep.
That's my main thing that I was going to talk about. There's some funny jokes in it.
Yep.
But like, it's not like around the edges, like Ralph and like Lisa's speech. There's some funny stuff in there, but ultimately completely undermining an entire fucking character and like ruining. Like I said in our last video, Skinner's one of my favorite characters.
Right.
I think he's a really dynamic, interesting character. And then for a cheap gag to be like, actually, he faked his whole life and none of it mattered. And like, he's been living a lie the whole time.
They undermine everything that character was. So the plot of a Principal and the Pauper in one sentence is the real Seymour Skinner shows up, and the Seymour Skinner that we've known up until this point for 8 fucking seasons is revealed to be a fraud.
Living a lie.
And then the episode ends with everyone just going, blah, 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 blah. This is the real Skinner.
Happen.
By authority of the city of Springfield, I hereby confer upon you the name of Seymour Skinner, as well as his past, present, future, and mother.
Okay.
And I further decree that everything will be just like it was before all this happened, and no one will ever mention it again.
But then, but see, it makes no sense because then all those cutaways of Skinner having PTSD flashbacks, was that just mental illness?
He was in Nam, but now it's implying that like, it's like, no,
but see, the whole thing is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
It makes your brain. It makes your brain hurt to just think like, wait, what?
So because the problem is, you go, well, what was real and what wasn't?
Yeah,
that's the issue. The whole fucking
the idea that like his mother.
No, see, his flashbacks don't make sense though because they showed him as like he's a rep. He was basically like what's the guy from Rebel of the Cause? James
Dean.
James Dean. He's like a James Dean character who then gets enlisted, and then remember when he's in the army, he's still acting like James Dean.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so but anytime you had flashbacks with Skinner, he was Skinner. Like
he's Skinner, yeah.
Right. He didn't act like fucking James Dean. He didn't act like Armin Tanzarian.
Undermining his entire career too, that he's a principal and like a teacher, and that's what like and be like, oh, this is just another guy's dream that I've been living. It's fuck this episode.
So
yeah,
most people would put that as one of the worst.
Yes.
So I know. Ask me the question.
Why is it not on your list?
For 2 reasons. One, it's too easy. I avoided it. It was just. It's too simple to me. It's like it's the gimme. It's the obvious one. It's like, well, obviously this one. It's like so I actually tried to avoid it and come up with other ones that genuinely bugged me. That is like the most obvious one you come up with.
Of course, yeah.
So it was a little too obvious, and I actually wanted to challenge myself and go, okay, removing that, what can I come up with? Do I hate that episode? Of course.
Yeah.
It's universally hated.
Everyone does.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Now, for most people, that is the end of an era.
For me, it is. Yeah.
You're in that group. Yeah. I am not. I think the real day The Simpsons died was with the Tokyo episode. This, to me, is the end of an era. This is, to me, the end of the golden era. There are still a lot of really good episodes in 9 and 10. Past that Principal and the Pauper episode.
I'll give you that, yeah.
But past the Tokyo episode, that's when it starts to really go down. Yeah. And 10 in particular, season 10. So I'll just go into this a bit.
I just want to point out,
by all means.
You telling me that episode is banned in Japan.
Yeah.
That speaks volumes, too, to just how offensive they took it. Yeah. And then on top of that...
You can't just attack another...
And on top of that, it's not very funny, and it's lazy writing. Like, you make a good point of... Yeah.
So, this episode, 30 Minutes Over Tokyo, cemented what would become a permanent Simpsons trope moving forward. The Simpsons are going to blank format. They would use this many more times in later episodes. So in season 10, we've got, even though it came before this, we've got Scotland in Monty Can't Buy Me Love. Season 11, they go to Florida in one of the worst episodes. That's the spring break episode. In season 12, the Africa episode, which is also dog shit. That's the Hungry Hippo crap. It's crap.
I know they go to Canada.
Season 13, they go to Canada. Terrible episode.
England.
They also go to Brazil. I know you like that one moment, but that episode sucks.
Which one
overall.
from that?
You like you slept like a baby that night.
Oh, yeah. There's some funny jokes in there.
So this episode...
It's still offensive.
This episode began... This is where that trope...
It's a terrible trope.
It became a standard format Simpsons episode. I wrote, although it's not the worst Simpsons episode, it has some funny jokes. This, to me, marks the end of an average season with some of the series' worst episodes up to that point. It feels like the beginning of a new decade of zombie Simpsons writing style. Repetition, safe broad jokes, constant references, lack of heartfelt moments, lame cameos, gimmick-centered plots, and staleness.
Couldn't say it better myself. Yeah.
That's it.
I agree.
That's exactly it. And I have a quote here that I think perfectly shows the difference between what was the golden era and what is not. I didn't write this quote. I wrote the thing I just said, but not this. The golden era of Simpsons weren't funny because of the references. They were funny because the writing was snappy, the characters were fully realized, and the individual episode plots were structured so well. The references were the icing, not the cake.
Nice. Who said that?
I don't know. Some jackass on the internet.
You're not gonna like.
I'm not. I don't know.
Okay.
Comic book guy.
Whoever you are out there.
You what brave?
Thank you.
Yeah, that
thank
unsung
you for that
hero.
Quote. Yeah.
So to me, season 10 is it has some good stuff in it, but that 30 minutes over Tokyo. That's when the show became reference, stale, basic, bland, topical bullshit. No deep writing, no heartfelt moments anymore. It just was like the show became a shell of what it was, and that's the point of no return. And that, friends, is why it is my least favorite episode of The Simpsons of all time. I think it's so fitting that we both picked what we felt was the end of our golden eras.
Yeah, the end of the era. For me, Principal and the Pauper, and for you,
30 minutes over Tokyo. And just to, because I said I'd break down season 9 and 10 a little bit, I'm just going to very quickly go over this. So, because I know you off.
Actually, before you do, you kept asking me about.
Oh, yeah. What was your.
I had an honorable mention.
Honorable mention.
And this is a whole nother discussion. I don't know how much you want to get into it, but I was like, how do we feel about Stark raving dad?
That's the mental illness one.
That's the Michael Jackson.
The Michael Jackson one.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's like, is that one tainted by the sexual abuse allegations from Michael Jackson?
You're asking a very different question, which is, can you separate the artist from the art?
That's a whole thing.
I can, but I mean, not everybody can.
So that one I put an honorable mention because at face value, like at the time, it was a fine episode, I guess. But like, as the decades and decades wear on of like the looming shadow over Michael Jackson's legacy and then the sexual abuse allegations, it's like, can we separate art from artist? So that was one I grappled with, and I was like, I'm ultimately not going to put it on my list, but that should be like an asterisk of like least favorite, maybe like less favorable
contender
episode.
For you. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I wanted to add.
So you discount season 9 and 10, and I know you think that's when it starts to. I'm not disagreeing. It starts to drop. Some of my least favorite episodes are in those seasons, but I'm going to give you a quick little ratio here. So I wrote down how many good episodes versus how many bad episodes, and then the rest are like meh, so they're not on it. Okay. So for season 9, I wrote 10 good episodes. We've got Homer versus New York, Treehouse of Horror 8. That's the one that has Flyboy Bart.
Yeah,
that's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Cartridge Family. That's the gun episode.
Gun episode.
Reality Bites. That's the Gil episode. That's the introduction of Gil. That's the whole. That's
oh geez, old Gil. Yeah.
That's and Lionel Hutz becomes a realtor.
That's a good
episode. Bart Carney. This is the Carney episode with Jim Varney is the guest star.
Yep.
That's I fucking love that episode. Joy of the Sect. That's the Leader episode. Leader.
That one's okay.
Really? Oh, I really like that one. Das Boos. This is the Lord of the Flies episode.
Yeah, that one's okay. Yeah.
Last Temptation.
Go banana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last Temptation of Krusty. This is the Jay Leno episode where Krusty he becomes a real stand-up comedian.
Oh, and he becomes George Carlin.
Yes.
basically.
Yeah, he becomes George Carlin. This was actually a runner-up episode. It almost cracked my top 10. Trash of the Titans. I fucking
This one's
love
I'm not
this
as familiar
episode.
with. I do recall.
This is the Homer runs for sanitation commissioner.
Yeah.
Fuck, I love this episode so much. This is the infamous Bono being like, don't worry, folks. He'll get the help he needs.
Yeah.
And like on the Megatron, Homer's just like getting beaten up by security. They'll make sure he gets the help he needs.
Yeah. We'll save that if you want to put that one.
It's probably going to come up.
We'll talk about it later.
King of the Hill, which I think is a good episode. This is Brandon Fraser. He's going to guest star in this one. This is the Power Sauce Bar episode where Homer has to climb the Death Mountain.
Yeah.
That's got some fun moments. It's got big yawn. I can't keep him awake. Big yawn. 6 bad episodes. So 10 good ones, 6 bad ones. That's what I got. The rest I think are all mids. The Principal and the Pauper.
Yes.
The 2 Nahasapeemapetilons, whatever.
Yes.
Miracle on Evergreen Terrace. I never liked this one.
Which one's this
one?
one?
Where Bart melts the tree.
I never liked that one either.
Yeah.
That much. Yeah.
One of my least favorite episodes. All Singing, All Dancing. It's the episode where it's literally just it's a Simpsons clip show of showing all of the dancing moments.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Yep.
Dumbbell Indemnity.
Indemnity. That's a reference to Double Indemnity.
I don't even remember what this episode was, funny enough.
Well, it must be some sort of film noir.
I don't even remember. Okay, anyways, whatever. Trouble with Trillions. Another Mr. Burns episode. It's the $1 Trillion Bill episode.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck that episode.
Whatever. Yeah.
Season 10, I wrote 8 good, 6 bad. Now notice, the ratio of good to bad is starting to even out. So I've got, for my 8 good, Lard of the Dance. I really like this episode. This is the one where Homer has the grease business.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. There's some good moments in that. We've got Wizard of Evergreen Terrace.
Which one's that?
This is Homer becomes an inventor, and he's like modeling himself after Thomas Edison.
I actually remember. Yeah,
I like this episode a lot.
In his garage.
Yes. This is a good episode. When You Wish Upon a Star. This was another runner-up as one of my favorite episodes.
In 10.
This is the episode where Homer makes friends with Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger, and he becomes like their house guest, and Ron Howard's also like their friend.
I don't know if I even remembered this one.
Really?
Yeah.
I love this episode. They have like a hidden whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Doe in the Wind. This is the hippie episode with George Carlin. This is when Homer learns his middle name is Jay.
Oh, that's an iconic one.
This is a great episode. Yeah. This is where they have the juicer plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or my name isn't Homer.
Jay Simpson.
Yeah.
Viva Ned Flanders. One of the best Flanders and Homer episodes. This is when Ned is, the whole town thinks Ned's boring and it's making him insecure. So he's like, I got to live a little on the edge. So he gets Homer to try to show him how to be more like live life to the fullest. Okay. And they end up taking a trip to Vegas, like just off the cuff.
This
is the one where they get married when they're drunk.
Yeah. Trip to Vegas.
Sunday Cruddy Sunday. This is the Fred Willard episode. He plays like Wally something, and he's like, it's the Super Bowl episode.
The Super Bowl
where they go to the Super Bowl, where Homer befriends the guy in like the car shop, and then they get tickets to the Super Bowl.
I don't even remember.
And then they end up having, and they end up being scalper tickets. So they end up having to sneak in. John Madden also guest stars in this episode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Max Power. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't write the.
Oh, Max Power, that episode where Homer changes his name.
Yes, that's the police.
Is that a good one or a bad one?
It's a good one. Yeah, it's also the Police Cops. Is it that one? It's that one. It's Police Cops. Yep. Maximum Homer Drive. So when Homer becomes a trucker.
Okay.
I like that episode a lot, actually. That's with the little box that drives the thing for him. 6 bad ones.
Oh, here we go.
Bart the Mother. So where Bart kills a bird and then has to raise the eggs, but they end up being lizards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's a bizarre, weird episode.
I do remember that.
Kidney Trouble. Obviously.
Fuck that episode. Yeah.
This is another Apu episode. This was almost also on my worst episodes. I'm with Cupid. It's the Valentine's Day episode where the entire episode is Apu showering Manjula with gifts, and then it's making all the other men in Springfield look like shit. So then they get jealous and they just try to sabotage Apu. That's the episode. Cool. It's not funny. Cool. It's not funny at all. The Old Man and the Sea Student. I don't remember the main plot in this. I just remember it ends with Bart having to be a volunteer at the retirement home. and it's Bart and Lisa volunteering at the retirement home, and they end up taking all of the retirees out on a boat trip. Oh, sorry, it's the Olympics one too. It's the Olympics. The first half of the episode is like Springfield's trying to get the Olympic Games, and then Bart does a very offensive routine and offends the Olympic Committee. So then they take the Olympic Games away from Springfield. Everyone hates Bart and Homer. Bart, as punishment, has to then do community service at the retirement home. It's a terrible episode. It's not good. Yeah. Monty Can't Buy Me Love. It's the Loch Ness Monster one.
Yeah.
And of course, 30 Minutes Over Tokyo. But you can see the ratio is closing.
Yeah.
And that's the end of my list. That's it. That's what I got.
Well done.
That's it. Well done to both of us.
Yes.
You had some interesting picks. I just love the fact that both of us ended on what we each thought respectively was the end of our eras of watching The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
I could not put it in number one.
And I'm not faulting you for it. Most people would. But to me, that's not when Simpsons. Did I win you a little bit on 9 and 10? A little bit?
I might have to explore some of those episodes.
There's some gold. There's some legit gold, especially in 9. There's some really good episodes in 9, but there's also some really bad ones. Like 9 and 10 is when the ratio starts to close, and you get really bad ones with good ones. So it starts that, if this is good and then this is bad, it's like it starts to even out close. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Now, I posed a question to you, I think at the beginning of the program. Hopefully I remember to do it this time. How would you like The Simpsons to end?
Yeah.
This is the question. I'm going to let you go first.
I'll go
I
first
wrote out a whole thing.
Mine's going to be quick. Okay. I think after decades and decades of complete and utter mediocrity, zombie Simpsons, where the show is simply just a vessel to sell merchandise at this point, like it has been since what we're talking about, like 9 or 10 is the tipping point where it's just kind of like a cynical syndicated show where we just let it run out its course. And the show is almost meaningless at this point. Like no one actually gives a fuck about Simpsons. I don't know anyone in my life who's like, there's a new Simpsons episode coming out tonight. Like all it is a way to sell merchandise, toys, apps, games, mobile games, whatever the fuck. This is going to be cynical, but just put a fucking bullet in the head, immediately cancel it, and then just let's never speak of it again.
You went the cynical route.
Yes.
Wow.
Because the show has already dug its own grave for God knows how many years.
Okay, so
I want to remember the good times, but like there's no going back from what they've done, in my opinion. There's no way to get around the fact that we've had like Elon Musk and Lady Gaga on and like these god awful dog shit episodes. This has poisoned the well. The well has been poisoned. It's not like, how are we going to fix the well? How are we going to de-poison it and like have a nice happy ending? It's like, no, just fucking put a bullet in the head, cancel it, and then let people pick whatever eras they like to watch. Whatever they like.
Because there's going to be freaks that are just like, I like season 25 to 35 or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
So I'm sorry if that's not a satisfying answer, but like that's truthfully how I feel.
That's interesting. So you went the dark route, which is the dark route is like, there's no going back. What's done is done.
The kind thing to do would just be to fucking kill the like literally just be like,
put it out of its mercy.
There's no renewal.
Put it out of its misery. It's a mercy kill.
I'll put it this way. I guess there's people making money that like there are animators and people that rely on this, like the show for their income.
Yeah, but these are bad people, Kevin. Like, these are bad individuals.
There are people that are working on this show.
These are bad men.
I don't want you to go hungry. Like, you know what I mean?
I do. I want them to do another fucking show. There are better ways to earn money.
But how about this?
More honorable ways.
How about this? It just quietly doesn't get renewed for another season.
We just let it go.
And then we just let it fade from there.
I think it's funny. I think a lot of people are going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I have a much happier proposal for you.
Okay.
I propose something that is very different. So, something I actually didn't, when I asked you this question, I didn't really put this, what's the word I'm looking for? I didn't add this to the question, but I should have said, in your ideal time, how would you like it to end, and when would you have liked it to end? So in my version,
I see.
So you're see, I
thought you were like as of 2024.
Right.
How do you want it to end? I'm like, I won't just fucking kill it.
So in my mind,
stop, please, stop.
So in my mind, it's more of a what if fantasy. So in my fantasy, it ends after 30 minutes over Tokyo, and we never got 11 to 35, whatever the fuck. So I have more of an idealized version. It's not realistic.
If you're asking me when the show could have ended, I'll propose this. I think it basically functions as an ending as Homer's enemy. That's like the ultimate deconstruction of the show.
That's not a bad answer.
Honestly.
That's not a bad answer.
Just lowering the real person, the real working class American of Frank Grimes into the grave.
Yeah.
And then be like, ha ha ha. Cut to black.
Finale. Well, it's a very dark ending, but yeah.
That'd be a great ending. Anyway.
Well, here's my pretty, idealized, dream scenario. So, okay. I wrote a whole thing.
Let's hear it.
So we come up with a very simple scenario to place The Simpsons in. My thought is I think a scavenger hunt would work best. Okay. So this is the A plot. And for the episode, we're only going to do the A plot. Okay. The A plot is The Simpsons have to do a thing to keep them occupied for the whole episode. I think a scavenger hunt works the best.
Is this like modern Simpsons, or is this at some point?
So this would work in either, but in my mind, there is no season 11 to 35.
Yeah, so somewhere around the end of season 10, this episode kicks in.
This would kick in. Instead of 30 minutes over Tokyo, we get this episode. How's that? That's a better answer. Right. But this idea still could work for now.
Okay.
So hear me out.
The Simpsons family, the whole family, going on a scavenger hunt.
Right. While they are going around, I think a scavenger hunt works because I think it should be a scavenger hunt where they have to look for very specific things, and every thing they have to find takes them to an iconic location in Springfield. So they have to go to the Aztec Theater, and they have to go to Springfield Elementary School, and the nuclear power plant, and Moe's Tavern, and the bowling lanes, leisure, whatever it's called. All these iconic places. Because to me, the ending should be a nostalgia trip. It should make us feel good about the time we spent in this fictional world. So mine is a happy ending. This is I'm giving you positivity. So while they are going around to all these locations, they are then running into side characters and residents of the town. And as they run into each one of these people, we get flash forwards. We've had flash forwards before in many episodes. Lisa's wedding, a million other examples. But these are the real ones. Not the joke ones, not the jokey future that was in Lisa's weddings. These are the canon ones. This isn't the bottle episode bullshit.
Okay.
These are the real endings. I haven't written out those endings, in case you're wondering, how would I give Moe a happy end? That's not for me to decide. That's
not for you to decide. Yeah.
I think if they worked hard enough, they would come up with the satisfying endings for each character.
Yeah, that's both funny and heartwarming in some way or something or another, or they can be a mixture of them.
So, speaking of Lisa's wedding, so I wrote, Lisa's weddings, the episode Lisa's wedding finally let us see characters grow and age. And that's exactly what I think the finale should do. Because one of the problems with an animated show is they never age the fucking characters because they don't want to change the character models. Because when they do that, they got to redraw everything.
Yeah.
So they just use the same models over and over and over again. And the sad reality is basically these people, if you want to call them that, are trapped. They're never able to grow older. They're never able to actually age.
I've heard many people say that The Simpsons should not have lasted into the 21st century, beyond the year 2000 kind of thing. The
way you do this is you let these characters, and I'm including the main cast and I'm including the side characters, you let them age and grow and show us flash forwards of what actually becomes of their life. You break their eternal torment of being stuck in this never-ending void of not aging and not changing, and you let them become something different. What a fucking beautiful way to end the show. Speaking of that, one of the things that a lot of people like our age, that if you tune into Simpsons now, when they do flashbacks, they've aged up the flashbacks now. So remember when we were kids, so with like season 5 or 6, the way we were when Marge and Homer are flashing in high school, and they're like, it's the 70s?
It's like 1970.
Yeah, now when they do it, they're in the 90s.
Oh,
did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
They started aging up the flashbacks. So Grandpa wasn't...
It's so dark. So Grandpa's not a World War II veteran anymore?
Right.
What is
Everything's
he, a fucking...
aged up.
Like,
So when Homer and Marge are kids, it's now the 90s.
So that changes everything.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. But the problem...
It changes everything. So is Abe Simpson a Vietnam vet now? That changes his entire character.
I can't answer it because I've never gone into the weeds on it.
What the fuck?
They started aging up the flashbacks because in the Simpsons right now, it's like 2024. Like they've got like iPhones and all that shit. They've all modern tech. So what if they couldn't do flashbacks to the 70s, because then it's like, well, how is Homer and Marge? How the fuck are they not like 60 something?
Yeah.
So then instead they were like, well, now for flashbacks, we're just going to age up the decade.
Oh,
how dark is that? Right?
That hurts my soul.
So while this is happening, they're going around on their scavenger hunt. They're going to these iconic places. We're running into our favorite side characters, and each one of them gets their own little unique flash forward. It doesn't have to be long, but it needs to be heartfelt, and it needs to be satisfying. So Skinner gets a flash forward. Maybe him and Edna settle down. Agnes has passed on at this point. They buy a house together. Maybe they retire together. They have a few children of their own. I don't know. But we get all these little... I know if it was handled with love and care, this will have to be written by a fan, because the writers at this point probably don't have souls. So it would have to be fans that would need to do this. That's maybe a little too harsh.
I think we should just use AI to write this.
Yeah, right. That is really soulless. Another thing I would like, as they go to each one of these locations, it should be filled with tons of Easter eggs and fan service. So we should get, maybe the items they need to find are all iconic tokens from past episodes. Maybe they got to find Jebediah Springfield's head and Homer's bowling ball that says Homer on it.
Yeah.
Like all these little things. And there should be tons of little, like every frame of this needs to be a blink and you'll miss it fans, like Easter egg. That's how in-depth this episode needs to be. And they should finally answer some of the long-running questions and mysteries in the show. What does Maggie's voice sound like?
Ooh, that would be good. Yeah. To end a final episode on grown-up Maggie?
Maybe she's the final flash forward.
Yeah. I could see it.
Where is Springfield located? Answer the question, finally.
Maybe,
Yeah, finally answer the question. I think this should be a 1-hour special. I think it should be an event. It should not be a half hour. And I think this is the perfect way to end the show. And I think you need to show that you need to let these characters free, and you need to let them actually age and break out of what they've been trapped in for so long. And you could do some powerful stuff. So the only one I had at the top of my head was, I said, if they go to the power plant, a potential flash forward could be Mr. Burns has now passed on. Mr. Smithers now runs the plant, but it's a very different power plant than what we've seen before. It's no longer shoddily run. Corners are no longer cut. Worker productivity is at an all-time high, as Mr. Smithers is not the boss that his former mentor was. So it's like we get to see progression in the town that never was a thing before.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's my pitch for the perfect Simpsons finale. It's never going to happen. The sad reality is what I just pitched you. They won't do that. No. Because they don't have any writers with any fucking... They need us to write the fucking episode. They would need diehard fans of the golden age. They need people who remembered how good it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You couldn't have new people write it. It wouldn't work. So
that's good.
So you decide whose ending do you like better? The bullet in the head, cynical, put it out of its misery, Kevin Lackner ending, or the optimistic future flash forward ending from Justin, the happy ending versus the sad reality. You decide, and then let us know in the comments.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! All right, let's go.
Long.
That was a lot. We forgot to list our bottom 10 episodes. Let's just quickly recap.
I'll do it quickly.
You got yours in a list. So go ahead.
Number 10. So it's come to this: a Simpsons clip show. Number 9. Another Simpson clip show. Number 8, The Simpsons 138th episode spectacular. Number 7, 22 short films about Springfield. Number 6, Burns Baby Burns. Number 5, Whacking Day. Number 4, Old Money. Number 3, Secrets of a Successful Marriage. Number 2, The Canine Mutiny. And number 1, Principal and the Pauper.
All right, my number 10, 2 cars in every garage and 3 eyes on every fish. Number 9, in Marge We Trust. Number 8, Simpsoncalifragilisticexpiala, annoyed grunt cious. What a fucking stupid title. Number 7, Like Father, Like Clown. Number 6, Monty Can't Buy Me Love. Number 5, Much A-Poo About Nothing. Number 4, The 2 Mrs. Nahasapeemapetilons. Number 3, Homer Simpson in Kidney Trouble. Number 2, Bart Vs Australia. And number 1, 30 Minutes Over Tokyo.
There we go.
Pat ourselves on the back. Yeah. It's over.
All right. We did it.
We did it.
We fucking did it.
We did what you thought was the impossible.
That was a lot. Both those episodes.
That was a lot.
Good luck editing all this, by the way.
This episode will be coming out a year from now.
Yeah.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah.
This was a huge undertaking. I am so glad we did it, though.
Yeah, that was a blast. That was fun.
I finally got to really analyze what I loved about The Simpsons and what I didn't like, and what my favorite shit was and what my least favorite shit was. It helped me. It gave me clarity.
Yeah, it's clarifying. Very good. I'm sure we could come back and do more. But
I think we'll come back and do another 10 good ones. I don't want to dwell on another 10 bad ones.
Yeah.
I think I'm happy with putting this one to bed. I think I've spoken my piece about what I don't like in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
You know, when it doesn't work for me.
I didn't disagree with any of your picks, really.
How interesting is that?
Yeah.
You
sold me on every one. I was like, oh yeah.
There are duds, even in the golden era. You know, I think that Australia episode is like season 6 or whatever I said. It's 5 or 6. Like that's peak golden era. You know, and still, it is a testament to how good the quality of the show was, though. That we had so much to say, and there's just so much to talk about and so much to analyze and. It's one of my favorite television shows of all time.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times.
You stupid co-host. It is, for me, The Simpsons is one of my favorite television shows ever
Absolutely.
made. Ever made.
Same here.
And I'm so happy we got to experience it when it was at its best.
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
So...
Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you very much
for listening. Thank you for watching, however you are experiencing this. And until next time, we will see you again.